time. And I don't know how this is gonna go. I have no idea. Honestly, I'm not really nervous at all. The only thing I'm nervous about is tech problems. Like, that's, like, you guys know my stream, you know me. Like, the only thing I'm really worried about is, like, some stupid shit happening, like the internet goes down, or, like, I can't get it to connect or something like that. Other than that, I'm totally fucking good with this. I'm totally fine. And, so that's where I'm at, man. That's exactly it. Brush teeth? I did brush my teeth. I brush my teeth every fucking night, man. Well, to be fair, though, I did pass out, so, like, whenever I have, like, so, bro, I went to Chipotle yesterday. Oh, my God, bro. Like, oh, my God. Ooh, what are they doing with the meat there? Like, so sometimes I go to Chipotle, and the meat is, like, just so good. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you go and you get the steak, and then another time, you get the meat, and, like, it's tough, it's fatty, and you can barely bite into it. Like, you guys have this happen before? Like, true, like, what the fuck? Like, they need to, like, teach the people that work there not to cut certain parts of the meat and put it in the fucking, in the bin, man. Like, I'm getting so mad about this shit. Man, say it. Sup, y'all, it's me, it's your boy Asmongold. And today we're interviewing Ian. Today we're talking about Dragonflight. Today we're playing the game. Today we're having fun, man. That's the way I look at it, man. I'm excited. I really am. It's gonna be great. Chipotle locally sources and meat from local farmers. It has nothing to do with the meat quality. It has to do with the people that are working there at that exact time that cut the meat. You should be able to see, based off of the cut of meat, whether you are cutting off something that is 85% fat or 85% meat. Okay? Like, I've seen a million steaks in my life. I know how it works. I've watched them fucking do it. They're doing it wrong. That's all there is to it. So hopefully they talk to them about that, because yesterday I was eating it. I only had like 7 or 8 pieces of edible steak in my whole meal, man. It made me so upset. It really did. And yeah, the meat is not sourced from homeless people, okay? I go to Chipotle like at least once a week. It's delicious. I fucking love Chipotle. I just wish they would be a little bit more consistent with their steak. That's why whenever they had carne asada, I would always get that, because that was in general more consistent. Yeah, that's the way a chain restaurant like Chipotle cuts their own meat. No, I watch them cut it in the back. They don't cut the meat off of the cow, no. But they cut the meat in the back, and then they cut it into pieces, and they put it in the bin. Like, I've seen how this happens, man. I know how it works. I've been there too many fucking... I could work there myself. I've been there so many fucking times, man. Blues approached you for the interview? No, they didn't. I approached them. So basically, you know how Josh Allen left Blizzard. Well, anyway, Josh and I always got along. Let's lore, right? He and I always got along really well. I like him. I think he generally liked me, or at least he tolerated me. And he was, yeah, we got along really well. It was no problem. But he left the company, went to TikTok. Huge congrats for him. I think that's big for it's huge. And the new person, Linksy, who's the new person that, you know, helped me set everything up. I straight up asked her. I was like, "Yo, can I get an interview with Ian?" And they were like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" And so no, it was me that did it. That's what it was. And I'm excited, man. I really am. And I'm curious to see, like, it's not going to be a super long interview since this is my first one. I think that I'm a bit of an unknown entity. So, you know, they're not really sure how this is going to go. But I think if this one goes well, they'll probably be down to do more of them. I think that's basically music is insanely loud. Is that actually true? I'll turn it down slightly. There we go. I think that should be better. And going to ask about add-ons. Yes. Yes, I am. Absolutely, I'm going to ask about that. Yes, I mean, there are some things, so, like, there's, like, probably 1 or 2 things that I'm not really going to ask about. Like, the DBM, like, I'm not going to ask about a boob slider. Like, I want them to do another interview with me. Like, I know, obviously, everybody is expecting me, like, whenever the interview starts, I'm like, all right, Ian, so at what patch did you decide that you want to ruin the game? So like, was it in Miss Pandaria or was it why? Where was it? Like, I'm obviously not gonna ask that. Like, that's not what's gonna happen. It's like number one, I don't think it's even fucking true. Number two, it's like this is not achieving my goals. You know what I mean? Like, this does not help me. This does not make my life better. This doesn't make anything better, right? Although, to be fair, it would be a funny clip. But yeah, that's about it. You're supposed to be a chosen one. Dungeon Finder, ask about cat girls. I decided not to do that one, okay? Yeah, that's about it. Don't post it just to support you. It's important to, the way that I look at things is this. I usually, like, there are times when I win now, and there are other times whenever I win later. And sometimes you can't always win now, and you have to win a little bit and then win more later on, right? And so it's about kind of like easing people into things. No, I'm not going to go super hard on stuff at the beginning, right? Of course not, right? Why would I do that? They might not want to come back on. It's something that, like, my goal is to make the game better, and so that's what my plan is. I obviously have a lot of questions, and I think that, you know, we are going to be asking some pretty hard questions. Absolutely. We're not going to have a whole lot of time. I don't even know if we're going to have time to get to all the questions that I put down in there, to be honest with you. I am. And is there a script of the questions? Yeah, I submitted the questions to them. They accepted everything. They were totally fine with everything I asked. And I think that, honestly, they just do that so they know, like, how long it's going to take. And so Ian can actually have a good answer for them. I think that's fine. Yeah, I'm totally okay with that. And ask about a WoW Game Pass. I don't think they really know about that. Right? You guys don't think that's a good thing? I really don't think that's a bad thing or a big deal, to be honest with you. Yeah, I really don't think so. And yeah, it's not like they said, oh, you can and can't ask this stuff. I just was like, yeah, these are the things that I want to ask. They said, okay, sounds good. That was about it. Yeah, it was not any like, oh, you can't ask this, you can't ask that, don't talk about this, don't talk about that, don't mention this, don't mention that. That's not really what it is. Of course not. Yeah, that's normal. I think that sometimes people are down to do other stuff, but since it's a shorter interview, I think probably they'd want to have the questions as well. And yeah, I think that makes sense. Anyway, guys, so that's basically what we're doing today. Also, there's some other stuff that's happened. I've heard there's a new social contract in WoW. I got told about this yesterday, and I looked into it a little bit. We're gonna look into that, talk about that, and just everything, guys. Like, there's a lot to talk about and a lot to get into. Also, I am so fucking proud. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I am so fucking proud that Mizkif actually called out somebody who cheated on his fucking show for once. He actually did not let them get off the hook about it. I'm so fucking happy that this happened. Yeah, same dude. He sure did. Thank fucking God. Like, so this has been a problem for like two seasons now with School, where we have some clown with a weak ego that goes on the show that needs to cheat to feel better about themselves. And like, I get, like, you're gonna do it in the moment and it's like, yeah, whatever, right? But like, the fact that, like, there are some people, like, we've had people cheat on the show and they came to us later on, they're like, listen, bro, you know what I'm gonna say, and we're like, yep, we know what you're gonna say, and I'm like, it's fine, right? But like, having to get called out for that shit and fucking like have everybody like fucking find out without a shadow of a doubt, it just makes you look so bad, man. It really does. And the show is, it's not fine. No, it's not fine, but it's more fine than the other one is, right? Where like you accept an award for $50,000, and then the only reason that you admit it is because you get ranked pulled on you by tips in a private call, and on top of that, the entire internet went on a fucking investigative journalism investigation on you, and everybody knows that you're fucking cheating, right? That's all there is to it. Cheating was scripted for content, didn't think it was serious. No. It's actually serious. We don't want to have people cheat on the show. And I was pissed off because like last year, I remember, I forgot who it was that cheated the first time. There's been so many of them I don't remember. But there's somebody who cheated the first time. It was a Casey Tron or somebody else. I think it was somebody else besides that too. That they cheated, and I said, like, okay, if somebody cheats and they don't admit it, like, and they won't just come forward right after the show, right, or something like that, and like, also, number one, even if they do that, don't ever bring them on again. But like, even then, like, fucking excommunicate them, man. Like, fucking excommunicate them. Like, if they cheated, like, get them away from us. Like, I don't want to deal with somebody who's trying to steal our fucking money. And then obviously, like, you know, there's politics with this, right? So like, we didn't really get a chance to do that, but I'd like to let you guys know that if it was my show, that's what I would have done. Like, if it was me, if it was completely up to me, and I had somebody fucking cheating on my show, I would spend the entire next day of my stream investigating every single controversy that they've been in, doing a, you know, like a Reddit competition of who can submit the most damaging and most damning clips of them. I would completely dedicate an entire stream to ruining their reputation. And I would do it with a smile, because the kinds of people that do that are pieces of shit. And that's the facts. I hate people that do this. I hate people that keep trying to, you know, like make excuses for it, especially what they did last time. This one was. So a Destiny stream, yes. Human trash, yes, because there has to be accountability for this. I hate it whenever people fucking cheat, because they're stealing people's money. That's really what it is. They're stealing people's money, and like, yeah, you cheat on a show, there's no money involved. Like, I mean, like, yeah, obviously, am I personally offended by this? I mean, I'm not really personally offended by any of it. People love money. Like, I mean, it is what it is. But, like, you have to have a deterrent. You know what I mean? And make a school called High School where the contestants are high. Yeah, I'm sure Twitch will love that, man. Your whole persona is built on scamming people. Yeah, but like, it's scamming people like out of like, you know, like fucking $5 worth of gold or something like that. And also, like, if it's like scam. The thing is, like, you're scamming your friends. You know what I mean? Like, you come on and like people trust you. It's like you're not just like making some you know, raid and WoW and you're stealing a mount from like random people. No, these are people that you talk to. You've met these people in real life. You know the people on the show, and you're still fucking doing it. That's totally different, man. And yeah, obviously scamming people was a shitty thing to do regardless. I'm not going to defend that. But like, to do it to other people is completely fucking different, man. It really is. And let's hope that Ian doesn't cheat on today's show. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, it's your own community, exactly. Yeah, it's totally fucking too much, man. EE begged to be on school at the streamer awards. Yeah, sounds like he needed money. Yeah, that's totally fine. Don't understand it. Last time you said cheating made the show more interesting. It does, but like, the reason, I'm gonna be honest, the reason why it does make it more interesting in a way, right? But like, the reason why I said that is because I don't want to put the org in a position that like I don't want to take a strong stance on this unless they do. You know what I mean? Because like, I don't want to put unnecessary pressure on other people to like think and do things the way that I think and do things. Does that make sense? So like, yeah, it does add more content to the show, but at the same time, if you want my honest fucking opinion, I believe everything Mizkif said yesterday. That's a fucking fact. And if somebody ever did that to me, I would dedicate an entire stream to ruining their reputation. And I don't give a fuck about the TOS. They should be banned, and then the TOS wouldn't apply, because you can't do it to partner streamers, and it should be fucking banned, because cheating in games is the same as breaking the TOS, and cheating in a game show with real money involved on Twitch should be treated the exact same way, and they should be suspended for that, and fuck them. That's why. So categorically, they shouldn't even be included in that protection by the nature of the fact that I would be doing it to them in the first place. So yes, fuck them. Absolutely fuck them. Cheating either isn't okay? No, it's not. If you let it slide, it'll keep happening. Why wouldn't it? Well, that's the thing. That's why I said, yeah, that's exactly what I said. Well, dude, you have no heart? I do. I have a big heart. I have a big heart for the people that I bring on my show, and I want to give them the opportunity to, you know, have some fun, enjoy themselves, and have a good time, and not have to worry about somebody with a weak ego that's trying to steal money from them. You know, like, it's the opposite. Do I care about the one person who's a piece of shit, or the 7 people that are trying to make good content for me? You know, who the fuck do I think I care about? Like, it's common sense, man. Unscripted cheating is unfun. Scripted cheating is more like a prank, and that can be fun. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think that, like, again, it really matters whenever there's money on the line. You know what I mean? Like, and that's why like, yeah, I was pissed off about it the first time because, like, there was a small, but like $50,000 fucking dollars. That's a lot, man. It really is. What if it's not for ego but money? Well, I think that money is, I mean, they're both offensive in their own way, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to like, what are we going to do? A tier list of why somebody cheats on something? Who gives a fuck? Like, it doesn't matter to me. The only thing that matters to me is that if they do this, I don't want to see them on the shows anymore. Like, that's literally all there is to it, unless they apologize right after privately without having a bunch of shit brought up and it being a big drama fest and them taking the money and then calling their parents saying about how happy they are that they just cheated on a show. Like, there's a line there where I will accept. Everybody has moments of weakness, right? But whenever those moments of weakness turn into hours and days, that's whenever I have a problem with it. Does that make sense? Cheating tier list. Yes, exactly. And that's how I feel about it. Lawsuit territory, to be honest? No, it's not lawsuit territory. If you think that's lawsuit territory, you've never sued anybody. Like, let me tell you something. Even like Disney or somebody like that wouldn't, like, even they wouldn't sue you over that. Do you know why? Because it's just simply not their, objection, hearsay. It's just simply not worth their time. Like, it's just such a massive waste of time. Of course not. Like, why would you do that? Money's on the line, winning the show gets you why? Of course it does. It makes you look smart. Everybody thinks better of you, and it's positive. Absolutely. I'll read what Mizkif said or I'll watch what Mizkif said on the show. But other than that, there's a lot of other stuff that I want to talk about and have fun. You change your opinions every time. One day cheater's bad, other cheater's good. Well, I'm going to ban you for that. And so anyway, the reason why I changed my opinion is simply because I didn't want to put my friends in a position where they had to either defend me or not defend me. Of course I said that it's not a big deal, right? Because I don't want to make my friends look bad. That's the way real life works. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the way real life works. Like, I don't want to put them in that position. Absolutely not. Jesus, what a joke. Yeah, it's just dumb, man. I don't want to see that. There's all gotcha Andes are immediately permabanned. Like, anybody who tries to pull a gotcha on me because they don't understand, social dynamics or anything like that, it's an immediate permaban. I don't want to have people like that constantly trying to breathe down my neck, trying to like, oh, but you said, but I didn't understand this right, so you're wrong. Like, shut up. I hate that shit. It's so annoying. And so, yeah, they're not even listening. They're just looking for a way that they can feel smart. That's all there is to it. And, it's insufferable and annoying. You're very right about that. And so, yeah, anytime that happens, it's going to happen. Don't get why Asmon's interviewing Ian. Asmon isn't a top mythic raider, so he doesn't know how the game's played. There are a lot of people that think that. There are. And to me, here's what it is. I think that I represent a lot of people in the game that don't necessarily play the game super seriously. I'm just playing the game for fun and trying to enjoy myself. And I played it for a long time. I used to raid seriously for many years. And I think the reason why I don't is a topic in itself, right? I think that for many people that's the case. And I think also with a lot of the interviews, like, to be honest, I think all of the interviews have gone quite well. Whether it's the interviews with like Taliesin yesterday or Hazel before, excuse me, all of these interviews have gone incredibly well, and I think that everybody's done a good job. Like, there's not been like any weird answers to anything. Also, I know that some people were not happy that Ian didn't answer the account-wide reputation stuff. I think the reason why he didn't answer that yesterday on that interview is actually because he didn't know what they were talking about. Because I think that the implication in his mind is that would you have to make extra alts to do all of the dailies? And that's why I think he didn't answer it, but I don't know that. I'm just guessing because I remember reading that in chat yesterday, and I think that's what the case was. You confident? Get some spicy information? I mean, I don't know about spicy information. I just want to get see what's going on, man. Asking if they plan to put an NPC of you? No, that's just cringe, man. Like, no, I'm not worried about that at all. Where's the sword? Trying to get the player base back. Exactly. No, the thing is that that's what they should be doing. I feel like there are some people out there who think that it's like some 200 IQ thing. Wow, Blizzard is actually interfacing with somebody that they, historically have had, kind of misdealings with, right? You could say with me. This is not some sort of like massive, like it's like, yes, obviously for some reason it's PR, right? All of the interviews are PR. That's the way it goes, right? I mean, it's all PR. Like, they're doing it because they want people to they want to get the message out there that the game is good. What do people expect? Of course that's what's going to happen. It's common sense. You're going to ask Ian about Master Loot? Yes. Yes. Just flat out, yes. Absolutely, I'm going to ask about that. So there are some things that I'm not going to have time for, right? I know there's probably the only thing that I'm going to tell you guys I will not ask and it's just honestly because I didn't even think of it. I didn't even submit it or try to ask about this. Is WoW tokens. I'm not going to ask about WoW tokens because I just genuinely like had so many other things that were more associated with Dragonflight. I didn't think of it, but that's the only one that I probably, because I thought about this morning and I was like, oh fuck, I should have asked that, but like I didn't put that on the list. Right, that's about it. Unless you're gonna say boob sliders? No, I'm not gonna say boob sliders. Like, to be honest, like, I don't think it would even work in WoW because, like, the models are so fixed. So, like, it sounds cool, right? It sounds great, but I don't think that's what's necessarily going to happen. And, Banner, bring up the sword and say, what sword? Yeah, exactly. Gladiator stats. We'll see what happens. That's about 450 plus and more mounts achievements. I mean, if I have time at the end, maybe I'll bring that up, okay? Like, yeah, maybe if I had time at the end. I think that would be fine with me, okay? Free trial changes, I think that's not really one of the big problems right now, but I do think free trial would matter a lot. Absolutely. Probably not going to happen in WoW unless they change the whole engine. Yeah, exactly. Gonna watch any more of the Johnny versus Amber trial? Maybe a little bit more of it today. Yeah, I'm not really entirely sure. Obviously, there's a bunch of other stuff that I have to get into and talk about, so I'm not sure really what I'm going to have time for right now and what I won't. So I'm going to try to do as much as I can and just go from there. And first awkward 5 minutes. No, it's not going to be awkward. The thing is, so you guys might not have known this. I guess that people might not have seen this, but look at this. So I actually, you know, I met Ian before, right? Like I met Ian before at BlizzCon. This is, I think, the first or second year that I went to BlizzCon, and I talked to Ian for a little while. So like, yeah, I met the guy before, and like, I'm sure he's familiar with the videos that I make. I mean, the guy, he used to make WoW videos. You keep that in mind. Like, of course he knows, like, oh yeah, like, wow, this guy fucking plays the game, makes content for the game all the time. He made a video about it. Like, of course he knows what it's gonna be, man. And that's with hair, bro. Like, my hair was as bad then as it is now. Like, it's kind of hit a plateau, to be honest with you. Did they reject any of your questions? No, of course not. There was one question about things being account-wide that they said, hey, you know, why not ask something else instead? Because Taliesin asked that question today. So, like, I swapped it out, right? Because we already got the answer to that. But like, that's the perspective that they've had about it. You see what I'm saying? So, like, it's like common sense there. Are you going to see the clip from Mike Bar? I'll look at that in a bit. I'll look at the Mizkif thing real quick, and then we're going to move past a lot of that stuff. And we're going to go from there. Let's see here. So this is the apology video for the guy that cheated on our show, man. Yeah. This is the apology video. Watch this. Watch this.
Around the sun wrong because I like tried to big brain and misunderstood the question. So down the stretch, there, yeah, you know what? I did succumb to a little bit of temptation.
Lies. Sorry, it's a lie.
Oh.
We caught E cheating like 15 times, so it's a lie. He cheated about 15 times.
That's a lie.
Total lie.
And that's what's so sad about it, you know? Is like, it's not just like, it's not, you can't just come out and say you cheated. You've got to like contextualize it under like a bunch of other bullshit. And then finally, you know, then it's still, so it's like, even whenever he's apologizing, he's lying. Let me see if I can find out where this is. And, oh, so here we go again. One more.
Corrupt motives. Did you cheat in the first episode? My response to that, if you watch that first episode, you could say, who didn't, right? Possibly. We don't know. Did I when I was doing that first episode, I absolutely had the what the fuck was it called? I had my stream up.
Oh,
so I was streaming on my side
man.
Of Twitch
Von,
as well.
man, thanks for
and there
20
were a few
subs,
times
man.
Some of my VIPs did kind of post the answer, and I was like, oh.
Did
Lord,
kind of. Like, I love how he says they did kind of like. Like, did they post, like, did they type half the word and they left a few words out, like, or it's like, oh, well, you know, the answer is 20 plus 5, and it's, oh, it's 25, I got it, right? So, like, what is kinda, like, what does that really mean here? Like, let's get a little bit of a, you know, this would be an objection hearsay right here. What the fuck does kinda mean, man?
So there were a couple instances where like I did like that was kind of fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
I did. That was kind of fucked up.
So, but I did like promptly get him like, yo, that's not cool.
Yeah, he told him it's not cool. He says, why are you doing it right now? They're gonna see that. Save that shit for the fucking, save that shit for the last episode so I can win the 50 grand. Like, that's probably what he told them. He says, don't fucking do this right now. Like, that's not what it's gonna be. I think the saddest thing is the fact that he wanted to, he asked to come on the show. You know what I mean? Like, asked to come on the show just so he can cheat on it, man. Like, oh my God. Game Rack Second Phase just memed and fucking owned it. It was the episode with Alinity. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, a lot of times people are gonna come, listen to this shit was fucking funny. So a lot of times people are gonna come on, they're gonna come on, wait, what was I even saying? Oh yeah, they're gonna come on a show and they're not gonna know anything. Like, for example, like, you could give me any probably like history question or any math question, like I could probably do it, right? As long as there's no fractions and shit. But I could probably do that without even any work. I could do that shit in my head. But the fact is that, like, if you ask me anything about science, that, like, I don't even know how many months are in, how many days are in most months. I have no idea, because this is irrelevant information to me. Like, I don't think about it, I don't know about it. So, like, it's not, you're not stupid for not knowing that. Like, most people don't know that. They haven't been in Destiny hasn't been in high school for over 10 fucking years. Why the hell would he remember that? You know what I mean? But, like, people can't deal with that. And Destiny's confident. Destiny's not stupid. He's not stupid, so he's confident in himself, so he doesn't need to cheat on a show for his ego. He knows he's smart.
So first off, he tried to play it off that he didn't.
Listen to this.
Tips says, hey, EE, I know you don't know.
Actually, 1 second, sorry. Fucking piece of shit. Excuse me. Okay, here we go.
Tips says, hey, EE, I know you don't know who I am and why I'm calling you right now, but I'm going to let you know who I am and what's going on. I'm the chief executive officer here, CEO, like he pretty much said he's like the...
Tips just pulled rank on this guy. Like, he pulled rank on a level that, like, you never even see before. Like, straight up, like, just fucking listing out, like it's like he's the king in Game of Thrones, you know, like fucking protector of the 7 realms, fucking just going all the way down the list, you know what I mean?
The crown jewel of OTK.
First of his name.
Head honcho of
Gladiator
Twitch.
titles.
He pretty much put like 17 labels that just weren't true.
Yeah.
And he's like, look, I'm no bullshitter here. I'm not going to be the one that tries to, like, ask you slowly. You cheated, okay? I want you to admit it right now. You cheated. We know you cheated. It's obvious you cheated. And just tell us bluntly that it happened. Mm-hmm. He did it. Tips was so proud of himself after the call, by the way.
Yep, he rolled the fuck over.
He literally is like, dude, knock it off. Tell us the truth. And he's like, yeah. Okay. My temptations came to me. I may have cheated in the show once or twice.
Oh my God. So that's what happened, man. That's exactly clear comms. That's right. He may have cheated. Like, I love he may have cheated. And you know, like, Miskiff is not paraphrasing. That's probably exactly what he fucking said. Oh my God. Dude tried to steal 50K. I mean, and he would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those pesky clips. Like, that's what it was. I may have. It's just nuts to me, man. Only admitted out of fear, which is worse. Of course it is. The thing is, to me, like, listen. If they're willing to move on, I'm willing to move on. If they're willing to not move on, I'm willing to not move on about this. But, like, I hate the excuses, man. I hate the excuses because it's like everybody was cheating. I may have seen an answer. Get the fuck out of here. Like, it's just so annoying. A moment of temptation and weakness, may have cheated 15 times. Yeah, 15 times, man. It's like, so when you invite him to join OTK, that's gonna be next year, man. We'll actually put that in the meme for the video for it. Exactly. Such a liar and a cheater. It is what it is, man. Like, it's just, stealing the money is fucked up. Like, I mean, I don't know really what else to say about that. I mean, I said whatever. I was gonna watch this and talk about this too. And there's some other stuff. When's the Iron Mouse interview? Probably soon. I don't know. I'll have to see. I'll probably ask her in a couple of days if I don't get a response. So let's see here. Take a look at this.
He's like, that's interesting. He's like, what if the rules were like a little more lax? You know, like what if Twitch was in a way where like, you know, there was a Twitch After Dark section where you could just like it was very understood that this was targeted towards an adult like category, and you were able to do that. And I was like, that would be sick. Like that would be huge for me. He's like, that's interesting. And he was like asking me all these questions, like, yeah, you know, because we could make it so we don't have this yet, but we could make it possibly so that we could separate the advertising. So if people don't want to advertise on like adult level streams, they can choose to opt out and stuff like that. And I was like, interesting.
I don't think this is going to happen.
I mean, it wasn't.
I don't think this is going to happen at all. I think there is a 0% chance of this happening. The reason for that is that if somebody says something, yeah, there's no shot. Like I really don't think so. I think whoever thought this was a good idea, Twitch, is totally wrong. Like, I'm not going to be rude. Totally fucking wrong. So, number one, what is the stuff that's going to make the company look bad? You know, what really is it? It's going to be things that are edgy and things that are sexual, right? So if you have people talking about Twitch and somebody doing porn or something like that, gambling, well, that's happening already. And like you could argue sexual stuff is happening already too, but you see generally what I'm saying, right? And in general, I think things that are politically incorrect, yeah, they're not going to care. It's not like the advertisers are going to be like, oh, well, it happened. Like, for example, let me think of a good way to put this. A lot of times whenever people get in trouble, like PewDiePie or like whatever, PewDiePie, right? Whenever the bridge thing happened, right? He lost sponsors for this. And it's not because he was actively promoting those sponsors at the exact moment that the bridge thing happened. He just lost them because they don't want to be involved with that, period. The advertisers, it doesn't matter if you're directly advertising their stuff at the exact moment that the things are occurring. They don't want to have their content on a platform that has this on there to begin with. So this is what happened with YouTube, for example. So YouTube had like all of these like weird pedo bait videos and stuff like this, right? For like kids to watch, and it was like creepy, weird shit. And the ads were not on these videos in many regards. Many times they were not even on these videos. It's not like the advertisers were on these videos, but they just didn't want to be on a website that provided a platform for this kind of content. And I think that's what the real issue with this stuff is that whenever you're talking about brands like McDonald's, brands like, you know, like a lot of these like different movie companies, etc., they don't want to have their, Elsagate, look that up. Actually, don't. Just take my word for it that it was really creepy and weird, and YouTube had to crack down on a lot of stuff. Just don't look that up. Take my word for it. It's just disgusting. So anyway, this is kind of what happens, and I think this is really fucking weird. Exactly, in a separate service. Exactly. Yes, you need a separate service. It's like Patreon, for example, does not allow like porn. Now, obviously, there are girls that take lewd photos on there, and I'm sure some of them take nude photos on there, but there have been plenty of girls that have been removed from Patreon because of that. And so you have like sexual content, but you don't have porn. And like, where is that line drawn? I think it's on like nudity and like, you know, the focus of like content, etc. It does allow porn. It allows porn now. It used to not allow it. Am I wrong about this? Yeah, it used to not allow it. It's changed. Twitter allows porn? Yes, it does. It does now for sure. Okay, Patreon has porn games. Bad example then. Bad fucking example. Okay, I guess that's not the case. But in general, this is what I'm saying, is I don't think Twitch is ever going to do this because it will tangentially make the content that the advertisers are advertising on, it will link them to it. So like if an article comes out about somebody saying something that's like very politically incorrect, or somebody saying something that is, doing something that's like very sexual or whatever, it's going to say Twitch TV. It's not going to say Twitch TV After Dark. They're not going to say, oh yeah, but it happened at 11:30, so like you can't get mad about it. Like that's not how the advertisers are going to look at it. And in my opinion, I think advertisers are total fucking pussies. I wish these companies would have more of a backbone, because the fact is, if none of the companies put up with their bullshit, the advertisers wouldn't be able to put their bullshit out there in the first place, because they still have to advertise their products. And if nobody's putting up with their bullshit, then they just have to take what they can get. To be honest with you, I fucking hate that shit. I think it's annoying, but that's the world that we live in, and that's why I think it's not going to happen. That's what it comes down to. Time zones wreck this idea. That's a great point. I never thought of that. Yeah, I literally never thought of that. Cartoon Network and Adult Swim. You're right about that. But Adult Swim didn't really feature content. It featured adult content, but it didn't feature adult content. You see what I'm saying? And like also, like, what content was really on Adult Swim back in the day? Aqua Teen Hunger Force, fucking like Full Metal Alchemist, Ghost in a Shell, Evangelion, like, I mean, really, like fucking Space Ghost, Robot Chicken, like all this stuff, right? Boondocks, like, yeah, I mean, Boondocks was a little bit edgy, like, for sure, but like the other stuff, for sure, like, it's just not really, like, this isn't stuff that like advertisers don't really want to be associated with. It's just that, this is like just more adult content, right? That's all there is. But I like Boondocks a lot. I thought it was a good show. And saying half Aqua Teen Hunger Force, have the shit Aqua Teen Hunger Force get you banned on Twitch. I mean, like, not really, but like also it was a product of its time, right? So like there's some things you can say then you can't say now, and that's just the way the world works. I don't agree with it. I'm just saying that's what it is. So yeah, advertisers are too busy trying to pander to Victorian morality. I think it's just that advertisers are too busy trying to pander to the people who talk to them, because the fact is that advertisers don't really care one way or another. They just don't want to be involved in drama. That's literally it. They don't have like some massive like ideology behind this. They're not trying to, change the world with, making certain kinds of, like stuff like that. They're not trying to change the world. They're just trying to get their stuff out there without having it be full of a bunch of bullshit. Does that make sense? Yeah, the Karens writing letters, and like the advertisers freak out about this, but they don't realize that like these Karens writing letters are like 0.1% of the population, and nobody else out there cares about this at all. So that's all it is. Borderlands in general, more slip-ups will happen where nudity was intended after night. Yeah, exactly. Amazon owns Twitch, this will never happen. Yeah, I think so. There's a lot of platforms that already have sexual content. Real Sex, Taxi Cab Confessions, and Cat House. Yeah, exactly. And like this kind of stuff is just, I feel like advertisers are much more, maybe I don't really know how it was back in the 90s or the 2000s, because I was a kid then, but like it seems like advertisers are much more pussies nowadays, to be honest with you. They want nothing to hurt their bottom line. They would rather stay miles away from the edge. Exactly. And unfortunately this is the case. I think that for all content creators, you should never rely on sponsorship or advertising, because you never know whenever they're going to just decide that, something that you said that got taken out of context, or something that you did got taken out of context, or something like, like let's say you live in Russia or something like this, and you just have like all of your advertisers for your stream drop you because you're in Russia. So it's like literally nothing that you did, it has nothing to do with you, but you just get dropped like that. You just get punished because you're part of another larger group. So you don't want to be part of this. Try to be directly funded by your audience. I think anybody who's directly funded by their audience is truly free. If you have people and you have your own like subscribers, members, whatever you want to call it, you're able to sell merchandise, sell a product, that's whenever you're truly free. You can have advertisers beyond that and make more money, that's great, but you don't have to rely on them, and I think that's what the difference is. Now obviously you can still get banned from platforms and nobody's ever really free, yeah, sure, but like you see what I'm kind of saying, right? I think that makes sense, unless you get canceled by your own audience. Who's really ever gotten canceled by their own audience whenever they kept making the same content? Because I think that never really happens. Like, nobody ever really got canceled by their own audience. H3, yeah, but people said that he got really sanctimonious, right? They said he was like always talking about political issues and like being, upset about them. So it was a change in personality that caused this. Well, let's see some more of them. Quinn, people still watch Quinn. They love Quinn. His audience didn't ban him. Twitch did. Arcadum. I think Arcadum is a good example. I feel like, yes, maybe Arcadum is a good example. In my opinion, the only way that you can get canceled by your own audience is if you do something that is counter to your public image. So, like, for example, if they caught, let me think of somebody, Hassan saying the N-word in private, it would be bad for him. But if they caught Keemstar saying that, I think it would just be Wednesday. You know what I mean? That's really what the reality is, because people already expect that of him. People already think he's an asshole. So this isn't counteracting. Like, if Keemstar was actually secretly, doing a bunch of like social justice stuff, I think that would give him a higher chance of being canceled than if he said the N-word. To be honest with you, I do, because people that watch him think like that and they act like that. That's the facts. And I think that's why people get canceled. Yeah. And that's what Pro Jared. Yeah, but Pro Jared, that was a complicated one. Yeah, that's what it is. People are probably going to clip you, make a hate threat on Hassan. No, because he's banned on LSF, so they can't do that. So that won't be an issue. Luckily, but you guys see what I'm saying, though? You see what I'm saying? What about people who want to advertise condoms or similar products? VR chat would make perfect market for those ads. Well, this is the thing that a lot of content creators should realize, and I didn't realize. I talked to Mike from what's his name? The name's weird. Impulsive. Mike Malajek. And he said for every blue chip sponsor, you've got 17 other guys that are trying to sell dick pills that'll give you the same amount of money. Okay, so just swallow your pride, sell your dick pills, and do your edgy content. Okay, yeah, that's the fact. Because he's right. He absolutely is. Like, every single one of these, like, crazy people has sponsors, and it's, like, all these, like, weird stuff. It's like, okay, if you buy these special seeds and plant them, it'll grow into a garden that you can live under whenever the nuclear holocaust happens, or something like this. Just absolute crazy shit, man. Yeah, no one using Twitch needs condoms. That's true too. Zillion OP, remember him? Well, yeah, but again, he changed his public appearance, and so like people thought that he was in a wheelchair, and then that changed. It's the same thing people said. Greek changed. Now I think that obviously a lot of that was bullshit, but in general, that's what people think, and so it's about living up to what your audience has an expectation for. I think that's really what it is. And that's not freedom, though, right? Well, that's what I said before, and nobody's ever really free, right? I mean, of course, obviously, you've got people that are going to want to watch you for certain things. It's kind of like with me. Whenever I decided, like, I don't want to go and, be like this, like, weird community organizer for, like, video game ethics and stuff like this, some people got mad at me. They said, wow, you're giving up, and you suck now, we hate you. And like, obviously, like, some people get upset about that, sure, but like, you have to move forward. And I think that if you want to change your content at all, you're gonna have to expect to have some level of churn whenever you have some people that aren't happy with what you're doing and you have other people that are. That's just the way things go, guys. That's life. If you're free, if your life doesn't depend on other people liking you, yeah, but like, it always does to an extent. Like, I don't know, like, I mean, maybe if you're like a Tibetan monk, it doesn't. But you see what I'm saying? I think that like trying to go for some absolutist approach to things is usually something that's easily countered by logic in a few seconds. However, I think that we should talk about common sense and just like what really makes sense, right? What does this mean functionally in everyday society, rather than some ultimate idea that's like a philosophy. Truth fan is being able to deep throw the microphone for a couple of bucks. Oh, they make way more than that, okay? Let's be honest. Are you gonna ask about heritage armor sets for rest of classes? I hope that I didn't put that on there, right? I think that's the kind of, I want to ask more big picture questions, but yeah, obviously I would want to ask that too, sure. If I have time at the end, I'll maybe tack on a few things like that, sure. Let's see here, but being aware of those limitations can be beneficial? Absolutely. So anyway, there's a few other things that how do you know Mike? I was on a podcast with him. I was. He was the only person who was talking more than I was. I was impressed. Yeah, so that's how I know. It was actually during the, whenever Aiden Ross first came on Twitch, it was like me, it was just all the guys on Scuff Podcast from back in the day, right? So like, it was like, I don't know, a year and a half ago, something like that, sure. And I think I mirror your feelings, do what's true to your heart. Exactly, yeah. And you've got to obviously exchange. And there have been times where people do that and they lose. It's like kind of, you know what a good example of this is, like streaming, right? You have people that, like, a lot of times, how many people do you know have talked about like going into variety streaming and having a lot of trouble with it because a lot of their audience doesn't want to stick around? You see what I'm saying? So like in an abstract way, that's kind of the same point that I'm making. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's kind of the same point that I'm making. And it's 10:45. Yeah. So it's 10:45 and it's going to be at 3. So you can do the math. So yeah, variety, League of Legends streamers, WoW streamers, I've had this problem before. I've talked about it many times. So I think that a lot of people have this issue, and it's difficult to do. And so I think this is the same thing, where people have like an expectation of you for a certain kind of content, and then you start doing another kind of content and it's better. However, I think that, like, for example, this is a very different example, but like sometimes it's beneficial to do different content. So like, for example, remember whenever Machine Gun Kelly used to be a rapper? Nobody gave a fuck about him. But then Eminem effectively ended his rap career and did him the best fucking favor that you could ever do somebody. It gave Machine Gun Kelly, like, now he's got multiple top 40 songs. He's doing incredibly well, making totally different music. So that's actually sometimes good to move away from what you're doing and do something else. So evolving is not always a bad thing. But overall, I think that's, yeah, it dates Megan Fox too, exactly. And so that's what it is. He's going back to rap. Well, yeah, I mean, I think he'll probably try it out again, sure. But, like, you know, it might not see as much success as you will with, like, the punk pop type stuff, right? And Bloody Valentine's a good fucking song. Yeah, I actually think he makes good music. Like, I do. I know it's popular to hate on things that are popular, but I think he's a good musician. He's a good artist, man. And so, yeah, Eminem did say he had to give you a career to destroy it. There you fucking go. And so, anyway, I think that it's not always a bad case, and there are a lot of other people that have, like, moved into doing other things, and it's been incredibly helpful and incredibly lucrative. You know, you look at, like, Elon Musk going from, like, doing PayPal to, like, Tesla or SpaceX or something like that. And now we're seeing Twitter. Where's that going to go? We're not sure. But, you know, time will tell. So it's always a good thing to try to evolve, but it's also never a good thing to do it in a way that's not measured and in a direction that you're confident in. So that's the way I look at it. Yeah, wrestlers became movie actors. Well, I mean, to be fair, they were kind of doing the same thing already, but yeah. Let's look at a few things on Reddit. I didn't do this yesterday because I just simply didn't do this yesterday. So we've got a lot of stuff to talk about and a lot of stuff to look into. You didn't do PayPal? I thought Elon Musk was involved in PayPal. Am I wrong about that? Yeah, I thought Elon Musk played an integral role in PayPal. He was? Okay, yeah, I thought so. All right, so anyway, let's see here. Everyone thinks when Asmon wears a sword, the actual sword is... Oh, come on, man. Oh, fuck. Okay, yeah. Really fucking funny. Please refresh Reddit. Okay, sure. Let me... what do I have to refresh for? What's going on here? Let me go ahead and double check. I'll refresh it right now anyway. Let's go ahead and just do that. That's one of my my mods on Reddit. I'll refresh it right now. Okay, we should be good. All right, so Ian and Zach. Okay, yeah, that's actually a pretty nice picture. I don't know why I'm a girl though, but you know, that's okay. Yeah, that's fine enough for me. You help make it big? Yeah, sure. And again, like the PayPal stuff, I don't really know the details, but like the idea, it doesn't matter like how involved he was. Like you see the idea, it's not like he went from one financial service to another one. He went to a completely different industry, and he was successful in that too. And that's my point that I'm making. It has nothing to do with PayPal or Tesla fundamentally. So let's look over here. Given all the discussion around revenue split and Twitch being complacent with another negative side effect of watching VADs on Twitch, well, here's a really simple question, okay? And this is something, Twitch, please listen. Please listen to this, Twitch. If you don't have exclusivity, why the fuck is somebody gonna watch Twitch whenever they could watch somebody streaming the exact same content on YouTube with better video quality, no in-video ads, and in general, better bandwidth and more stability? Why would somebody ever do this? If you literally present, like, you have two identical things. You are presenting the exact same product twice. And one product is in 480p and the other product is in 1080p. Unless you want to watch a classic WoW video and you want to get nostalgic about it, you're going to watch the 1080p one. That's just the facts. Chat sucks. Chat is not as important as people think it is. Do you know how I know? Because most people don't chat. It's not as important as people think it is. Of course, the people in chat think that it's important. Wouldn't that make sense? Wouldn't that make sense, guys, that the people in chat think that it's important? Okay, so here's the facts, right? Is that I think that chat is about the reason why about 25% of people watch Twitch. And they enjoy the chat and the community aspect, but the other 75%, and let's not get mired down in the numbers here. Maybe it's 60-40, maybe it's 70-30, maybe it's 80-20. Like, I don't really know, but I think the majority of people don't really care that much about chat. Like, the amount of emotes and things like this in the chat do not really improve the quality of the experience for them. And if they weren't watching that, it wouldn't really matter. Look at somebody like Dr. Disrespect. You're not going to watch Dr. Disrespect for the chat. Oh, wow, he finished a game with Shroud and they're spamming firm handshakes again. Amazing. This is incredible. How could this ever possibly happen? You know, it doesn't matter. So there's a lot of people who chat matters more for, though. However, I want to say this. This exists on a spectrum. So, for example, a streamer like me, I'm about like probably, I don't know. I'm kind of in the middle because I read chat a lot. I interact with chat a lot. So it makes it more complex. But you watch somebody like Forzen and a big appeal is the chat. You watch somebody like Old Greek, a big appeal is the chat. You watch somebody like Old Mitch, and even Mitch now to an extent is the chat. But you watch somebody like Doc, somebody like Shroud, somebody like maybe Nick Merckx. I'm trying to think of some other people. A lot of these people, they don't actually, E-Rob, chat is a big part of the content. A lot of these people, like, chat is not part of their stream, and it's just something that exists simultaneously. Does that make sense? So, like, yeah, some people are going to stick around for that, but I think that's the minority of streams. If you want me to be totally honest with you, I think that the amount of like super involved, like super users on Twitch is it's like maybe 20-30% of the audience. And everybody else, if they have an option to watch something either on YouTube or on Twitch, they're going to choose YouTube. Because YouTube has a chat, it's just not as good. And also, that's a lot easier to solve than a business model. Like, Twitch's business model is fucked. Because if you're making people watch ads in the middle of a stream, that is going to make them leave the stream. That's going to frustrate them, and it is inherently cannibalistic. It is much easier to fix a chat experience than it is to fix a fucking business model. Like, let's be honest. So YouTube is making a better on that. Well, let me see if I can find the clip. A guy that it's the new guy that runs YouTube Gaming was talking about this yesterday. Let's see if I can find it here. Yeah, there we go. Take a look at this, guys. So this is a comment made by the guy who's running YouTube, global head of gaming creators. Lots coming in YouTube Gaming in the next 2 weeks. Also, PSA, the YouTube's rev share across funding features, i.e. supers and memberships, remains 70-30. What a convenient thing to mention right now. And our YouTube partner program doesn't require any form of content exclusivity. In my opinion, I think that if Twitch doesn't require exclusivity, people will migrate off the platform very quickly. I think that they will because of the ad experience and the fact that it's cannibalistic towards the content. Now, if YouTube implements the same thing, I still think that people are going to stay on YouTube instead because YouTube has built up a, they in general, like the ads on YouTube aren't that much louder than the videos, right? Like there's little things like that. And also, I just think the YouTube video player is better. Like, straight up. Like if we're gonna watch like a big event or something like that, I pull it up on YouTube instead of Twitch because it's just a more stable player. There's less lag, there's better quality. It's just a better player in every regard. So why would somebody go to Twitch and watch something on Twitch unless that's the only place that they can see it on? And that's honestly the facts. So if Twitch is going to drop the exclusivity thing, they really need to rethink their entire business model because all they're doing whenever they're dropping exclusivity is saying to a lot of people, you might as well watch it on YouTube at this point. You guys see what I'm saying? Twitch app is better now? Yeah, I think Twitch app is definitely better now. Yeah, it absolutely is. But like also like pre-rolls on Twitch are like usually longer than pre-rolls on YouTube. Creators have less control over them. So like you have some people that, you know, they get a pre-roll. Like for example, like if I get a pre-roll and I'm watching a new streamer, a person I've never seen before, I just go and watch somebody else because it's a barrier to entry. Like you guys ever had this happen? You're on your phone, you're on the Twitch app, right? And let's say you don't have ad block, and you open up a stream and it plays an ad and you close it and you go back to YouTube, or you go to Twitter or something like that. It's like, yeah. Think about how many people they lose because of that. Right? That happens a lot. Ad 1 of 8, unskippable. Well, that's because the streamer's playing it themselves. That's very different. But just in general, I think this is a huge problem that Twitch is going to have. And I think Twitch is being too complacent about it. And simultaneously saying that, you know, like, oh, we're going to cut down your revenue, etc. I think this is a very, very worrying thing. International ads are much more fleshed out and better on YouTube. Yeah, I've heard the same thing, actually. And also, the reason why they're better on YouTube, this is like more tech stuff, so like I'm not going to get into this too much. But Google AdSense, there's a reason why people thought Google was going to take over the world. And people still think it will. The reason is because they are really fucking good at what they do. Google AdSense and Google Analytics is the best analytical program in the world. It just simply is. Like Amazon, the Amazon analytics and algorithms for ads are not even in the same universe as Google. They're very good and they're getting better, but it's like, it's like a car next to a tank. You see what I'm saying? Like Google is just, AdSense is state of the art. It's the best that there is. So yeah, keep that in mind. It's the same with mobile games. Ad plays, close game. Exactly. And so browsing streams on YouTube needs to be better. You're exactly right. And I think that they should work on that too. It's better for all of the content creators on Twitch and YouTube and the viewers if there's a healthy competition between the two platforms, because I do think that competition to a degree does breed excellence, and I think that a lot of positive things happen. I think the best example that I can give you of competition breeding excellence and being positive for the consumer is back whenever, remember Xbox One came out with a bunch of consumer unfriendly practices, like you couldn't resell games, like it had to be always connected to the internet, and you had to have a webcam on it, right? Sony comes out and they say, we're not doing that, and Xbox could not compete in the market because Sony would not do that. So they had to go back and adopt their previous consumer-friendly practices because their competitors will drive them out of the market if they don't. So that's a good example that I can give you of how that happens and why that happens. Yeah, Sony, ever since then, I bought PlayStations. I'm going to be honest with you. I have. Like, it's not like I hate Xbox. I love Xbox. I'm the biggest Halo fan. Like, I say that. I've never even played Halo Infinite, right? I've been so busy doing other stuff. But I used to be the biggest Halo fan. Like, I like Xbox. I'm super happy that, like, Microsoft bought Blizzard Activision. Absolutely. But, like, I don't know. Like, PS3 is just PS3, PS4, PS5. It's just a better product. That's all there is to it. And so yeah, that's all it comes down to. So yeah, I think this is going to definitely hurt Twitch if they decide to get rid of exclusivity. It really will. PlayStation 5's model sucks too. No backwards compatibility. I don't know the details for that, so I don't want to get into that right now. But let's see what some people think about this. PS3 was not better than the 360. PS3 did play Blu-ray, but I'll give you that. Yeah, I think the transition happened in PS4 and PS5. Sure, I think that it's much more arguable. I think, yeah, PS4 is superior to Xbox One, and I think that the PS5 is generally, like, really, really good. I think my PS5 is really good. So, yeah, PS2, and yeah, PS2 is the greatest console of all time. Like, even though, like, my favorite console was Super Nintendo. Like, let's be honest, because that's what I grew up on. PlayStation 2 is fucking numerically the greatest console of all time, and there's nothing even remotely close. That's all there is to it. PS2 was king for nearly 10 years. Think about that. It's unreal. Like, it had a DVD player whenever most people didn't. It still used VCR. It was ridiculous, man. Let's see here. YouTube gang, there it is. I was about to say the other one. For me, as a non-sub, ads during other streams don't bother me as much as streamers have control over it, except you get pre-rolls sometimes. If the streamer has gone too long without running them, streamers usually have to run them only whenever they get out for food or bio. However, ads for VODs can go burn in hell. They're always right at hype points, and I completely agree with the guy on this point. Isn't that part of the bad, not the good? Streamers usually run whenever they don't have to. Click on your favorite streamer, it loads and you see 8 ads, so you wait for them to finish, and then you see a streamer still AFK, so you click another streamer, get 1 minute of ad, and then you watch it, and then the streamer is currently just talking about thigh food instead of playing the game, despite being in the game category. So then you click on another streamer, and you get no ad. The streamer dies to a boss, says it's been an hour, and begins rolling 8 ads. At this point, you spend 5 more minutes just trying to find something you can put on your second monitor without having to pay attention to it anyway, so you open up YouTube and watch the first 1 hour video of a dude eating street food in China. It happened to me so many times already. True. I love this fucking comment. This is great. Like, you just can't get away from it, man. It's awful. Yeah, ads suck, but it doesn't help how Twitch does ads. I think that ads... The thing is that, in my opinion, I don't think ad block is a solution to the ad problem. Because I do think that ad block will eventually stop working. Like, I know people will say, oh, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. There is a multi-billion-dollar industry that is vested heavily in making this happen. They will make it happen, guys. Like, they will make it happen. It's going to happen. And that's all there is to it. Now, obviously, it's going to be a little bit different, but it already has. Yes, it's already started happening. And there's already been, you know, there's a Black Mirror episode about this, and apparently some executives saw that and thought it was a good idea. And now they're having a thing that might track your eyeballs to make sure that you're actually watching an ad whenever the ad plays. Can you imagine that? That's crazy. And just keep this in mind. This is only step 1 or 2. What does step 5 look like? I don't even want to know. But like what I'm saying is that I feel like we should talk about which ads are good and which ads are bad, rather than all ads are bad or all ads are good, because I don't think that people will have a chance to choose all or nothing in the future. That's what I think is going to happen. Fuck that. There will always be people, and this is what's going to happen, right? There will always be people that will be able to subvert the ads. But those people and the barrier to entry to doing that will become larger and larger and larger. Do you see what I'm saying? So, like, yes, obviously you can still do it if you want to invest a lot of time into this, but doing that will take so much more time. Obviously, there will always be maybe some way that you can avoid them or something like that. But, like, you know, like, are you willing to download an add-on? Are you willing to download a program? Are you willing to download a registry edit? Are you willing to download, you know, an exe file and like, have it running in the background on your computer, right? Like, what level are you willing to do on a computer? And, like, also, whenever you guys say yes, who watches the watchers? Who watches the watchers? I don't know, guys. Like, I'm, like, especially a registry edit file. Like, I don't think I would do that. I would rather watch an ad. I would rather watch an ad than download a registry edit file from a fucking random third-party ad blocking service, because who knows what they're gonna do with your stuff? They have less accountability. So yeah, that stresses me out too. Absolutely, Asmongold. Well, it's not that I'm not afraid, but yeah, I mean, of course, I think that if you get to that level, it's going to happen. Open source stuff, though, you never know what's going to happen. And all I'm really saying is that I do think that ads in the future will be unskippable. I think in one way or another, and it could be in a way that we have not even imagined yet. This is something that we don't even know has happened yet, but I think it really will. I think that a lot of people are saying no because they don't want it to be true, not because they don't think it will be true. That's what my opinion is. I think that many people are just saying no because they're like, well, I don't want this to be true. It's not true. And that's it. No, look at history. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. And Neuralink, yeah, that's not going to be for 50 more years, man. Interactive ads are unskippable, and I think that might happen, man. If ads are unskippable and never watch Twitch again, yeah, but then what are you going to do? You're going to go to YouTube? What happens whenever YouTube does the same thing? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it's just, and then, so what are you going to do? You're going to go back to reading books? I mean, you're going to go back to playing video games? So there's ads in video games now, too. Imagine that. Like, you guys have seen this before? Like, there are ads now being put in video games? Like, you're just, like, basically, you're like, the island that you're living on outside of ads is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. you know, that's about it. Retro only? Well, I think that, yeah, obviously you'll still have ways to do that, but if you want to participate in popular culture and consume anything new, this is what's going to happen. So unless you want to be stuck in 1995, which, to be honest with you, I wish I was, you know, you're going to have to accept this to a certain degree. And again, I don't like ads. You guys know I never run ads on my stream. I don't. I don't run ads. I could make I could probably make millions of dollars a year if I ran ads on my stream consistently. But the reason why I don't do it is because my viewers don't like it, and I think it would in general hurt the stream. And I'd rather just not do it. That's all there is to it. Yeah, that's really all there is to it. I run them at the end of my stream, non-stop whenever I'm basically ending. That's what I do at the end, and that's it. And Hassan does. That's because Hassan's under contract to do it. And Hassan also negotiated for the minimum amount too. So that's important to keep in mind. And Ludwig has a short video with a pretty good take on his Mogul Mail channel. Oh, I'm actually really curious to hear what he has to say. Let's see about this. Yeah, I want to watch this. Okay, here we go. Let me mute this.
Hello, how's it going, boys? Welcome back to Mogul Mail. Today, we're talking about Twitch.
Ludwig.
Oh, Ludwig making a Mogul Mail video about Twitch. How new
Imagine
and
that.
interesting and exciting. Yeah, I know. I get it. Okay, it's kind of like you looking up your ex-boyfriend or girlfriend's Instagram page. The only difference,
I haven't done that today.
I'm paid to be here. Anyway, they're trending on Twitter today because of a Bloomberg article about changes they're trying to make to their partner program. Changes they're trying to make to become more profitable. Right, it's the key. We'll talk about that later. Let's go over the changes. First one, pretty simple. Incentives for more ads. New tier
Oh, by
system.
the way, I forgot to mention this. I talked to Devin. We'll probably be doing something together about like this more in detail. You guys know how much I like graphs. You know how much Devin likes graphs, and he'll probably come on the show, and we'll talk a little bit more about the future of the website and stuff like that. Probably next week or so. He's doing something this weekend, and so then after that, we're gonna do that. Maybe for like an hour or so or whatever. It'll be good. I'm excited. We love graphs.
Don't really know
After this, if you guys really love graphs, how many of you guys love graphs so much that you want to see me spend 30 minutes telling you how many bots Lost Ark has? Because if you want that, I will give it to you after this. A lot of people have wondered about this, and I will fucking prove it.
Means, but okay. No more exclusivity. Very interesting.
Very interesting.
All right, because right now, if you're a partner, you can only stream on Twitch.
There
this
it
will
is.
open up people to being able to stream on Twitch and YouTube.
My best advice for smaller streamers is to stream, not take partnership until you get a lot more popular, and stay as an affiliate. That way, you stay and you keep your you keep your own exclusivity. Right? You don't have exclusivity, and stream on both platforms.
Simultaneously.
Oh, also, I might be in Ludwig's. I was talking to Nick about this. I might be in Ludwig's Fortnite tournament. I've been practicing a little bit off stream, playing a little bit. I might play with Nick on his team.
A lot of people believe, and I do too, is a better way to grow overall. You're just reaching more people. And then the final one is the one I skipped over,
it's exclusive?
which is the
I'm
new
wrong.
revenue split, 70% to 50%. Now that number's going down, which is bad for creators. And I
That's
at first read
definitely
this
bad.
and I was like, okay,
That's big
new
bad.
revenue split 70% in just for your guys' understanding. This is
Yeah.
for subs, right? So 70% of a $5 sub is $3.50. Most big creators are currently getting that $3.50. Most of them. Some of them aren't. 'Cause
Okay.
They kind of stopped giving it out. Like I know Atrioc, for example, has like 6,000 subs. He gets the plain old 50-50 sub split because they just kind of stopped giving out the better split. So I
think they stopped giving it out too because a lot of people like you can still get the split. I mean, but says Disgusto. So for sure these aren't changes. Yeah, we're always talking about hypotheticals, and that's why we're talking about them. I think it's better to talk about hypotheticals in a way than actually propose changes. This way we can get our feedback out there right now so we can hopefully change the course of what's going to happen. You see kind of where I'm coming from here? Wubby has 28K subs and still 50-50. Yeah, that shouldn't be the case. He's got more subs than I do. I've got 27,987. So yeah, I almost have 28K. But you see what I'm saying? Like I don't have a lot either. But like I do have 70-30. I've had it for pretty much ever since I started streaming.
thought this was something
Well,
they've
there's 30K?
already
That's
implemented,
crazy.
which is stopping
Congrats
new
to him.
creators from getting the 50-50 split. But it turns out they're considering taking people who are currently making 70% for every sub
Like
and just
investment.
slicing it down to 50, which is
Hey guys, I'm not trying to bait subs. I appreciate everybody that subs. Don't feel like you have to sub. You don't have to give me money. I'm a multimillionaire. If you want to sub with a Twitch Prime or something, I appreciate it, but I don't need your subs. I'm chilling. Just watch the show. Have a good time, guys. Like that's you don't worry about it. Like I make so much money. It's not a big deal. Yeah, that's it. That's why I only sell out for Twitch Prime. You know, like because that shit's free. If anybody's gonna give me money, it's gonna be Jeff.
kind of crazy.
Yeah,
That's
take
a
care of yourself, man.
20% pay cut
Treat
for
yourself.
thousands of streamers. That's a lot of people who are going to be losing a lot of money. Now, it doesn't really affect people like XQC or Miz who are already set. Okay, they've crossed the threshold of, I don't care how much you fucking make. It's already too much.
Well, number one, yes, you're totally right about that. But number two, it's also that those people will probably retain their 70-30% because they're in a tier of their own. These are people that are, they're pulling down, 40, 80, 100K viewers a stream, right? They're super fucking popular. Like anybody who's getting over 40,000 viewers a stream, like pretty much ever, like these people they're operating on a different level of than everybody else, right? It's just as she had 300K last night or yesterday doing Overwatch. I saw that. Gamarash with the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You're a huge streamer too. Yeah, I'm very popular. You're right. Yes, I'm actually more popular on YouTube. If you count my clips channel and my official channel, I had over 100 million views on YouTube last month. Isn't that crazy? That's a lot.
Bunch of people in the middle, though, who are just getting kind of slammed. Let's take, for example, somebody like
There's a lot,
Coney.
right? Yeah.
Coney is a Smash Ultimate commentator and streamer, and he's like 2,000 subs.
Okay.
You make $250 on it, you walk away with about $5,000.
Well, yeah, that's actually a really good way to look at it. Because, like, this is a good point. Like, this is what I said, it hurts people in the middle, right? I don't know, but I would say he saw what I said, but, like, it's common sense. He doesn't need to. Like, if you make $350 on 2,000, like, let's say 2,000 times 3.5, what is that? That's fucking, what is that? Times 3.5, 2,000, that's like 7,000. So that's like 7,000. And then if you take 7,000 and then you take it to 50-50, 50-50 is like, that's only 4,000. Imagine how big of a difference it is. Diaphanous, thank you very much for the 5 good subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So yeah, it's 5,000. Sorry, I don't know why. I'm just like, maybe it's in the morning, but like, yeah, it's 5,000. Like you're losing $2,000 a month. That is fucking massive. That is absolutely fucking massive for somebody to lose that much money, man. Like, it's insane. Don't forget the tax. Yeah, you're right. Like, if you include tax in the additional tax bracket, you're really only losing, I don't know, $1,700 a month, right? Like, let's just say, I don't want to get into that. You guys see what I'm saying. It's a tremendous amount of money that people lose that are smaller creators.
Before taxes, the taxes are a little bit higher because you're a contract worker.
Horizon, thanks,
$60K
guys.
a year.
Whitebeard, thanks for your fun.
You get that extra dollar,
Horizon, thanks
right?
a lot.
$250 to
Whitebeard, thanks a
$350.
lot.
All of a sudden, you're making $7,000 a month.
Yeah, a lot of people, the 350 split for like a big streamer, like, because like really, I mean, if you have 2,000, 3,000 subs, you're a big streamer. That's the difference between making a 6-figure salary and not. That's fucking huge. Like that's like it's like if you look at that over the course of a year, that's like $20,000. It's tremendous. Could be more than that.
Okay, $84,000 a year. That's looking.
Oh no, poor streamer can't make 6 figures for nothing. Oh no, Jeff Bezos can't make 9 figures for nothing. You understand? Like, you're mad that a streamer, if it's for nothing, then just go do it. You'll make the money yourself. If it's so easy, go do it.
Pretty good. All right, that's a juicy payout. That's a
Only
nice
9.
job to have.
Well, those are just
and
his
it makes a big
residual
difference
earnings.
for a lot of creators who are just starting to do this full time. So a lot of people were reasonably upset about this.
Yeah.
And a lot of bigger creators we're also kind of annoyed at the ad changes.
I think so too. I'm upset about it. Yeah, I think it's bad for smaller streamers. It's dumb. But what I'm really concerned about more than anything is I'm concerned about how this is going to hurt Twitch on a macro level versus YouTube. The
Twitch viewers hate watching ads. It's not ingrained into the culture at all. If you watch a YouTube video, like maybe one of my videos, you might notice there's like a lot of ads, like a lot, like every couple minutes. My bad. But most of you guys don't care.
But that's money, and you know it's fucking money. And so you're going to run it. And the people on YouTube already there's a culture on YouTube that is more accepting of ads than a culture on Twitch. Why is that? It's very simple. It's because ads are not cannibalistic towards the content on YouTube. If you watch an ad on Twitch, you are not watching the content. If you watch an ad on YouTube, you are waiting to watch the content. And also because you can skip them. You're right about that.
And there are studies that show that viewership does not change on YouTube, even with higher ad density. You know, if you run an ad every 5 minutes versus an ad.
Just a minute. I got to send a message to Cat Danny. We need to start running 5 ads every hour for every video. Let's start uploading 10-hour videos. Just repeat the same content. Okay. All right. We're good. Just a second. All right. Yeah, let's go back.
Every 3 minutes,
I just saw something.
People don't really care because it's ingrained in the culture, and the ads aren't very intrusive. You can just immediately hit the skip button.
Exactly.
And Hassan even talked about this. He said, when I negotiated my contract, I knew this was coming. So I locked in 1 minute of ads per hour. And this is in his bespoke contract because he's a much larger creator.
Yeah.
And he's right. That is a very, very low number. I mean, most people are doing triple, quadruple, even quintuple that amount of ads per.
More than that. Even like there are people that have to run six minutes of ads. Like I'm not kidding. Like imagine 6 minutes of ads. That's like every 10 minutes, one of those minutes is an ad.
Hour. 1 minute of ad an hour is nothing. I mean that's a very small amount. And then Pokey tweeted out, IMO Twitch should implement ads that don't directly interfere with the stream. Sidebar, picture-in-picture, underlay, etc. I understand advertisers are.
We've been asking for that for years. Like I don't know why they don't do that too. I think they just need better tech for it. I totally agree.
Essential to make a platform profitable, but intervening with the viewer's experience isn't how they should go about it. I agree. Let's take a look. All right, this is incognito tab. Let's just boot up XQC stream. I want my Overwatch 2 drops. Unskippable 30-second ad. Right? You can't see
30 seconds.
30-second ad. That's crazy.
Oh my God.
That's a crazy thing. Especially because most people who watch on desktop are
30
like
seconds.
Around. You know, you're like, okay, what's XQC doing? Overwatch? Well, okay, I'm going to switch over to Mizkiv. And they give you another ad. This is another 30-second ad. Even though I watched 15 seconds of the other one.
You can't get away from it. And it's like also another thing that like Ludwig might not even mention is it's the same fucking ad. It's the same thing. You're watching the same fucking ad again and again and again.
It doesn't matter. I have to watch a full 30-second ad just to switch over to Mizkiv, which is frustrating as hell.
It's
all right,
too much.
And then take this with YouTube, where you have the ad here at the top, and then I want to watch Darman.
My name is Nikki Terranova. I work with United States Veterans.
Hi, Nikki.
I love what I do.
Oh,
and
wow,
that
that's
is
really
in
cool. I don't give a shit.
What? We can decorate that last.
And now, since I just watched an ad, I can switch to another video. And they won't serve me another ad. Because the way YouTube works is they know how recently they just served you an ad, and they won't serve you back-to-back ads within a minute because
they have a better analytical structure than Amazon does. Amazon, my understanding is AWS, Amazon Web Hosting, is the best web hosting on the planet. But their ads are not. That is not their strong suit.
They know you'll leave the platform if that happens. So they very intentionally check. You just watch an ad, you don't have to watch another one. That's why a creator can't put an ad every 5 seconds. YouTube won't serve those ads even if they're meant to be there by the creator. Twitch doesn't have that technology yet, which makes it really frustrating. And it makes me pay $9 a month for Twitch Turbo, which if you don't know is basically like their YouTube Premium. It's their ad-free service. Paying $9 for a goddamn ad blocker because I can't get it to work on my mobile phone. I tried to jailbreak it, didn't work. And it's crazy. And it's crazy. And it makes sense. It makes sense because, look, Twitch loses a lot of money. This is their revenue over the past 5 years. And in 2020, they made $2.3 billion, which is pretty good. And in advertising revenue, they made $750 million. Not bad, pretty good. Right? That was one of the biggest growths they had, and it was during COVID-19. Obviously, a lot more people watching Twitch.
Right.
YouTube that same year, $120 billion.
I think that's a bit more. So that's like the same number, except there's 2 zeros behind it? Huh. That is a lot more. That's way more, isn't it? Oh, my God. Yeah, it's just the same number, except there's a couple zeros behind it. Ain't that something?
So we're not...
Even with Twitch Prime, you get ads. Back in the day, like way back in the day, you used to not get ads if you had Twitch Prime. Like if you Twitch Prime to somebody's stream, you wouldn't get ads. And then they got rid of it like 2018, like late 2017, something like that. Who remembers that? Anybody
really
remember
in
that?
the same ballpark. But
Yeah.
the bigger problem is how much money Twitch is hemorrhaging. I mean, they are burning through money. They have hundreds of engineers who they hire full-time people, and paying staff is not cheap. What products have Twitch released in the past 6 months to a year that these engineers are working on? Why do you have so many engineers?
Well, we had the thing where if you watch an ad, you have to watch another ad. And so that took the people that worked there, it took them a year to do. And like this year, they're going to have it to where like if you watch an ad and then you watch another ad, you have to watch another ad after that.
It's so bloated and nothing comes out for 9 months. And I've spoken to a lot of high up product managers at Twitch, and they have great ideas. They're smart people.
They are.
But it's impossible to get them through. They're not really working like a well-oiled machine. And that's not to even talk about how much money they're losing with Twitch Prime.
I think also, like, yeah, Twitch Prime for sure. Because, like, every Twitch Prime that they pay out, think about it, right? Every Twitch Prime is a minus 3.5 or a minus 2.5 on Twitch's fucking accounting. Like, that's every single one. And that's a lot of fucking money, man. Also, if you get something, yeah, there's a lot, man. It is.
Are you kidding me? I mean, Twitch Prime's amazing, and it immediately made a lot more people
able to make a living.
Sub count explode and be able to go full time, and better content came.
It's good,
but they lose money on that, right? And you can say marketing spends over and over and over, but eventually you have to prove it to the big dogs. Twitch will have to prove to Amazon that these marketing expenses and us losing millions, if not tens of millions of dollars every month is actually good. This is good for you. And eventually, Amazon won't want to hemorrhage money. They will want to turn profitability. Like,
I think that's what's happening now. If you want me to be totally honest, I think that's why this is happening. Like the reason why these problems are occurring is because of Amazon seeing Twitch not making a lot of money, seeing Twitch not returning this revenue, and then that's what happens. That's what like these things are happening because of that. Because, like, you're right. I think that Twitch, a lot of people at Twitch, like, there hasn't been a lot of innovation with streams in the past, like, 2 years. Like, there have been small things where, like, if somebody runs an ad, sometimes you get, like, the ad is the full screen, and then, like, it basically, like, the stream turns into, like, me, where the ad is Ludwig. You see what I'm saying, right? You guys had, like, the picture-in-picture thing happen? Like, there's that, subbed hype trains, there's that, let's see. Why should there be? Yeah, but what I'm saying is like, yeah, there's that. It's muted. Yeah, it's muted too. So like, it's still fundamentally cannibalistic, but like, you can make an argument that it is slightly better. It's like 20% better. But Summit Stream does that. Yeah, I've seen that. The point system. I think channel points are a great idea. Like Twitch having channel points into predictions and polls and stuff like that, that is a universal W by Twitch. Great fucking idea. Whoever thought of that, I hope they're in charge of more things in the future. However, there's a lot of things that happen that are just really not that useful to an average content creator. And they're not really helping advance the website or innovate the website.
Like all Silicon Valley companies must eventually do is at least have a game plan to be profitable. And that's the same problem that companies like Netflix and Uber are currently struggling with. And the difference is this is not a public company that has to report to shareholders and, maybe can stick around a little longer. They have to report to Amazon. So if Amazon
That's worse.
one day comes down and is upset, and it's Jeff Bezos, and he's just fuming and going, Twitch has to respond,
by the way.
and they have to have some plan. And I think that's why they've made all these changes. That's why they want more ads for every streamer, because ads are a more scalable way for profitability. That's why they want to reduce the amount of money they're blowing and losing on subscribers. And maybe there's a day where they remove Twitch Prime. They know internally that doing that is like...
I don't think they're going to remove Twitch Prime. I feel like, I don't know. I don't know. Is this going to happen in 10 years or something like this? Fuck. Maybe it will. But, I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. They have to? I don't really think so.
Firebells.
I feel like Twitch Prime not removing ads probably makes it to where it's not a minus 3.5, it's maybe a minus 1.
Ringing, this is okay with the little dog sitting around fire meme. It wouldn't go over well. And I'll leave you off with this. Hey, nothing like my boss Lester coming in here. This is one of the heads of gaming.
This is the exact tweet that I
Lots coming to
looked
YouTube
at.
Gaming next 2 weeks. Also, PSA, YouTube's rev share across fan funding features, supers, memberships, remains 70-30.
Isn't that interesting?
Now, I'll admit that
Yeah.
I do think that right now, if you're a new creator and you don't get a deal from a platform, Twitch has a lot more to offer, just in discoverability. Even though it's not the best discoverability platform, it's still better than YouTube Gaming. Because Lord knows when I go to youtube.com and I scroll down here, like I always do, scroll down on the left and click live, this isn't great. This isn't the greatest thing of all time, right? Like Nora
Ludwig's on contract. Non-disparagement clause. I'm not. It's fucking garbage. It's absolute trash. It is probably the worst thing I've seen ever. Mixer was better than this. And Mixer is in the toilet. If YouTube was built around live streaming, it would be in the dumpster. Fix it tomorrow.
Jones, why are they?
Joke.
This is one human. Okay, there's Doc. That's someone who should be in like the like-minded group of streamers, of gaming streamers that I should.
There's like no
be watching.
categories or anything.
But it's impossible. It's all a mess. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna wait here for this Jake Paul stream.
Oh, thank God.
And hang out with Janice in Colton. Anyway, thanks for watching the video, boys. If you haven't, can you subscribe? All right. We keep getting more viewers on videos than we have subscribers, and it would be cool if the number went up because it makes me feel good. And that's all. See you guys next time. All right. Goodbye.
That's a good video. I agree with pretty much everything he said. I do. I think this is going to be a good thing. I'll link the video for you guys. I think this is Ludwig's other channel. And that way you guys can take a look at it. And I think this is very true. Quantum? Oh my God. What happened with Quantum? Oh my God. What happened with fucking Quantum? Is it more drama? Oh my God, are you kidding me, bro? Like, there's so much we have to get through today. Just Kira covering it? Okay. I'll look at the Kira TV video in a bit, but like, let me finish this. So, do you guys want to find out? How many bots Lost Ark has? Do you guys want to find out how many bots the game has? So, let's look at it from an analytical perspective, and let's look at the graphs. So, let's start right now. And we're going to look at some confounding variables and confounding data. And I'm going to refresh all of these, and we're going to go through all of this. Give me 1 second, and we'll go ahead and go through here. Look at this one here. Look at this one here. All right. So, we've got everything set up here. So we have, this is obviously the game went down. And so this is going to be showing right here. Yes, validation. This is going to be more than validation. So gentlemen, today I would like to begin by talking about how many bots Lost Ark as a game has, and how we can compare this to other games in order to remove the botting population from the game itself. Now, let's go ahead and start at the very beginning. We're going to look at the SteamDB info of Lost Ark. As you can see here, this game is in an incredibly healthy state, and there are over 500,000 people that are playing it every single day. But the question for you, are they people? Well, let's find out. So we're going to look at 572 peak. We're going to look at 527 valley. Right? This is the highest. This is the lowest. Differential of somewhere around 150,000 people. So let's go ahead and keep that number in mind right now. 150,000 people differential from the highest to the lowest. 155 down to 445. So that's about 100 differential, maybe a little bit more, 100,000 differential. So the way that we're going to tell this is we're going to be looking at the amount of people that go offline and online. Because as you know, one of the big differences between players and bots is that bots don't sleep. So let's go look at a few other games that have different populations and different growth curves. So let's look at Final Fantasy. So this seemed like a server going down. So Final Fantasy goes up to, and of course, this is not a this is not Final Fantasy's all of their players, but this is just simply a fraction of the players. But I think this is a fair fraction to use. It's kind of like if you take a slice out of an apple pie, the slice is still an apple pie. So keep it in mind. Don't look at the number, look at the graph and the differential. So it has a peak of 39,000 players and a valley of about 19,000 players. That's about a 50% differential. Whenever you're looking at this one over here, and again, this is 150 to 150 out of almost 700. So this is only like maybe a 30% differential. So you see what I'm saying? Is that the amount that the graph goes down is much smaller in Lost Ark than it is in Final Fantasy. Now, why is that? They're both MMOs. I would assert my hypothesis that it's because of bots. I would. And the reason why is because a lot of Asian players are not playing on Steam, and a lot of Korean players are also not playing on Steam. This is mainly US and some EU countries, and all of these games are popular around the world. So let's go ahead and we're going to look at all of the rest of this. So using one game to collaborate this is not a very good idea, is it? So let's just keep looking at some other ones. Let's look at New World, okay? So New World goes all the way up to almost, let's say, 30,000 just to make it easy, and it goes all the way down to 16,000. So we're looking at about a 40 to 45 to 50% differential between the peak of the game during that day and the valley of the game during that day. Now let's go ahead and look at this game, 27,000 to 12,000. That's even more than a 50% differential. And you look at this one here, 26,000 all the way down to 7. Servers could have gone down there, to be fair. So as you can see here, the game is observing about a 50% fluctuation daily in average users. You're going from 100%, let's say this is 100%, to 50%, to 100%, to a little bit lower than 50%. But you can see this, right? It's 100%, 50%, 100%, 50%, 100%. Servers went down 100%, 50%, 100%, 50%, right? And this would be 0% with no players, right? Let's look at Dota. Dota, extremely popular game all around the world. Peak, 600,000 players. Valley, 300,000 players. Again, showing about a 50% differential between the highest amount of players daily and the lowest amount of players daily. Again, 100%, 50%, 100%, 50%, 100%, 50%. Isn't this interesting? Now, let's also compare another game, Counter-Strike. Same graph. I don't have to do it again, but I'll do it again. 50%, 100%. 50%, lower than that, actually. 50%, 100%. 50%, 100%. You guys see how there's obviously a much larger fluctuation. Apex Legends, again, the same type of general graph. And I want to make it very clear that I know that not all users of certain games like Final Fantasy and Apex Legends are playing them exclusively on Steam. However, I believe that taking a fraction of the player base and using this to extrapolate player base behavior is fair, because it's not taken based off of their player base, their playing, the nature of how they play the game. It's just taken as a random sample of people that are playing the game in this way. Vampire Survivors, again. So this game obviously has been much more affected by Twitch viewership, as you guys can obviously see. So there's a confounding variable in this that makes it harder to judge. But whenever it's not being streamed on Twitch a whole lot, so let's look here, 49,000, 28,000. 44,000, 25,000. Looking again at that 50% differential every single time between peaks and valleys of the game. So now let's go over here, and we're going to confound this with the amount of Google Trends of Lost Ark. Because as you can see on the graph of Lost Ark, you can see it here, the popularity was very high, it has gone down, and now it has somehow made a recovery. So let's see if that's reflected in any other way on any of the games. Now, obviously, right now, Lost Ark is going to have inflated viewership because there's a lot of Korean people watching, because the Inglatia content just came out, which is going to drive more viewership because it's new content. So, however, let's go over here to Lost Ark as a game. So this is the current Google Trends analytics for United States. Now, there are people that globally use Steam, so let's go ahead and look at that right here. And right here, this obviously is this is probably a bug, to be fair. And we're going to look at the past, we'll look at the past, yeah, let's look at the past 90 days. I think that's fair. So as you can see here, the Lost Ark viewership and interest does not reflect this graph right here for players on Steam. Also, if you look at the Twitch viewership for Lost Ark, it also does not reflect the viewership that the game has had either. And this is, I think if I do it again, it will show some of the Korean viewership, but we'll see. Oops, I actually refreshed you guys, my bad. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, there we go, and we'll look right here, and 1 second here, I want to look at this. Why would you be doing Lost Ark to find new content? I'm a little bit confused. So there's somebody who's who's unhappy about what I'm saying. And I know that I know that this must be upsetting for you to have an analytical conversation about numbers, but I'm gonna read your logs because we're gonna make fun of you, okay? He was super famous, don't lie. I don't know what he's talking about. Bro, who cares about those numbers? You cry about viewer count Andes all the time, but you are one, man, what the fuck? Let's compare your stream views with other streamers. Same thing with this player count bullshit. Listen, Amazon's not your friend, and neither are the people that work at Smilegate. This is obviously different, and of course you can compare that all you want. Now, I understand. What do you think? I want to make sure, because this is my opinion. Do you think that the conclusions that I am drawing are wrong? Do you think that the conclusions that I am drawing are wrong? No. Okay, sorry. Yeah, me too. But like, do you think that I'm wrong? We'll wait and see. It's confounding variables. That's why I'm looking at a bunch of different games. Yep, let's see. Backtracking Andy. Yes, I backtrack so fast that that's always the way it goes. See, this is why I try to make examples out of people like this, because these comments annoy me. To be objection hearsay, true. Explain yourself. Yeah, let's see what you have to say. Do you think I'm wrong? Looks like there's no comment at all. I'll give it a second. But you guys can see, obviously, that the Lost Ark viewership on YouTube, or on all of these places, like on worldwide, all categories. Let's look and see. Can I search just on YouTube? YouTube search. So let's see people searching videos of YouTube and Lost Ark. There has been a slight increase, obviously, and that's been about it. But it's pretty much leveled off right about here. And besides this one data point, we're not really seeing this much of a growth period, right? Obviously not. So he's back. All right, let's go ahead and we'll refresh and see what he had to say. I think it's weird to compare player counts and complain about viewer Andes. Okay. So anyway, let's go back over here. So Lost Ark, and we've got Lost Ark, and I'm not gonna, I hate dealing with people that try to make false comparisons. It's annoying and I don't want to deal with it. And let's look at New World or any of these other games. Let's see which other games show a positive trend. It's really kind of hard to say. Yeah, I wasn't talking about viewer count at all. I had nothing to, yeah, completely missing the point. Yeah, just totally missing the point. So anyway, let's look over here. And also, like, I could do this with streams, right? But why am I even wasting even a second more of my time on that retard? Okay, let's move on. Lost Ark. So you see right here, players have gone up by a substantial amount. Forced him to talk? Yeah, but because he's being a fucking idiot, man. Like, I hate whenever people make these false comparisons and then get mad at me because they're false, like, I'm not aligning with their false comparison. It fucking annoys me. I don't like it. Yes, it actually makes me mad, and I don't like it. Let's see here. And where's the rest of this? Let me read this. There's one huge detail you're missing out on that graph, honestly. And what detail is that? These graphs have one vital detail. What detail is this? Yeah, what detail is this? D's no. Okay, all right. Very fucking funny, guys. Lost Ark is a worldwide game, so the times around the world don't really matter as much, right? I don't really think that's going to make a difference because people in Korea and Russia don't play the game on Steam. Is that correct? So, like, if you said Lost Ark is a worldwide game, do they use Steam? Yeah, they don't use... So, yeah, they don't use Steam. Okay, so there we go. Obviously, some of them do. I don't even know if Steam is usable on there or not. I have no idea. Russians use Steam now? Yeah, I'm not sure. And what's this here? No, we do use Steam. Okay, so then let's look at a very popular Russian game, Counter-Strike. So this obviously is not the case. Do you guys use Counter-Strike on Steam? Counter-Strike is one of the most popular games in Russia. Dota 2, yeah. So, like, obviously, even in games that are very popular in Russia, this graph still shows itself. Even show Dota 2. Yeah, Jesus, some people, man. Yeah, people are trying to time zones, man. Something negatively about the game I enjoy. I spent over $200 to get honing mats, etc. Yeah, you think those are more than 50% bots then? So we're going to get there, okay? Sorry, I got distracted because something that people said in chat fucking made me mad. And as I said, I fucking hate hearing that because it's just so annoying. And anyway, let's go back over. So we're looking at the graph, and again, you're looking at the differential, 50%, 0%, or 50%, 100%, 50%, 100%, over and over and over, right? New World, same thing. Because you can easily say Dota and Counter-Strike are not MMOs. People are playing them much differently than they would play Lost Ark. And I think that's a fair comparison. However, if you look at Final Fantasy and you look at New World, both of those games function the exact same way. Yeah, both of them function the exact same way, and it's totally fucking fine. Lost Ark is not available for Russian accounts. Yeah, I guess so. And New World? Yeah, New World is certainly not going well at all. People seem to log back very far and quicker. Yeah, and so they still play it day and night. Why are you comparing player numbers with Google Analytics when you say people that searching guides and watch videos are a minority? Of course, there will be more people searching about the game, right? They really need to start teaching statistics in school. They really, really do. It's so worrying whenever I bring up a graph and nobody seems to understand it. Like, nobody seems to this is so worrying. Like, it is. It's so worrying that people can't understand this graph. The reason why the players, it's not used as one basis of measurement, because you are right in an objective sense, but this is used as confounding data. So this is not my argument here. This is my argument. And these are my arguments. This is simply supporting evidence. What I'm saying is that the supporting evidence also reinforces my conclusion that a large amount of people that are playing Lost Ark are bots. Do you see what I'm saying? And so, yes, it's a data sample. But yes, of course, there are a lot of people who are playing Lost Ark and not consuming content about it. I mean, that's just what makes sense. So anyway, objection, hearsay, yeah, sure. Okay, let's look at the rest of this. And what's this here? Statistics are very true. Yeah, watch people literally studying rocket science unable to read an Excel graph. It's very sad. I know, this is very worrying. It absolutely is. Compare it to other bot-ridden games. Team Fortress 2, I don't know enough about the games to compare it to that. Are there any other games on Steam that you guys would like me to compare Lost Ark to look at it? But yeah, any of these, like maybe Rust, something like this. Rust has, of course, about the same graph. Obviously, right here, they had a drops campaign, so they had more players. OSRS. Black Desert Online is a great example. Black Desert, yeah, let's look at this one here. Charts as well. Black Desert actually has about the same graph. Does Black Desert have a botting problem? Does Black Desert have a botting problem or not? No, yes, not really, no. Not really, no, yes, no, EVE Online. And so Vindictus, I think that, like, all right, let's be honest here. This graph definitely, it is much closer to Lost Ark than any of these other games. And Black Desert is also another Korean Grindfest MMO, so you could say that, yes, maybe this is closer. But even in Black Desert, let's look at what this differential really is. So we've got 22,000 right here, and then we have 13,000. So what differential is that between the highest and the lowest number? Somewhere around 40%. It's somewhere around 40%, and that is substantially more than Lost Ark. So even with this example, that is the strongest argument that can go against what I'm saying, even that is vastly different than what I'm talking about. So people have advantages to AFK all day? Yes. Well, let's just say that in Lost Ark, what percentage are we going from, right? 555 to 440. That's like what, 10% or something? Or sorry, that's like a 25%. So even in the most egregious example, you're going from 40% at the most, or at the least, to 25%. It's almost double. So the conclusion that I'm drawing here, based off of all of the data here, everything that I'm saying, is that I think Lost Ark has about, on average, and we're going to be generous here, we're going to look at 150,000 differential, multiply that by 2, give it 20%. So let's see 360,000 peak players a day. Somewhere between 300 and 350,000 players daily. I think that's how many people are actually playing Lost Ark. Because if you look at every single other graph and you compare it and you look at the data points as 100% and 50%, you extrapolate that over to Lost Ark, and then you remove the numbers that are not going to be in part of that, that would give you 300 to 350,000. So that means that Lost Ark could have over 100,000, or in some cases, close to or over 200,000 bots. That's a lot. That is a lot. That's why gold prices are rising. Exactly. So bots are only good for collectibles from my Adventure Tome. Oh, I love bots. We love bots, guys. Honestly, probably more. You seen the Iglesia update? A little bit of it, yes. Source? I've got too many of them to list. And what's this here? Are bots included? Maybe Lost Ark's player base is more balanced between NA and Europe, which causes the downward peaks to be smaller. Really? Do you think it's more balanced than Dota and Counter-Strike? Do you think it's more balanced than literally any other game that's available on Steam? Yes. Yeah, I don't think so. And so it's obviously, and I also want to make sure that one thing is incredibly clear. Can Russians play Lost Ark on Steam right now? Very simple question. Can they play Lost Ark on Steam right now? The answer to that is no. Okay, so that's not even part of the conversation, even in a hypothetical. You see what I'm saying? Next, let's go on. Is there any criticism for my conclusion here? Japan and Korea can't either. Exactly. And that's the same thing, right? Of course. That could be more because it protects a person who uses bots. The return on investment is higher in Lost Ark than other games. I don't know what that means. This is probably way off. You need to take into account the profitability of botting in a particular game. Why would you have to take into account profitability of botting? I'm confused about that. Why would I have to take that into account? Because by the nature of bots existing, it implies that there is profitability. And profitability being low is a scaling issue with botting. Do you know how you make $100 if each bot makes you $10? You get 10 bots. Like, it's common sense. That's what they do. Next. Let's see. Dota and CSGO are 70-30. EU versus NA population. NA population in those games is so small. I think that a lot of people play Counter-Strike and Dota in the US. Now, I feel like a lot of them do. You need to take into account, you need to take different time zones into account between EU and USA. Steam population is 50% down. So you feel like I have to take different population time zones into account with Lost Ark, but simultaneously not with Final Fantasy, New World, Dota 2, Counter-Strike, Black Desert, Apex Legends, or Vampire Survivors. Only Lost Ark needs to have time zones taken into account. Is that right? Next. Older player base than other games. They play later at night and overlap between EU and NA. Older than New World? Nobody that plays New World doesn't have gray hairs in their beard. Everybody that plays the game, they have gray beards. Next. Let's see here. Please read me. You're looking at games from different points in their life. Newer and hyped up games have a graph more like Lost Ark. Look at Elden Ring graph, please. It has nothing to do with the trajectory of the graph. It has to do with the day-to-day growth and peaks and valleys on day-to-day. It has nothing to do with the direction or trajectory. Next. Let's see here. What if these bots are being run by players that lean into alt-incentivized gameplay and not for gold farming in particular? They're bots. I don't care why. They're bots. Next. Will you play Overwatch? Maybe. I don't know. I'm doing some... Look at Naraka Blade Point. Naraka Blade Point. Okay. Wow. Wow, that's a lot. I don't know why this happens. Yeah, that's crazy. Of course, there's bots in Lost Ark. It's free to play, just like you'd see a lot of gold farmers in WoW if it was free to play. It's not about if there are bots. It's about... Okay, so you're misunderstanding. So it's not about if there are bots. It's about what population, what percentage of the population is bots, and how is that changing over time. And if the interest in the game is actually growing or it is the bot population growing. Because here's what I think. I think that the bots are growing because it continues to be profitable, while simultaneously the actual player base probably right now is a little bit stagnant. And in Korea is going up clearly because they have new content, but this is not taking into account Korea in the first place. What this is showing, in my opinion, is that graphs right here. It's showing that there are more bots and there are increasingly more bots every single time, every day. Compare it to TF2. TF2 is all bots. Sure, I'll pull up TF2. Why not? Oh my god. Oh my god. So people are playing... So, wow, bro, they never go under 50,000 people playing the game? It's that popular? That's incredible, guys. Wow. So we even have a game that is plagued by botting, that is, again, much more resistant to everyday peaks and valleys. So this actually proves my point even more, because this is a game that is agreed upon that has a lot of bots on it, and this game itself has very low player fluctuation on the day-to-day, just like Lost Ark does, and it also has a lot of bots. I feel like I've made my point very, very clear. If I had to guess, I think that a very safe assumption would be that Lost Ark has at least 100,000 bots. And in my opinion, I think that is a drastic understatement. That's how you look at the numbers, boys. That's how you see it. Class distribution, EU West, ignore bots. Let's see if I can find this right here. Oh my god. So this is a class distribution. You guys know, what class do people play to bot in Lost Ark? Does anybody know what class people play to bot in Lost Ark? Berserker? Ain't that something? Ain't that just a little bit of something? Ain't that just a little bit of a situation here that we can look at that could possibly lead us to a conclusion? Ain't that just a little bit of something? 100K sounds reasonable. You're right on that. I think 100K is low, but I think I'm just going to make, I'm going to give it that low. Yeah, numbers don't lie. The numbers, and this is what I love about numbers. This is what I love about graphs, is that they don't lie. You can misinterpret them, but they don't lie. The numbers are what they are. And if you have enough numbers and enough information, and if you try to disprove your hypothesis and your findings enough, you can actually get close to something that very few people care about nowadays, and that is an objective fucking truth. That is what I love about numbers. That is my favorite. That's why I love talking about them. I love thinking about them. It's all fucking, it's right out there, and you can't deny them. And that's it. Is there anybody else that has to, I'll read a few more of these so I don't have to get them in a YouTube video about this. I'll read a few more of these. Compare this to Elden Ring? Sure, let's compare it to Elden Ring. Elden Ring has a really weird graph. I looked at it before. But as you can see here, why does it go up? It's like Sunday, it goes down. Let's look at Elden Ring again. Peak of 172,000, valley of about 97,000, right? 100,000, let's say. About 40% differential. Peak of 61, valley of 91. So again, we're looking at 45% differential there. People are working. Yeah, during the weekend, I think this is much more of a more of a casual game. A lot of people have it, right? And so that's what makes sense. Look at first week of Lost Ark. Spread was about 50%, like you should be. I actually don't have. What is this? Can I find that? Yeah, can I move this? Yeah, can I move this up and down? Because I would love to be able to do that, but I just don't know if I can. Let me go over here and double check here. Yeah, how can I do that? I have to log in. I don't have an account. Yeah, sorry, I don't have an account. I would do that if I could, but I simply don't have one. I'll have to make one. I'm not going to make one right now. I don't want to give them my email. I don't want to do that. It's Steam login. I don't want to deal with it. I will move over here, and I'll see if I can do it easily, okay? Okay, sign in through Steam. Sign in. Okay, unable to determine whether his Steam account is limited. Okay, so that didn't really work. I'm going to try to sign in again. Yep, it's not working for me. I don't know why. Yeah, that's weird. Look at Steam Chart's website. Sign in through Steam. I'm going to do it again, okay? I'm going to do it one more time. Let me try and open up a new page. Maybe that's what's going to help. Yeah, that's weird. Looks like I can't do it right now. So I'd love to sign in if I could, but apparently that's not going to be on the cards. You need to use Steam charts again. Okay, sure. Let's look at Steam charts. Why not? Okay, and let's see here. Lost Ark Steam charts. And so we've got right here. It's hard really for me to say. Let's go. Oh, I can type this. Okay, let's go. And when did it come out here? I'm going to look at what day this was. April 22nd. No. When did the game actually come out? It was like February or something. Oh, yeah, when did the game get released? February 11th. Okay, so let's look at 02, and let's look at February 11th. Let's look at number 7, February 7th. And we're going to look at... Wait, what? 02. Okay, I'm trying to get this right. Sorry, guys, I'm having trouble doing this. Okay, February 2nd to February 28th. Okay, let's look at that. Yeah, this is very hard for me to tell. I don't know how to use this program, and I don't know how this works. Let me see here. We're going to look at 10, maybe. Okay, there we go. And this is from the... All right, so this is from people there. All right, that's the 2nd, the 9th, and let's look at the first week and look at 15th. Yeah, it doesn't... It's only showing peaks here. So it doesn't show the peaks and valleys at all. So we can't do that. Because as you can see, there's no fluctuation day to day. It just shows the highest point of viewership each day. Zoom level? Sure. Okay, let's look at 1 month. Okay, that didn't do anything. Yeah, none of these do anything. Yeah, 48. Yeah, all of these, it doesn't do anything. How many, click on 48 hours? Sure. Okay. And it's still showing snapshots of daily. Yep, it's still showing daily snapshots. So that's clearly not, there's a drag below it. Use it. Okay, let's see if I can use this. This is clearly, it's just showing peaks every single day. This is a weird chart. It just, yeah, this just shows the peak every single day. For me, it's hourly. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's just simply not working that way for me. Yeah, the site isn't the most accurate. No, but it's the best thing that we have. So anyway, this is kind of, this is where I'm looking at it. Now, what should Lost Ark do about this? Is this something that Lost Ark should worry about? This many people being bots in the game. The truth is that, here's what I think. Even if 200,000 people are bots, I think a stable peak of 300,000 players is incredibly healthy and beyond the expectations that Amazon and Smilegate had for Lost Ark. So even in the worst case scenario, they're still doing well. So I will tell you this. Like, this is not a Lost Ark hate video. This isn't a, wow, look how bad Lost Ark is video. It's nothing like that at all. What it really is it's something that shows what's actually going on. You're reading it wrong? No, I'm not. I'm not reading it wrong at all. I'm reading it right, and you thinking that I'm reading it wrong makes you wrong. And so anyway, more like 150,000 players, new Lazy Peon video about New World. I might watch that. And so anyway, like I understand these graphs very, very well. I read them, and I know what I'm talking about here. Yeah, people saying you're reading it wrong. Yeah, if I was actually reading it wrong, you'd say why. Let's be honest. Lost Ark has a lot of Korean girls playing, so weebs are putting in overtime. Okay, to be fair, that is actually... Okay, all right, what we need to do there is we need to go to Amazon. We need to get the Amazon internal data from how many body pillows of Black Fang and Nineveh were sold, and we have to correlate that with the amount of pillows that are sold of Yashlada and Menphilia in Final Fantasy. We have to collaborate those two and then compare it to the amount of players on the game, and then, you know, that. So yes, you're right about that, okay? How many VTubers are playing the game? How many of them have big boobs? Like, you know, like, yes, you're right. We're gonna have to, it's gonna have to be step 2. Yeah, absolutely. Give me a Vestinian. Nagi's better. I think she is too. But like you see what I'm saying. Lazy Piano just released a new video about New World. I'll watch that in a few minutes. But let me focus on this right now, okay? You're wrong. Now that I got your attention, please, I got your attention. Look for MIRA. MIR4. It's full of bots, MMORPG game. Yeah, every single time you see that, it just makes me think of Mira in Mitch's chat. Like, that's why I just didn't read your message. I saw it before. Yeah, it makes me think of Mira in Mitch's chat. Like, I'm like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about? It's so weird. Well, look, I feel like, all right, I'll indulge this for 5 more minutes, then I want to move on and look at some other stuff, okay, guys? We have to look at the World of Warcraft, the thing that the social contract thing. You are so right. I know I am. If you still think it's a pretty healthy game with 300k to 400k concurrent players versus under bots, yes, absolutely. It's an incredibly healthy game. Lost Ark is doing incredibly well. The game is very popular. It's releasing new content very regularly, and I think that once the game catches up to where it is in Korea, this graph will be true, but unironically. Yeah, I think so, because that's what's happened in 2 other regions too. Again, like everybody caps on this. You guys probably would be capping if I said Lost Ark had 200k bots before I did this this whole expose on it. You would be capping if I said that, or 100k bots. There are people capping on it. Listen, guys, I'm going to be honest. What I do is I look through and I find out what seems to be the most true based off of other situations. The reason why I think this is the most true is very simple. It's just because it makes sense to me. Like, it's because it makes sense, and that's really all it needs to do. It doesn't need to be anything too super crazy or anything like that. We've got a new post right here. This is fresh, hot off the presses from World of Warcraft. Join us for the reveal of a new mobile game set in the Warcraft universe, 10 a.m. Pacific time. Battle app, please. There we go. So we're going to watch it. We're going to watch it. Who's got their phone? Who's got their phone? I said before, this is a good idea. I unironically think that Blizzard is making a good decision by making a mobile game that's set in the Warcraft universe. This is a very good decision, and I hope they continue to do this. Yeah, this is a great idea. Let's go back over here at Pat Battle app, please. Yeah, there we go. I think it's good, and it's a massive market that I hope I hope Warcraft is able to take advantage of. Oh, wasn't there that video about fucking Diablo Immortal being pay to win? Oh my god, I forgot about even watching that one. Oh my god, like we need to watch that today. We've got so many other things to do, so let's just go ahead and get through everything, right? Watch it. Yeah. Well, anyway, all right. So, in conclusion to this research that we've put together, it seems that the player base is much more inelastic towards daily concurrent playership fluctuation, regardless of time zone, regardless of game genre, regardless of release date or anything like that. So, what the conclusion of this is to me is that Lost Ark, the differential between the player base lost whenever you account for the bots, if you assume the same daily differential that other games generally have, which is about a 50% differential, you are assuming that Lost Ark has between 100 and 200,000 bots. Done. That's it. Will this be on the test? It depends on how much money you spend on the game. So, yep, there it is. New Contra, wrong? No, I'm not wrong. What do you mean I'm wrong? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that again. We already did that once. We're not going to do it again. You guys see where I'm coming from? You guys see what I'm saying? I think that we've moved on. All right, and let's go back over here and let's talk about this other thing after this. So Lost Ark, I've wanted to talk about that for a while. Patch 9.2.5, social contract data mined. That's right, guys. Social credit score. Get ready. World of Warcraft, Azeroth, might as well call it China. So let's look and see what they have to say. The latest patch 9.2.5 build includes an interesting addition data mined within the global strings, indicating that players will be prompted to accept a social contract before playing the game. Not unlike terms of service agreement, it just appears to specify what types of behavior are not tolerated within the game, requiring them to accept either the terms or exit the game. So, take it or leave it. The text begins with a greeting, welcoming players into World of Warcraft and reminding them that the game is made up of real people playing the game. That's right, because it's not an introduction to Lost Ark. Who may come from different backgrounds and cultures before going on a list behavior which will not be tolerated within the game. The terms include untolerated behavior. I don't really like how people use cultures as an example, because there are plenty of cultures that are not okay with gay people. But I find it to be, this is not accepting of other cultures. This is accepting of other ethnicities. This has nothing to do with cultures. I find this to be annoying because it's disingenuous. Anyway, let's look at the rest of these. Before going on the list, behavior which will not be tolerated within the game. These terms include untolerated behavior, including harassment, threats, abusive and derogatory language, spamming, advertising, and other disruptive behaviors, as well as hate speech, other negative comments regarding the player's identity, including their race, gender, or abilities. I think abilities is... This is the word that I think a lot of people have drawn criticism to, and we're going to talk about that. And so, we're going to get into all this, etc. I think it's just like they don't want you calling people like the N-word or the F-word, right? I mean, is this really that crazy? I mean, I don't know. I like every game has this. Like, I don't know what you want me to say. Yeah, let's see here. Hail Traveler, welcome to World of Warcraft. Azeroth is a living world full of people like you. This is what it says in the game. Other players with different backgrounds, cultures, experiences, and histories who have all come together to play World of Warcraft. Every player deserves to have a world that they feel safe in, so please take a minute to read our social contract. While in Azeroth, do your best to connect with other players and make friends. Be courteous in group content that can help you and your teammates have the best time possible. Sending a friendly hello message can help set your group up for success. Play as a team with your fellow players. Whether in dungeons, raids, battlegrounds, arenas, or out questing in the world, do your best to support your team through your communication and behaviors so that you all can celebrate your success together. Assist other players that you encounter in the world. Maybe they need help with defeating a tough monster, or maybe they could use a little healing. Help answer questions others have in chat channels like General or Trade. We were all nubs once. One person offering some help can all go a long way. So let's talk about this first half here. So I think this is obviously, this is good intentions. Like, there's nothing really wrong with this. Like, it's cringe, but fine. Yeah. So I think Blizzard is not going far enough with this one here. What I think Blizzard should do is they should have, so you guys might not even know this. Look at this right here. Murloc. What am I? I'm trying to think, like, what can I say? Murloc Mentor WoW program. Let's see if I can find this here. So you guys might not even know this, but the new players that are part of the WoW Mentor program, right? These are mentors. It has a little flag over their head, and this little Murloc here shows people that you are new to the game. It's just like the Sprout icon in Final Fantasy. My opinion is that this should be visible to everybody and not just mentors. Target to bully? Well, the thing is, like, here's why it works in Final Fantasy and why this stuff doesn't happen. It's because Final Fantasy doesn't draw the line at the N-word. They don't draw the line at like targeted harassment and abuse. They draw the line at antisocial and obnoxious behavior that is designed to ruin other people's experiences. And in my opinion, I think if you want to actually have rules like this and go out and say all of this, you need to do that too. And I'm not talking about, oh my God, he said I was bad at the game. Ban him, please. I don't think that's what they're going to do. I don't think this has anything to do with it. But here's the difference. If somebody is doing an in-game event and then somebody else gets on a big mount and they try to ruin the in-game event by like fucking around with it, Square Enix does not play into the intellectual dishonesty that the person didn't know exactly what they were doing. Square Enix says, you did it, you know what you were doing, you were fucking with these people, you were ruining their time, and you're getting suspended for it. And that's it. They don't fuck around with the intellectual dishonesty because they know. They know what you're fucking doing, and it's obvious. It's the same thing with stream sniping. And it wasn't just with me. Pakora, a VTuber, as far as I know, was playing Final Fantasy, and she was getting harassed by her viewers. She reported them to Square Enix, and it was gone. Problem solved. They were banned. Same thing happened with me. Because they don't fuck around with intellectual dishonesty. I think that if you indulge intellectual dishonesty in things like this, there is no level that you can't stoop down to. People, oh, I didn't understand this. My cat was on the keyboard. Oh, I didn't mean to do this. So in my opinion, I think that if, like, for example, if you queue into a battleground and you throw the battleground and you're just standing around doing nothing, just trying to barely get out of AFK, or you're fighting in the BG with like gear from 2 expansions ago just to troll people and make them mad, I think they should suspend you for that. Because you're ruining everybody else's time. You're ruining their time. You're fucking their game up. You're wasting their fucking time. It's toxic, it's obnoxious, and there's no reason to allow that. Like, hard agree? Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. It's like you're just throwing and feeding in the game. Nobody does that. Nobody has that happen. And then they think afterwards, oh wow, this is so great, I can't wait to queue again. Fuck that, man. So, I didn't know what I was doing. Yes, you did. Get the fuck out of here. You know, that's the way that you deal with people like this. Fuck that, man. Grown-up gamers are so childish nowadays, they have to play childcare worker? Yeah, and Square Enix doesn't do that. They treat them like adults. And guess what? That gets people to act like adults. So let's look at the rest of it. We recognize that the internet is not always a safe haven. With that in mind, please note that the following behaviors are not accepted in Azeroth. That means that you can say these things in the Shadowlands, apparently. I'm just kidding. Hate speech, including negative comments that target another player's identity, including all aspects like race, gender, or ability. Now, I think that ability clearly means calling people autistic or retarded or something like that, right? This clearly does not mean that saying somebody is bad at the game is going to get you banned. I think that this is clearly referring to that, or using a mental disability as an insult or something like that. Insulting disabilities, yes. That's basically what it comes down to. Like, you guys don't know this, but I think I've mentioned it before. I don't call people autistic anymore. Autistic is it's a medical determination, and I don't use that word anymore because it just has. I think this is a medical word, and I don't use it. And it's not something that Twitch had to tell me to stop doing. Nobody told me to stop doing this. I just decided to not do this. I think that autistic is it means so many different things. It's weird, etc. This is what I decided. Like, I just don't really want to use this word anymore. I used to use it all the time. I don't anymore. Use Spurg, yeah, but like people use like Mongo or something like that, right? And like the etymology of that word does have a negative origin, but I think the word fundamentally has removed itself from that origin to the point where it's not offensive. And I feel the same way about Spurg, right? And like, again, this is just like, I can get into this and talk about it for a long time, but in general, this is the way that I feel. PC Mongold? No, it's not that. I say plenty of things that are offensive. I just choose not to use that one. That's all there is to it.
Let's see here. Harassment, threats, abusive, derogatory language, and behavior. I think this is obviously a good thing. This is a massive, massive fucking thing. Because the problem with this is this has always been against the rules. This has always been against the rules. But the difference here is that Blizzard needs to actually punish people for doing it. Because there are a lot of girls out there and a lot of people out there who have been harassed by somebody in Warcraft, and it has taken way too long for Blizzard to ban that person. In my opinion, this is the way that I look at it, right? Is that if you are going from one character, if somebody blocks you on one character and you go on another character to send them messages, which apparently like this is no longer possible, but it used to be, I would immediately 6-month ban that person. Because, like, you have to treat people like it, because people would stop doing it if they knew they'd get 6-month banned. Like, they would. Like, I like, in my opinion, there is Whitehammer, thanks to the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, permanent. Like, I find that there is no virtue in indulging an abusive person. There is no virtue in allowing an abusive person like that to exist in the community. Now, obviously, could they appeal the ban, apologize, and get it reduced? Yeah, sure. But, like, there would have to be, like, a significant punishment for that. And why indulge somebody who is willingly so hostile? You know what I mean? Like, it's awful. There's harassments in the Blizzard office? Well, but there's not, though, because, like, whenever there was, like, a massive statewide investigation, and people were getting fired for it. So, like, actually, that's a good example. So, like, that happened in the Blizzard office, people got fired. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they got punished for it. Like, it's just, it's such a weird comparison to make. After years, yeah. Yeah, and after years, and that's what people said. They said, what the fuck? How'd it take so long? Most unknown with the 20 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, why the fuck did it take so long? That's exactly what they were saying. And this is the same thing I'm saying here with the game. That's what I mean, man. And what's this here? If they ban toxic players, they won't have any players left. No, it's not true. Most people just don't. Most people will behave how you expect them to behave. I think that is a general truth. Most people behave how you expect them to behave. Wouldn't a short bad connection cause suspension inadvertently? No, because it's... Guys, it's not what's going to happen. Like, oh, wow, you go into one battleground and you AFK the battleground. You're not going to get banned for 6 months because of that. I'm talking about people that do this for, like, days. And they do it and they're mocking people as they're doing it. Like, it's so obvious what's going on. Like, I feel like, again, this is like the, this is the intellectual dishonesty speaking here. It's like, oh, but what about if they were having, no, like, that's, like, no. Fucking no. Like, stop bringing up these, like, weird fucking extreme examples that are, like, never gonna happen. What about this? Yeah, it's nuts, man. You should be able to fuck with people. I think that if you fuck with people and they, like in a battleground where they're like matched up against you or matched up with you automatically and you make their experience worse, I think that, yeah, you should be suspended for that. Yeah, I mean, I did this back in the day. Like, I mean, like, yeah, and if I knew I would get suspended, I would never do it. Like, I would never do something that would get me suspended. You see what I'm saying? It's on that scale personally? Yeah. Everyone has different thresholds. It's very easy to get mired down in trying to think about some, like, worldly, oh, but what about this or what about that? I don't do that. I look at things like Square Enix doesn't have a problem with that. Square Enix doesn't have a problem with that for any reason. You know what they do? They just ban them. Problem solved. Because they don't treat people like children. They treat people like adults, and they assume that what's happening is probably what's exactly happening. It's like Soda made that name or something like... What was his name again? I forgot what it was. And it was spelled backwards, and it was obviously something bad. And Square Enix, they're not going to play games with you. They're like, we know... Yeah. They know they know what you're doing. They're like, all right, change your name. They're like, why? You know why. Change your name. And that's it. Yeah, they don't think about like, oh, what about this? What about this other thing? No, that's it. They don't like, and that's how you treat people. And guess what? You have a lot less people doing that stuff. Absolutely. Blizzard wouldn't ban a paying subscriber. Too much to lose for them. They do that all the time. They suspend people constantly. And so you need good customer service to this. And this is what I'm really trying to get at, is that the customer service in WoW has been historically pretty bad. It's like the guy who got permabanned for continuously debuffing people and then bragging about it on his stream. I don't remember what that was, but I think that just in general, this is an issue. Asmon would have supported Stalin-era censorship. And this is how I know that Asmon supports unbridled fascism and censorship. Yes, so that's right. Whenever I say that you shouldn't be able to go into a battleground and throw the game by wearing expansion gear from 2 expansions ago, that means that I agree with a mass murderer. That's the same. It's the exact same thing, man. Like, is this Quantum TV's alt account? I mean, this is such a leap. I think it could be. It's nuts. What's this here? Realm-wide stash and bank score. Enix support is actually very bad. Their only go whenever a problem has a lot of visibility, such as on a stream. I think this is the case with a lot of things, but at least it has at least they're good in that case. And Blizzard's been terrible about dealing with bad players. We need social item level in the game. People can rate their interactions with the players. Also make a rating account wide. Yeah, sure, and have it correlate to your credit score too. Spamming advertising or other disruptive behaviors. If you harm your fellow adventurers with any of the above behaviors, subject to punishment. It's a big world out there with all the people in it, so just try to be respectful for each other. If you ever feel like somebody's acting against the code, please report these behaviors so our team can look into it. So here's the thing. This is where I draw the line. Sophia, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So let's talk a little bit about what I think about this. And people getting upset that they can't say something. They go full ape mode, no thinking, just lashing out. Well, it's not about just saying something. It's about, to me, it matters a lot more what somebody's intent is behind what they're saying. And also, like, how dedicated they are towards being obnoxious or rude. So, for example, in principle, agree. You can't deny, though, when you set up a system, there's a danger of people being caught in the crossfire. Obviously, it's high standard. Oh, the thing is, like, but yeah, like, that's with any system. Like, you can't have any system without having, like, there are people that are in jail right now, and they shouldn't be in jail. Does that mean that we shouldn't have jails? No, because the truth is, and this is an uncomfortable truth that a lot of people don't want to come to terms with, there is an acceptable level of mistakes. With the law, with anything, there is an acceptable level, and you can never go down to zero. It is impossible. It is an impossible ideal, and if you try to do that, you will end up doing nothing. You see what I'm saying? And yeah, margins of error exist in every profession. Yes, there will be a margin of error. You're exactly right. And you know how to make that margin of error smaller? You have real people that are looking into these cases directly. Because this is what the problem, Yoshi P commenting on the behavior in Final Fantasy, I'll look at that in a bit, okay? Right now, let me finish this. It's called a trade-off. Yes, exactly. And so, Blizzard gives out bonus social points to people who harass women. No, man, come on. Like, let's be realistic. I think it's unfair to like Blizzard. I mean, they've been through the ringer. I mean, it'd be one thing if they have something like this happen ever again or whatever. But I mean, like, all of those accusations were over like 10 years. Those people are out of the company. Like, the people that are probably working there now were the ones that tried to push them out anyway. So, like, let them live past it. Like, I mean, California is. Like, just let them live past it. Like, come on. Like, they really, I mean, that's unfair to just, it's unfair to do that. Yeah, I mean, come on, Bobby's there. Yeah, and people don't like Bobby. And I think if you want to be upset about Bobby, I think you're totally fucking justified. You're totally fucking justified, man. Let's see here. Got to be fair to Blizzard employees. I think it's being fair to anybody. It's not there's not a group of people that you should be fair to or not fair to. I think that you should be fair to people who deserve it. And there's no reason to say that that's not the case, right? Free speech. Oh, you can say whatever you want, right? I'm just disagreeing with it. Anyway, so this is the way that I look at it, right? Is that this stuff I don't really care about this a lot, and I think this is probably in a lot of ways a good thing, but it needs to be enforced. Because one of the biggest problems that WoW has had is that the enforcement of these systems has been very bad. And people have been harassed, like I've been harassed as a streamer, and it's not a streamer specific thing. There are a lot of girls that have gotten harassed in WoW, and they've quit the game over it. Because why would you want to log on to a game whenever you have some creepy psycho that's trying to make new characters constantly and message you? Why would you want to have that? Why would you want to do that? There's no reason. So, proof? Sure, I'll give you a bit of proof. Do you want one example of proof? Yeah, like I can give you one bit of proof. Sure. Okay, so this is a guild on Faralina. I've showed this before, right? But like, let's look at this for now. This is a guild on Faralina, and they kicked a guy out of the guild because he was black. And then they invited him back into the guild, and then they asked him if he was still black. He said, yes, as a matter of fact, I am still black. And they removed him from the guild again. So these things do happen. This is real. This is not some sort of weird fucking Amber Heard, like I'm making this up because I want attention bullshit. This is real. It's actually happening. It's happened to real people, and I've seen it. It happened to Cora before. That she was a very good friend of mine. I played with her for like 10 years in WoW. And she got harassed by a number of guys. Blizzard never did anything about it. I saw it happen. Like, it's just, the thing is that I understand people want proof because a lot of times people do make stuff up like this. But this is a case where it's not fake. It's not. I respect your opinion. Blizzard's already ruined their image, not doing anything. The court of public opinion decided that Blizzard as a company is not a good company to work for if you're a woman. I don't think the court of public opinion is really, like, yes, I would say, like, right now you're probably right in general, but it's very hard to speak for the court of public opinion. A friend of mine said the same in Final Fantasy, which nearly went into IRL stalking, and that is a complete failure on Square Enix's part. That is a complete and massive failure on their part, and they should not have done that. I think that you're totally right. I do. Nally, the female gladiator warrior who had to stop streaming due to a stalker. Yes, exactly. And Blizzard didn't really do a lot about it as well. And I feel like this is going to be good for the community to hear NMP's experience playing WoW. Yeah, talk to Nick. See what he what his experience was as somebody who's black who played the game. And see how many of those people are banned. Probably not a lot of them. Or were banned back then. So like this is a game that's had a history of this problem in a very authentic way. This is not something that is some weird, like, social justice brownie point, you know, like he said, she said, bullshit. This isn't somebody having a different political opinion. These are actual fucking malicious people that Blizzard should do something about. You see what I'm saying? Snow Minxie? Yeah, Snow Minxie's another one. A lot of WoW streamers have the same thing happen. I'll read a few comments out of this, and we'll see what this is. Final Fantasy is a stupid lodestone site which lets you track people wherever they go. Yeah, I think that they should fix that. I heard about that. I think they should get rid of that. People are just going to be like, in real life then, I'm black, so you owe me, you can't kick me out. So you think that, like, because of this, they're going to have black people in the game who think they can't get kicked out of a battleground because they're black? That's what you think? Have you ever read what you type before you press enter? Have you ever thought about doing that? Because I would recommend to take that possibility, maybe do that. It's such dishonesty. Yeah, and like, again, it's just people argue to argue. Again, it's the same thing as quantum. It really is. How is it the blocking is still the only character base and not the entire account? They've changed it recently, and it has been. Yeah, it is now that way. You know, your only person is be able to ban bots from the game back in BFA, your master report. Remember, if this thing's gonna work, Blizzard needs a lot of people to check the reports. You're very right, and that's what I'm saying. Is that all of this, or these are all empty words if it's not accompanied with like a beefed up customer service system. And what's chat today? So basically, there's a lot of people out there, and I think that some of them are some of them have legitimate grievances. That, you know, the things that you can talk about online are becoming smaller. The Overton window is becoming more narrow, and they're unhappy about that. And I think that they lash out against that by accepting things that are completely outside of the scope of normal behavior. These are things that are way beyond what is just a different political opinion. But they do it because they feel like they are tangentially aligned with the people who believe those things. And you couldn't be more wrong. These people don't like you. They don't like anything about you. They're just assholes and pieces of shit. And by defending them, all you're doing is making excuses for somebody who's an asshole and a piece of shit. I understand. I think free speech online does matter, and I agree with that in many regards. But I'm not open-minded enough to have my brain fall out. I can see whenever somebody is abusive and aggressive about it like this, that the company should take action and should get rid of this person. These people actively make the game worse for everybody else around them, and they just, in general, make the experience of everybody out there worse. Why indulge a person who is abusive, vitriolic, angry, and aggressive about it? Why even take any time to do this? In any society, in any point in real life, nobody would ever accept this. If you did this at a party, you'd be asked to leave. If you did this at work, you'd be fired. If you did this at any sort of a social gathering, you'd probably also be asked to leave. There is literally no circumstance in all of real life that accepts any of this behavior in any sort of common culture. There's no world where this is okay. You see what I'm saying? It's not like real life. Yeah. Video games are not a platform for your free speech. I think that an ideal of free speech and letting people talk about and say things that they want is an ideal to work towards, even though obviously it's not in the Constitution. I think that it does matter, and I would like to move towards that. I think that's a good thing. There's a difference. There's like an ideal in the First Amendment. I like the idea of being able to talk about things, but I do believe in censorship on a personal level. I believe that if somebody is saying something that you don't like, you should be able to block them for whatever reason you want. You should be able to say, fuck you, I don't want to hear what you're saying, you're done. It's the same thing like on Twitter. You should be able to block people, you should be able to mute people, you should be able to do whatever, right? On a personal level, I totally agree with that. But platform-wide is very different. Remove anonymity and the problem is solved. Yeah, but I think that's solved in a bad way. It's complicated. Freedom of speech doesn't give you freedom from repercussions. That's exactly what freedom of speech is. You understand that, right? Like, you could say whatever you wanted back in the Dark Ages. It's just that the government or the church would burn you alive for saying it. So you could say whatever you wanted. It's just the consequence is getting burned alive. Like, it's a very silly thing to say. Freedom of consequences is the fundamental of freedom of speech. Yeah, that's the fundamental of it. That's what he meant. Yeah. Oh, is that what he meant? I don't know, but that's my point that I'm making, right? Yeah, a person offended should be able to block, not completely banned from the game. In some regards, I think that if a person is abusive enough, you should probably ban them from the game as a disincentive to behave a certain way. I do think so. I think that people go over the line and it's too much, and there's no reason to allow a person like that to be in the community. Freedom of speech is freedom of consequence from the government. Yes, exactly. That's why I was talking about the ideal and clearly differentiating the two. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. Let's see here. And again, we can talk about, listen, I don't want to go in circles and argue about politics in this, okay? Let's just get back to Warcraft and talk about that. I think that in general, these are the lines that I draw, and these are the lines that I think Blizzard should draw. I think that it's okay to tell somebody that they're dog shit if they're in a game and they're fucking things up, right? So like if you're doing a raid and like somebody says you suck, what are you doing? Your damage sucks, anything like this, I think this is totally fine. You should be able to say this. However, I think that if you kick the person out and you press the issue onto that person, then it becomes harassment. That is the point where it becomes harassment. And don't hurt the feelings. Well, I feel like I don't want to moderate the individual words that are used because I do think that it does get very muddy. And so it's hard to say. But the moment that you take it beyond that, that's whenever it becomes too much. Press the issue? Yes, whenever you press the issue. People somehow think that being racist will bring back good content. That's not what I'm talking about. Derogatory language could be calling a transmog dog shit. That's clearly not what they're saying. Anybody would think that. Mr. GM interview in 20 minutes. We'll watch it then. And what's this here? Who the fuck said that? I don't know. The racists will always say it's a difference in opinion. I don't want to get into racism, okay? Like obviously they're going to ban you for that. It doesn't matter what your opinion is on it. They're going to ban you for it anyway. So there's no reason talking about it. This is where I think Blizzard should draw the line. What constitutes pressing the issues then? Constitutes pressing the issues is that it's obviously it's like super circumstantial, and that's why I gave like an example. So like for example, if like you if you beat somebody in an arena game and you message them and you tell them that they suck, and like yeah, that's probably bad. Like I don't know, like I think that's very gray. I would say that's more bad than good, but I'm not gonna make like a for sure like, oh yeah, you should suspend people for that, right? But if you block them after they say you suck, and then they make another character to say it again, suspension. Suspension, that's it. Also, if they do it more than once. So, like, for example, if you beat somebody in a BG, or somebody beats you in a BG, they say you suck, and then they do it again, then I think that, yeah, that should be it. Because it's too many. You don't need to do that more than once. So like in a raid, for example, if somebody's doing bad damage and they're not doing well, I think the solution to that, and this is what I do in my raids most of the time nowadays. I used to berate people and do this a lot more. I don't really do that anymore. What I usually do is I call people out. Obviously, I'm not like really mean about it, right? I mean, we make it a little bit funny, but everybody knows it's usually in good fun. And what I do is I'll call somebody out. I'll say, you did this wrong, and make sure that they acknowledge that. And then if they don't, I kick them out and I get somebody new. It's that simple. Yeah, it is that simple. And so that's how you should handle it. You're down, you can be pretty mean. I really don't think that I'm that mean. I actually think that if you take any clip of me in the last year or so, the only time that I've been mean to people is whenever they make excuses and they do something like that. And I don't think an argument is grounds for suspending somebody, right? I don't think arguing with somebody should be a suspension. Yeah, 7-hour raid, exactly. Gordon Ramsay method, purely on performance and task and ads, fine. Yeah, exactly. Cat Asmongold, that's a different story. Yeah, that's very different. By your logic, you don't even have to do it in the first place. Well, no, I think that, like, for example, I'm putting on a show for my stream, right? So it's a different paradigm. And people coming into it know that. If they're going to suspend me for that, I would stop doing it, but Blizzard's probably not going to suspend me for that. That's why I don't do it in Final Fantasy. But, yeah, it's part of it's just for fun. Yeah. I've never been a guild leader, but it looks fulfilling. Genuinely looks fulfilling. Yeah, it also looks draining. Keep that in mind, too. We banned a person for nothing 2 hours ago. I'm gonna ban you too. I'm gonna ban you too. If you didn't see why I banned that person for being a moron, I'm gonna ban you too. I don't want to deal with it. I don't like reading these stupid messages from people, and they're annoying. That's all there is to it. Yeah, no, for nothing. Oh, always for nothing. Yes, of course it is. As a mean person expert, you're about 6 of 10 on the mean scale, sometimes an 8. Like that time you stole my mount? Yeah, sure, okay, whatever. And Hell Dictator, yeah, listen, going full payo, I think that's the way to handle it. Like, the thing is that I don't have a lot of, I'm not gonna, like, negotiate and argue with people, right? It's my stream, that's it. And so that's all there is to it, man. And said, if you feel like you should be able to block those dudes and they're surprised they get banned, that's the way it goes, boys. That's the way it goes. And so, yeah, generally, let's go back to this, okay? I think that Blizzard needs to accompany this with a beefed up CS system and need to take accounts and people that are obviously bad actors in the game out of the game without giving them excuses, without trying to think of some like weird fucking, oh, well, I had to use Thunder Fury in the Battleground and you know, LMAO in general chat whenever they were getting mad at me. I had to do that because my cat was on fire. Nope, I didn't have time to switch my weapon because my cat was on fire and then I forgot because, like, I'm blind or something. Like, nope, just ban them. That's it. Done. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to see it. That's it. And so, yes. And I think that's the best way to handle things, and that's the smart way to handle things. Game devs overstepping. Trash talk exists in real-life sports scenarios as well as video games, just part of competing. Trash talk, I think, on a very light level is not that big of a deal. But I'm not really talking about that. That's a gray area, and we can argue about that all day. But I think that most people agree, and tell me if you agree with this. Whenever you go and you take it into whispers and you press the issue on the person, and it's not enough to just say you suck once, you're saying it multiple times, they block you, you're making a new account. This is clearly beyond normal behavior. This is not just trash talk. This is weird harassment, and I think Blizzard should get rid of it. That's harassment. That's the point. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Trash talk's fine. Take it out of the match or whatever, then it becomes problem bullying. Yeah, exactly. It's weird. Yeah, it definitely is. Trash talking is not all that public sports in reality. We see people scuffle, but rarely hear what they say. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that it just depends. But, like, yeah, that's harassment. Yeah, there's being an absolute douche. Yeah, it's like, what is the benefit of having a person like that in the community? They should help by changing the systems that bring out the worst in people, like Mythic Plus. And I actually think that's a very good point. I think that's a great point, because there are a lot of systems in WoW that I think create these negative experiences. And you should change them. Like, depleting a key shouldn't exist. Straight up. It should not exist. There is no positive to be like, yeah, there's no, like, this does not make the game better. This does not improve anything. Like, there's no, oh, wow, your progression from, like, a 24 to a 25. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, let them just do the 25s until they get it right. You see what I'm saying? Like, why not? Why not just let them just keep doing it? Like, it's way better that way. There are positives, but they pale in comparison to the downsides. Yes, I think that's a good way to say it. Yes, you're right, Nixie. There are some positives, but there are way more downsides. And I think that also creating outcomes that make people mad should be something that you actively try to remove. And so that's one thing that I think really matters that a lot of people need to keep in mind. You have to create outcomes that don't just make people mad. Let's see here. Why would only toxic comments be punished and not toxic gameplay, and toxic gameplay not? You're totally right. And in my opinion, I think that if you are... this was a big scandal back in Burning Crusade. There was an individual who played a feral druid, and he stood on the goblin to queue for arena. I'll be right back. No, this was like Soda, no, you guys don't understand. Soda got this idea from this guy 10, 15 years ago. Like, Soda is just reliving the memory. Okay. I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay. They'll never be able to enforce it. There's a good chance that that's the case. Anyway, where's the Mr. GM thing? Is he doing this on Twitch? I'm kind of assuming he is. Yeah, I want to make sure that I have it ready. Okay, yeah, he is. Okay, great. Yeah. All right, let me go ahead and pull it up. World of Warcraft. Okay, let's see if I can find this here. Mr. GM. Well, he's not even on. Oh, there it is. Okay, great. And I'm assuming they're probably gonna do it at 1, I'm guessing. Am I right about this? They're gonna do it at 1. Yeah, okay, I thought so. New tweet from Blizzard. I'll look at that in a bit. But anyway, I just wanted to wrap all this up. League of Legends true history of that toxicity, toxic in chat, but toxic gameplay not. So people develop a toxic gameplay meta. Yeah, exactly. I think that why does this concept work in gambling? When someone loses, they lose money, right? So what's so bad about negative outcomes when failing? Removing negative outcomes should not be the solution to avoid shitty behavior. People should learn how to behave with other human beings. Well, I know that they should learn how to behave with other human beings. Like, and you want to talk about gambling? Most people don't like gambling. Having a shitty outcome, like, it's like what degree of shitty outcome is okay? Like, why should you indulge? There's a very simple question. Why should you indulge a hostile person in the game? At what level is that harmful to the game? And why should everybody else around them have to suffer because they are hostile? It's like, for example, like there's nothing that makes me more mad than whenever somebody queues into a random battleground and they suck dick and they don't care, and then they just come in. They're not bad. They're intentionally throwing the game because they think it's funny that people are getting mad at them. And hey, by the way, guys, I used to do this. I used to be this guy. And I would have never done it if I would have gotten suspended. And you know what? You know what I used to do? This was an Isle of fucking Strand of the Ancients. Me, Zach was on that computer right over there. Austin was on that computer. Jeff was on his fucking laptop. And we'd queue into Strand of the Ancients with Bogey on fucking Skype. And we'd be sailing in on the boats. And we'd be saying to each other, Ocean Strat? Who's up for Ocean Strat? And we're like, yeah, let's do Ocean Strat. And we type it in chat. And people are like, wait, what's Ocean Strat? What's Ocean Strat? What are we talking about Ocean Strat? I'm like, oh, you'll see what it is. So, all right, leave the tanks to us. We'll take care of the tanks. So we get in the tanks. We drove them right enough to the fucking ocean. Drove her right out into the fucking ocean. All the way. There's like the 4 of us to do. There was 2 at the beginning of the 4, like driving next to each other. Fucking out into the ocean. And like, remember that shit? Yeah, Ocean's fat. People are just mauling. We got their Zach's in chat. He knows. Oh my god, he knows all about it. That's fucking funny. It was so fucking funny. But imagine being the guy in the group that has to deal with that. You know what I mean? Imagine having to do it. And we would have never done that if we thought we'd get in trouble. But we didn't, so we did it. Have high expectations. People will rise to meet those expectations. The social contract is 100% pushing an agenda, nothing else. Well, it's obviously pushing an agenda. It's pushing an agenda. They don't want people to be fucking hostile to each other in the game. Good job, fucking Einstein. Great job. I can't believe you figured that one out. Thank God. Yeah, you figured it out. They're pushing an agenda. I can't believe it. Who could have ever imagined that? Continue Reddit? Yeah, I'll look at a few more posts on my Reddit, okay, guys? Interview bingo. What sword? LFR issues. I will tell you that yes. Yes. Kind of yes. 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 And so, yeah, there's a lot of these will be yeses. Spoiler? Well, just, I mean, there's a lot more, too. But, like, just so you have an idea, like, yes. That's pretty much it. Let's see here. Don't spoil. It's not a big deal. Let's see here. Riot MMO information compilation. What's this here? Souls-like game inspired by... There's a lot of... I don't know who this is. How long is this? It's 2 minutes. I guess we'll watch it real quick before we start the show here. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Actually, you know what? Let me just watch this after the interview. It'll be a lot easier. Okay, he's not ready yet, so as soon as this starts, go ahead and let me know, okay? And Asmon should play the hamster. It's basically a Warzone truck. I'll look at that after this. This is a donkey video, so I'm sure it'll be good. Asmongold should do a Vampire Survivors tier list of the weapons. I'd love to do that. I'll do that after I kill the Reaper, okay? I know I've been doing a lot of other stuff, but I do plan on getting back to Vampire Survivors very soon. As I said, I'm in correspondence with their team, and I might actually be bringing on the developer to have an interview with him to talk about the game and where it's going to go, okay? Just so you guys know that. Riot MMO information. I'm not going to really think about this too much. I think we'll probably look at this maybe tomorrow or the next day. I don't really want to get into it too much right now today, though. So just remind me about that. The actual differences between Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2. Here's the thing. I actually think Overwatch 2 is totally fine. I really do. And I know this might upset people, and they might get mad about it. I want to let you know that I am under no, I've not been paid by Overwatch, by Blizzard. They have not given me any money. I did get drops, which are beneficial towards me, but the drops now are over. However, I think that Overwatch 2 is fine. Here's why I think that it's fine. It doesn't cost money if you just play the multiplayer. The only part that costs money is the new part of the game. How is that not fair? It's free if you just play the multiplayer. That's completely fucking fair. FIFA makes the same game every year, and you have to buy the new shit over again. That's great. This is fine. People get mad about, yes, they made, oh wow, the updates. You know what I think about this? I don't care. I think the new ones look good. I think the old one looks good. I feel like the font, the Overwatch, the Q thing, like whenever, for example, like I think of XQC, I think of his name typed in the Overwatch font. Like, is that weird? Like, I think like his name is typed in the Overwatch font. It's like, oh man, like that's what it, like in my, like I imagine it, and that's what it is. So like, I don't know. I wish they would have changed the text. I feel like that the text definitely would be better. I can see why they changed it from that, but I would prefer that to happen, man. Overwatch 2 is good. Yes, I think it's a genuinely good game. It's so fast. I feel like it's too, I feel like it's too fast, but I'm also a fucking boomer, so what the hell do I know? But yeah, I think it's fine. I think people are being too hostile about it. Let's see. And like, it's also jokes, right? We're joking around because it's funny. But the fact is that, yeah, I don't think it's a big deal at all. Yeah, it's totally fine. Let's see here. Could see an argument for ult-ready icon being good, but the new charging ult icon is bad. I don't like how, like, in Overwatch 1, didn't they have a setting that would tell you, a setting that would tell you that, like, how much percentage of somebody's health you did whenever they died? Because, like, I remember, like, watching, like, Widowmaker montages, and it would just be, like, 100, 100, 100, 100, right? It's starting now? Yeah, I wish they would add that back. I don't know if it's an option or not. It's starting now? Okay, great. Let's go ahead. I'm just waiting here. It's not really quite ready. But, yeah, I'm a fan of Overwatch 2. I'm good. The quality is just different. Like, I'm a big fan of minimalism. You guys can see on my stream, I have almost nothing. Okay, here we go.
Warcraft, did I get that right? Is that
That's correct, yep.
Lead
Yep, that's my
combat
current
design.
role.
Fantastic.
Yes, correct, yep.
Fantastic. How you doing today, Brian?
Good, thank you. It's a kind of a gray sky day, rare gray sky day here in Southern
It's on
California.
Mr. GM's
but
channel.
Happy to
Mr.
be here.
GM on
Happy to be
Twitch.
chatting with you.
Give him some
It's
support.
every single day in the UK, I tell you.
Yes.
That's our summer. That's how it is here.
Yeah.
All right, so I've got a lot about like the Evoker and things like that. So I guess we'll we'll just dive into it. So my first one is with the Evoker coming obviously in Dragonflight. What kind of raid utility or dungeon utility are we kind of looking at for the Evoker?
You know, that's something we're still designing. We have a number of ideas, but you know, it's interesting because it's always tough for any class to find, you know, a unique raid utility. Or sometimes what we'll hear with some of the hybrid classes is, oh, you know, the unique utility our class provides, the tank version provides to the class, so they don't bring the DPS, or vice versa if the DPS is performing well. So always
like
a hard
Warriors
problem
with
for
Rallying
us to
Cry.
find. They have great hybrid healing. We're also kind of playing with a raid buff called Blessing of the Bronze. It reduces cooldowns of each player's major movement ability, and we're like, you know, things like blank or heroic leap or sprint, and so that's something, you know,
That's cool.
similar
I like
to
that.
The priest ability that reduces
Hoppy
the
boy?
holy priest ability that reduces defensive cooldowns, and so that's something we're experimenting with. You know, it could be valuable for flights with a lot of movement,
CDR, yeah.
or a Mythic Plus when you're really trying to push your keys and
We love
get moving
CDR.
through the dungeon quickly. So that's something we're kind of experimenting with now, but you know, I think we'll see a lot of feedback from people once alpha and beta start, and we'll kind of act accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun just to dive into those that class and race for the very first time. It's always super exciting in the alpha and beta stages. It changes so much all the time as well, which is always fun to mess around with. So I guess,
I mean, if you think of like Havoc Demon Hunter, I don't know that Darkness came online right away. I remember that being something we had to add to the game a bit later. So new things are always iterative.
Yeah.
You should give Demon Hunters a range spec.
So I
That'd
guess
be cool.
I haven't seen this question asked, and I don't know why, but I'm going to ask it. What resource do they use?
Oh.
So they have Essence, which kind of represents their innate prismatic magic, and it regenerates on its own. So they have, you know, different
like
Essence that they use for different abilities, and so they don't generate it. It just kind of is working in the background, and then they spend it in time.
Oh,
okay.
Interesting. So brand new resource for the Evoker. That's exciting.
That's a good question. I never even thought of that.
I guess racials as well for the Drag-Through Evoker. What are we kind of looking at there?
That's me, not you guys.
A couple things. It's interesting because they're this race class combo. It's like, well, you know, sometimes we lose track. What part is the class? What part is the race? But their racials right now are Wing Buffet. I mean, they have big wings, right? So they
knock
have
you
kind of
back?
Cone knockback, as you would expect.
Oh, wow.
Tail swipe. They have their big cool dragon tails, and it felt like that's something you're going to want to do.
They have
something
two active
with.
abilities?
So it has kind of like a PB AoE knockup. And then
Maybe they're
Chosen
interchangeable.
Identity, which, you know, changes the appearance of your visage form at the barbershop for free.
Right.
You know, we feel like, you know, their visage form is something that they're magically changing into. So that's something they can do at any time.
That would make sense.
And there's some others that were in early development, but we're not really ready to talk about them just yet.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I guess getting them ready for when they turn to a warrior eventually, right?
I like that.
I guess
They should be
throw this
warriors,
one in there,
by the way.
actually, as you mentioned, the forms.
Obviously.
Is there like a custom animation between them, kind of changing from dragon to mortal form?
That's something we're still working on. I can't really. It's not necessarily, you know, when you remember Morgan, like, you know, doing this whole bestial like come out. It's not that same type of thing. You know, if you think about the cinematic where Rathian is kind of going back and forth between the dragon form and the human form, it's kind of like a puff of smoke.
It's a cloud.
So,
okay, yeah,
you know, obviously we're going to do a treatment on it, but I don't believe there's any like animations of like wings popping back in and tails disappearing. It's more of it's a magic thing.
Yeah, it makes sense. I guess as their healer spec, is there anything like any similar healers to them in the way that they play as such? Would you say?
Oh, okay. Maybe
you know, as with everything, we try to kind of have something distinct. they're this kind of mid-range mobile healer, and they kind of triage clumps of allies with their flight and breath healing. So they have both their version of
like almost like
breath,
shaman.
which is, you know, if you think of that Wrathgate cinematic where, you know, Sarah and the dragons are flying over, kind of healing everyone with the breath. That's
cool.
kind of the image and the vision for their big healing cooldown. And then also they have an empowered breath. And so those are the big, you know, kind of breath spray off in these clumped allies, but also they use time magic to kind of preempt damage and set up large healing moments. So there's a little bit of thought about, hey, what's coming and how can I use this to plan? So in that way, you know, you could see it kind of being this combination of, you know, Resto Shaman who kind of likes clumped healing and Discipline Priest that likes planning. Those kind of are two, I guess, comparisons that you could have. But really, we're trying to make it its own thing. I wouldn't say that we're trying to replace either of those. We're trying to have them stand on their own.
That's good. That's exciting. I guess you mentioned the empowered ability. That's obviously the charge up ability, right? If I'm not mistaken. I believe it's called Dream Breath. Am I
thanks
right?
for 5 subs.
That's correct.
That's what the website says, yeah. So with that ability, if you overcharge it, can you cause it to fail?
No. So when you
right?
charge an ability, it'll get the max, and then it'll kind of stay at full power for up to 3 seconds. After that, it just fires off automatically.
It's like
so there's some applications in like doing pre-pull or threatening enemies to come out from line of sight in PvP or whatnot, where you're just holding it at max charge and waiting for them.
Oh, okay, cool.
So
I know it's on the website actually as well.
One.
I don't know if it was just for the website, but there's like a new like floor animation of sorts, like on where the cone's gonna go. Is that something?
Yes, we're working on some new type of you know, imagery and decals for, hey, this is the cone, and finding something a bit unique for them, because we've done kind of experiments with Empower. We've tried a lot of things, like because, you know, thinking about this problem of like there's a cost and risk analysis of how long you hold the button down. Like, all right, I'm holding this button down, so I'm using globals to keep this down. What is the payoff, right? And so we've been playing with a lot of things, like maybe it's you know, the longer you hold it, the shorter the cooldown is, or the longer the duration of hot or dot is, or the number of targets that you hit increases. And so those are like decisions, because we don't want you to just always go to max empowerment, right? Like, if that was what there's nothing new about that.
That'd
That's
be boring.
Just a long cast time,
it's just,
right?
Yeah.
We want you to sometimes be thinking, I only want a 1 charge empower here. I only want a 2 charge empower here. I don't always want to go to max 3.
Dynamic decision making. I like that.
So yes,
that's good.
To your point, there are different unique
Preach made a video about that.
Projected textures that we're using to aim
spell ranks kind of
these abilities.
It's good analogy.
That's gonna be awesome. Yeah, I said it was a little tease of it on the website, and I thought that looked really cool. So yeah, I guess finish up with the Dracthyr. Question for you is, what are you most excited about? What's the ability, or like about the Dracthyr Evoker are you most excited about?
Yeah, I have 2. I one is Soar, which is you know, you kind of burst forward a little bit, and then you're kind of hovering in the air a little bit, flapping your wings, and there are certain abilities you can cast on the move with that. And every time I soar, I mean, we'll be in our play tests, and I'm just like, more soar. We need more soar because this button is just so fun to play with, because, you know, that's when you're flying around, breathing, you know, launching fire from your mouth, or breathing disintegrate, and like, you know, really honing in and channeling damage into an enemy, and it just really feels like it captures that fantasy.
Yeah, it's like Demon Hunters.
And similar is you know, Deep Breath, which is, hey, I'm going to get up and do this kind of bombing run across the battlefield and hit a whole bunch of targets. They just, you know, I'm a big explosions guy. They say it.
That's reassuring
in the video game world, in the video game design world, where I'm just all about like the presentation and the fantasy, and I love just, you know, that makes me feel
that
like
matters
I'm
a lot, man.
now, and so I love those 2 abilities.
Got our own Michael Bay.
I think that's a class fantasy as well, right? Just you want to feel like a dragon and whatnot, which is really cool. I did actually think of another kind of on the spot question, if you don't mind. So obviously they start at 58, right? So with talent points, are you just going to start with a bunch of talent points that you have to allocate, or how's that going
Probably
to work?
gonna unlock them
for
like
the Dracula?
DKs, right?
We're working that out in the starting experience.
That's what I would assume.
You know, one thought is that we would be giving a lot of talent points out in the starting experience. You know, get similar to how, you know, in Legion with the Demon Hunter, you were kind of going around getting you know, abilities off of the demons. It's possible. One thing we've explored is while you're questing, you're getting talent points, so that it's a little bit more measured. Because yes, that's just a lot to get all at once. And you know, you log in, you create your draft there, you're totally pumped to start playing, and the first thing you do is open up the talent tree and spend 50 points. So we're looking at ways to kind of distribute that out slowly.
Yeah, I think the original Death Knight and Wrath of the Lich King was similar. You would get talent points from questing, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So kind of jumping into like talent, spells, classes, things like that. I ask this every single interview, every single time. Any new class race combos coming at all?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know, we kind of have this direction, like a broad direction, and I don't want to make any huge promises, but we kind of feel like we
Demon
want to move towards a world where the race of a character is not a limiter for what they can do or what they can become in the world of Warcraft. So we're working towards that, but not all of the races have,
It'd be like
all
Yoda.
the classes have the same
It'd be
kind of
awesome.
content requirements.
What do you mean?
More of this will come over time, but immediately on 10.0, we're going to be making rogues, mages, and priests available for all races. So everyone will be able to go out and make their sneaky Tauren rogue, who will be, you know, tiptoeing on their little hoofs all around.
Oh my god!
Yes, all those will be.
Oh my god!
10, with, you know, general intentions for us to look at more options down the line, but immediately upon 10.0 launch, you'll be able to make change your rogue.
I'm sold. Where do I pre-order?
Any class combination you want.
That is.
It can be any race.
That is awesome.
That's certainly
I'll be
something.
remiss to ask about like Night Elf Paladins and things like that. I know a lot of the Paladin community want a lot more Paladins. So I hear that a lot.
Yeah,
don't worry about Paladin.
But
as I was saying, like you know, we're trying to move in that direction, but I think timeline is something you know we'll have to be flexible on, because a lot of those other classes they have a lot of content requirements and lore requirements. You know, just to flip the switch on like Paladin or Warlock, and without kind of setting some kind of grounding in the world, would be a bit strange.
That makes sense.
You know, we also, you know, we have racial chargers, we have racial totems, all those sorts of things. So druid forms. So it's gonna
that's a good
take
point.
a while.
Scott, thanks for 5 subs, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we're gonna keep moving in that direction.
That's really exciting. That's really
hopefully they add
really awesome. I guess with Vexil's Reach now as well, it makes it a lot easier to just kind of flip the switch on some of those as well, because you just kind of throw them in there. I did have one on talent points. So I noticed on the presentation there was a kind of a share feature as such, right? And I was just kind of curious if that's something you can share outside of the game potentially, or is that just in game for now?
Was that in the mock-up? Yeah, you know, I think that's something we've talked a lot about, and as something we would want. We think it would be very nice for, you know, players to just, you know, be able to create a string of their talent build. I don't know that we're going to be able to deliver that on 10.0 just for production reasons, whether we can get it all done in time. But we've talked a lot about sharing builds and recommended builds, starter builds. But part of it is like, you know, just laying the groundwork and the foundation of the system and seeing what problems players have or what tools would make things easier for them. You know, like, we'd like to really see players work with it before like trying to get ahead and add a bunch of functionality that, you know, maybe we don't need or,
that makes
or
sense.
people don't care about.
I think maybe that's better on a third-party site.
Just like, you know, do we want players all to really feel like they have to have 20 talent builds? You know, most players in the game now, you know, we have telemetry on it. They'll pick a, you know, make their choices in their talent rows, and they never, you know, change them. And so while we want there to be this sense of agency of building your character as you're leveling up and making some interesting choices and maybe experimenting on a regular basis, I don't know that we want players to feel like, they've got to download the latest build on a regular basis to keep up. So we want the system to have some fun of tinkering, but not like, oh, I constantly need to be changing this thing. And so it remains to be seen just how much we'll need those types of features. So we're gonna wait and see for now.
Yep. Cool.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I know Ian mentioned about them, you guys posting the talents out before alpha, even potentially for us to have a little look.
Yeah,
so.
That would be cool.
Our goal is
we could make it ourselves.
We're talking about the right way to do it.
Yeah,
now,
I remember doing that back
to
in
make
BC
some
and
trees
RAF.
available via website or blogs or
Like theory
whatnot.
crafting.
Maybe work with some partners to try and get that out to people, so people can start kind of playing with them. Because even the way we work on these is, I'll get in a Zoom call. Someone will share their latest talent build, and we'll all just sit there for an hour and a half or so, just making builds and tinkering with it and explaining, like, I was at this point in the talent tree, and I didn't feel like I had a compelling choice, or I felt really pigeonholed into this direction. So that would be great to get from players. So finding the way to do that without necessarily releasing the whole game to do that it's in our best interest, and I think players would be excited. So we really want to work with everyone on making these great.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of feedback coming with those. It's going to be absolutely crazy as soon as they come out. I'm really looking forward to it.
No strangers to feedback. So.
I would say so.
I guess, correct me if I'm wrong. So the way that it kind of works is he's targeting talents at level 10, and you essentially like create your class as such. So you kind of like, you have kind of base abilities at level 10, and you just kind of pick and choose which ones you'd like to go from there. I guess my question is related to interrupts. Is interrupt something that's going to be baseline for all characters, or is that something you can actually opt in or out of having?
That's a good question.
I think that's going to be part of this iterative process we're talking about.
Tom, thanks for 10 subs.
Part of this is, like reframing a bit about how World of Warcraft classes are created, right? Because you're going from level 10 to 60, and you're getting like 50 talent points, right? 26 on the class side, 51 talent points, 26 on the class side, 25 on the spec side. That's a lot of talent points. And in 9.0 and every before, like we were just giving you things every level, and we can't do that and then also give you 51 talent points. Like that's
a bit much.
Very bloated classes, very complicated classes that I don't think everybody has the brain space for. And so what we're trying to do is say, well, the talent tree is how you construct your class now. And so I can understand trepidation about like, are interrupts in the tree? The way
people feel like they have to build a certain way.
And this wasn't like completely explained because we didn't have time to get really deep on all the trees. But as you spend points, you get to certain levels, which we call gates, which are like, and this is how the original talent systems were, right? It was like you can't go further until you spend increments of 5 points. Well, here we have just two levels like that. And so what it kind of encourages you can't go straight to the bottom. Like right away, I'm just going straight down to the highest, best thing, and I'm getting that capstone talent at level 20, and now I have other points to spend in the rest of the tree. You're kind of encouraged
you build
to
up to it.
Go broad a bit, so
that's
before
smart.
You can move downwards. I think that does two things.
That's a good
One,
idea.
it really encourages you to go broad and to say, well, cool, rather than going deep in the class tree just to get what I want, I can, I almost feel relieved. Like I can go spend talent points on some cool utility over.
It's like New World has that too.
But also, I don't have to make a choice between this, premier talent and maybe an interrupt, or earlier up in the tree, things are much more accessible, I guess is the bottom line there. And then, yes, it allows those real capstone talents to come later on. Which is nice. I think in any of these tree designs, that last talent point you spend is not always the most exciting point, at level 60, because you've kind of driven down to
you already know what it's going to be.
Points to spend. But in general, I think we're going to put as much as we can in the talent tree to make the talent trees as cool as they can. And if we find that no, this won't fly. We can't do a certain ability in the tree. We'll put it back in the spell book. But ultimately, we're trying as hard as we can to put as much stuff in the tree as possible.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. I mean, how many? I mean, obviously, it's going to change between classes, but how many kind of abilities are we going to be looking at, like just baseline without, like, say at level 10? Are we saying like maybe 4 or 5 abilities by that point, just kind of regular sort of stuff?
Well, you're absolutely correct that the Exile's Reach experience we're mostly remaining the same. So if you were to play Exile's Reach now and level up to 10, the abilities that you got there are mostly the same. So players will have that core kit. But yeah, between 10 and 60. Yeah, the spell book, the spells granted from the spell book are going to be pretty sparse. Like,
so you talent into
things
them.
like Pickpocket,
oh
Eyes the
shit,
Beast, Farsight.
That's a lot.
Underwater
oh my god,
stuff like that. Like, we don't want you to spend the talent point on that. We don't think you want to spend the talent point on that. Those are kind of like fun class toys. And so a lot of those things are going to be in the spell book. But
there's nobody to pick them. People min-max it out.
Are like. Yeah, major utility, like rebirth or interrupts. Like, what are we going to do with those? And I just want everybody to know that those are questions we're asking because we know you're asking them, and we're having a lot of conversations about them, and we're making a lot of trees to try out different solutions.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks. Just had a thought actually. Again, we're just kind of like, I have like a list of questions and I'm like, oh, what about this?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, ask away.
Obviously, Exile's Reach, once you reach the end of Exile's Reach, you go to the city and they tell you how to use specializations. Is that going to be being changed up?
Yeah, specializations are still a choice that you make because that reveals the second tree. And so that's something we're going to have to change in the what we call the kind of transitional experience out of Exile's Reach. But yes, you will still be making a spec choice.
Okay.
Got it.
Perfect. I did see Convoke in the Druid tree. That was there. Is there any point, or potentially any point, that there'll be like more than one Covenant ability available for one class? So say you could have like the Kyrian ability and the Venthyr ability?
Yeah, it's possible. I'm sure you could make a build. I think we have in the Resto tree.
Kyrian Warrior with Condemn.
A lot of time on the Druid tree. It was kind of our
spear.
Vertical slice tree. And I believe they're
oh my god,
adaptive swarm and Convoke might have been a possibility.
That's a lot.
So yeah, it's possible, but you're probably giving something up to do that. But it depends also on we're still kind of in discussion about how we're going to handle a lot of these Covenant abilities. Some of them, like Convoke, the Spirits or Abomination Limb, their kit feels very appropriate, where other ones don't. It just doesn't fit with the class, and so we're deciding how we're going to handle those.
Yeah. So I guess with obviously the Evoker, the Dracthyr Evoker getting a lot of love, is there any in the way for other classes to get any brand new talents, or is it going to be kind of maybe potentially things from past expansions?
What are Warriors getting?
Like that?
Yeah, certainly when we look for inspiration in these talent trees, we're going to be looking to, artifacts, artifact traits, Azurite traits, essences. The legendaries we just had, a lot of those will be finding their way into the trees. It'll be likely that if we have new talents, they may be passive talents that have like rotational impact. There are probably going to be less flashy new unused buttons with like big effects. I don't think we're going to see as many of those. Maybe just a handful.
Reaping Flames, give it to me. I want that.
Because when we have a new class like Evoker, we spend as much time as we can to make sure that's like super cool. And adding new effects,
Gladiator
it can be a lot of time spent. So that's where we're trying to really deliver on in this expansion.
It was never balanced.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, the class is going to feel pretty fantastic anyway, having that tree to play around with anyway, right? So
it's going to be
cool.
I mean, it's going to feel, I think it'll be a very big improvement for like the leveling experience too, but we want to make sure that the max level player who's, been playing the game is having a fun time experimenting with a new system.
Yep. So got a couple PvP ones, then we'll do a quick fire sort of round.
Okay.
So I think Bajira asked you about arenas and battlegrounds for Dragonflight. What about brawls?
Oh yeah.
Brawls. We've been talking about a few, and so we'd like to bring some in. There are different things. Like, it's funny. I was just talking with someone another day, just yesterday, but there are some old like free-for-all world quests, like in Legion, that were pretty fun. The Blackrook Brawl, which
Yeah.
is kind of like a jump-in battle royale.
Jumper, I would do that
was
with the
pretty
Gladiator
fun.
music.
Or if you remember the old High Mall Coliseum from Warlords of Draenor, those were ideas that
I
we were
mentioned
talking
that.
about. We're have grown the PvP team a bit.
Yo, I had
and
said that.
they've been onboarding lately, and
Remember
so
that?
new brawls are a great way to kind of learn the tool set.
Oh my God.
So yeah, it's likely. I don't have like particulars to announce, but I do
We
think
can't
there will
stop
be opportunity
winning.
to create new brawls here.
Yeah, I love brawls. I mean, I'm a pretty casual PvPer, but some of those brawls are a lot of fun. It's super cool.
Yeah, they're good twists.
So obviously with the new
Going to
work order
PvP
system
team?
coming
Thank
in
God.
In Dragonflight, which looks really cool. Really looking forward to playing around with that. Will there be any interaction with PvP gear potentially, similar to like in Mr. Pandaria? I used to do PvP gear through crafting.
Yes,
You
we
have
kind
to,
of two
right?
plans, and I don't want to steal
Actually,
too
maybe
much
not.
thunder about professions and where they're going and the plans. But certainly one opportunity we think there is to make that kind of entry level PvP gear from professions. If you do remember Warlords of Draenor, and I've alluded to the Warlords of Draenor PvP gearing system in the Bajira interview, like the first entry level PvP gear was just crafted gear.
Yeah,
and then
the
it had a
blue
very
malevolent
high
gear.
item level, a PvP
Yep.
item level, but somewhat low base PvE item level. And so that will be one way for players to get gear real fast. Will be that crafted gear.
Was it malevolent?
But then there's also the
Was it not?
professions. That revamp is going to be something that impacts the game, and players will. PvP players will want profession gear, and we're talking about, and I don't have the very specifics of how we will integrate PvP and professions, and how players can earn profession reagents that would interact with these systems from PvP. But we're mindful of the fact that a lot of people want to focus on PvP, and so if professions are important, there will be ways to interact with that system through PvP.
That's good. That's good.
That's
I'm sure
great.
PvPers out there are pretty happy about that because they probably saw the work order system. We're like, oh, hopefully we get to do something with that.
Yeah, hopefully you don't have to like craft really good
So
PvP
I guess
gear or something.
The Dragonflying
Might be too much.
I believe it's called Dragonflying, right? The kind of flying around the zone thing. The system. Will there be PvP specific unlocks for your dragon? Because I know you can customize it similar to like the barbershop sort of thing. Is there going to be any unlocks related to that?
Kind of assuming so,
yes,
right?
Certainly the Gladiator mount is going to be a custom Dragon Isle Drake. So
we
didn't want players to have to choose between should I wear my, should I be flying around on my Gladiator mount, or should I be flying around on my super awesome Dragon Isle Drake? And so the way that Gladiator mounts are going to work in the expansion are going to be a prestigious version of those Drakes that you can apply. So that'll be really cool.
Oh my God, that's so good.
For other ways that we're kind of like we always have.
They should do the same for Mythic Plus.
What we call the vicious mounts, the rated participation mounts. And so I'm not. I would have to look at the specifics of what we're doing there, but those are typically ground mounts, so they won't likely. There'll be some of the one of the cool. Creatures that you see around. Actually, now I think of the one it is, and it's pretty sweet. Actually, it's pretty funny. Every time those vicious mounts come out, people are like, people on the team who don't PvP are messaging me like, I got a PvP next season because that mount is just so amazing. So, but those are
they had a few really good ones,
and we're gonna keep that.
Like the hippo.
So
I remember
it's
him.
going to be a vicious otter mount. That's incredible, Brian.
That's
Thanks for confirming.
Vicious war otter.
Believe me, if there's a possibility of getting a vicious duck. I will ask for it.
Oh my goodness.
Oh
please.
my fuck.
So running low on time. Quick fire round. I guess yes, no,
Sure.
or if you can expand on it a little bit more. So first and foremost is, can we make more than one Dracthyr Evoker per realm as it's a hero class?
I want to get the specifics on this because I know this will be a big deal. So this won't be so I'm immediately not making it fast.
Okay.
This round. Hold on.
Okay.
I do have this written down. I want to make sure I get the specifics correct. Wait, where is it? So initially, yes, it's going to be one. Apparently, I didn't copy this over. So the first Dracthyr per account has no restrictions other than having, bought Dragonflight.
Okay.
Additional Dracthyr beyond the first one can only be created on a server where someone already has a level 50 character and does not have a Dracthyr. So initially, it's only going to be
so it's one per server.
Dracthyr per realm.
Okay.
Okay, excellent.
And obviously, if you delete a Dracthyr, you can make a new one.
Yeah.
But yes, so everybody gets to make a Dracthyr.
Yeah, it makes sense. Sure.
The first, if you want to make a second one, you have to be level 50, and then it's only one per realm.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for confirming.
Yeah.
New glyphs for evokers? Will there be glyphs?
I'm sure there will be.
Yeah. Race-specific mount. Do you know if they have a race-specific mount?
They are.
They
They're
are
all
the
flying
mount.
now. Yes.
Awesome.
There it is.
What we got? PvP World Quest returning. Dragonflight. I would imagine so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And last one. I've had a million warriors in my DMs, and I'll be remiss to ask this. Will Gladiator Stance come back? They keep asking me. I just non-stop.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I
Wow.
don't think so. It was problematic in terms of
Gearing.
when
Bonus
we have
armor.
roles now, and you're declaring that you're a tank, and then you come in and say, I'm not actually a tank, I want to do TPS, that's problematic.
Yeah.
So I don't see a world where we start saying tank classes can just pick a talent and their role has changed to DPS.
Yeah.
I just don't think that's the way the game works right now, and so but I understand the vision that they have, and what we could work on is just talents that maybe let
That's
them do
why
a
I said
little
they need a
extra
fourth
DPS
spec.
at the cost of mitigation, but
Yeah, that's why I
ultimately
said.
their role is tank.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Brian. I appreciate taking the time this morning to answer some of those questions, and good luck with development. I'll see you in Alpha.
Thank you.
And,
Great.
yeah, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Great meeting you. Great
You
chat.
too. Take care.
Bye-bye.
That was again Mr. GM. Shout out to him for doing the interview.
Hello?
It was a good interview. Yeah, I thought that went pretty well. Yeah, good job. Good job, man. You did well, and I think those were good questions. Especially the last question. The last question was incredibly important, okay? Like the Gladiator, I think if they're going to do Gladiator stance, they have to do it with a separate character. Or, sorry, a separate spec. Having it be like this weird middle ground thing, excuse me, is just, it sucks, right? I'm not about it. I'm not into it, right? That's it. You know what that reminded me of, by the way? We are going to have a competition. I don't have an overlay for the interview. And the interview is in an hour and a half. Is there somebody who can make me an overlay? I just found out I was doing this 2 days ago. I don't have an overlay. Does anybody have an overlay at all for this? No, I'm at work. Does anybody have one? Is there a hidden ability scaling in the game? The one that causes lag in the world? DM them to me. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I need an overlay. Yeah, Flash competition, guys. Use the AllCraft one. I don't know if I have that one either. I have no idea. Meatspin.com for you. No. That's not it. Let's see here. Make one for you. Okay, let's see here. Oh my god, I need to get one. Like, pro streamer, by the way. Yeah, I just didn't even think of it. Like, I was like, oh my god, I haven't done this. Like, this is... Just write Asmongold on your head? Okay, fine. I get Ian to write Ian on his head? That'd be a good idea. I'm sure he'd really like that a lot. Yeah, hairline overlay. Yeah, I just need one. It has like the 2 frames. And it just says like, wow, Dragonflight, my name, his name, etc., right? Like, that's it. Like, I don't need anything crazy. Just something very, very simple. How can I send it to you? Just post it on my Reddit or send it to one of my mods, okay? That's all it's gonna take. I need to do that. I totally fucking forgot. Let's see if I can look at the rest of these. Leak about changing Twitch revenue structures. Yeah, sure. I saw that before. Asmongold, whenever he looks at your stupid oh my god, the drink. Overused bald memes. Whatever happened to this great idea? The only e-girls transmog comp? It went into the graveyard of good ideas. It went into the graveyard of ideas that are good, but they take time, and so it didn't happen. That's why. That unfortunately was what happened, is it took time, and I just didn't really have the time to invest into that, and then also, like, it just didn't happen. Like, that's all there's. LGP on New World. We have a lot of things to look into. I'm gonna open up my box. I didn't open up my box this week. I'm gonna open that up, and I've got some other stuff that I want to look at, some other videos, etc. I'll just make one with paint. Yeah, I just need one on my Reddit, because I don't have it. I need to set it up. So yeah, you guys are gonna be, yeah, you're part of the interview, guys. Okay, here we go. This is my box. 2s. Give me 1 second, McConnell. Give me 1 second. All right, boys. Here we go.
I've worked hard, I've worked long. I've been busting my ass, doing arena, fighting for the Alliance in battle. And you know what? Today, I feel like I'm finally going nice transmog. I know, guys. Hey, by the way, it's removed from the game. It's a removed from the game Elite Gladiator set from Cataclysm. You can't get it. You know, that's because that's how good I am. Because I have it, right? But like, you can't get it anymore. Just letting you know. But yeah, listen. I have unlocked 3 PvP boxes. Here we go. Okay, good. I'm arms. Please give me the good items. Please. Please. But I already have the weapon. I don't know what to do. Do I take the weapon for Fury? Or do I take the gloves for arms? I feel like I take it for Fury, right? More weapons, because like, all right, so these gloves McConnell says take for Fury. So I just got a second fucking weapon? Holy shit! Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. They're not unique. Yo, they're not unique equip. I can equip 2 Gladiators Greatswords. Oh my god, man. Fury is better than arms? I have better arms gear right now. So I'm not going to go Fury for now, but like that's insane. Take the socket, bro? I don't have sockets. Oh, this here? No. I'm going to take this right now. Hell yeah, I'm going to take this right now. This is insane. Like, how many of these do I have? I have 3? I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to get this right now. I'm taking the sword. This is a massive amount of conquest. An absolutely huge amount that I get just right now. You wanted to spec for both? Yeah. Like, I actually got... I can't believe I got... I was wondering, like, whenever I did this, I was like, man, I don't know if I want to use a weapon or not. I was thinking in my head. Like, that is ridiculous, bro. Like, holy shit. This... Yeah, it's like 1.8K. All right, I'm going to buy the sword. Fuck it. Let's go. We're gonna go with this sword. I'm going to screenshot this. This is a good day, man. This is a good fucking day. I got the fucking weapon. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I got the weapon. Isn't that special? Isn't that good, man? I can't believe... Streamer luck? What a day. What a fucking day. All right, McConnell, cue it up. I'll do a couple of games. What do you want to give me? Huh? Thanks. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Thanks a lot. All right, we got him. We got him. Devs are buttering about... Yeah. Ian's like, quick, give him the weapon. Make him feel good. Yeah, all right. Let's see. Oh, he's mad that I said what a day. Okay, all right. Let's see this. What soundtrack am I playing? It's, I don't know. It just auto-played, to be honest with you. I'm not even sure. Like, my gear right now, so, like, I'm 265 item level. My PvP item level is 272. I've received these items here, like this one, these 278 shoulders. These are mythic shoulders, and there's also mythic gloves as well. Now, some people might be wondering, how did I get mythic versions of the PvP gear? People might not really know, like, yeah, how do I get that? It's actually very simple. I bought them with real money. Yes, I bought them with real money. I bought WoW tokens, and then I bought, I bought them. Yep, I bought them on the auction house for real money. That's right. It was literally that simple. It was, yeah. Listen, I've been playing a lot of Lost Ark. It works out. Whose transmog is better? Look at Connell's character looks fat. Oh my god. Oh no. Look at that. Wow, bro. Like, I'm just Like, what are those? That is so bad. Oh my god. Isn't that like... Actually... Alright, that one does look good. Like, I'm gonna have to give it to... Like, that one... That actually does look like a pretty good set. Those are all the old fucking, like, vanilla WoW gear. Alright, let's go. We'll get in here. Alright, let's see this. Destruction Warlock versus Hunter. Okay. Alright, let's see. Can I get over here? And... Whirlwinding. Shadow Fury's not gonna matter. Bro, McConnell. We gotta talk about something, okay? We gotta talk about the fact that, like, warriors are not good in 2s with the DPS. Like, they're not good. I mean, I'm sorry. It's just, it's not gonna happen. Wait, wait, what? Wait, McConnell killed wait, he killed the Warlock. What the fuck? Oh my god, he's not gonna win this one. He's not gonna win. I'm not worried about it. Like, he's not gonna win. It's not gonna happen. He killed the guy's pet. Wait. Oh my god. No way. I don't know what to say. I don't. That's like, I just... Backpack Warrior. No, guys, listen. I did what I needed to do, okay? Yeah, I did what I needed to do. Sent you overlays on Discord. Okay, alright. Let me do... let me look at this real quick. Okay. Okay, I think this one is generally pretty good. Let's see if I can get this to work. Yeah, alright. I think that I actually do have an overlay. Give me 1 second. And, yeah, it looks like we might have one, guys. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, and let's go ahead and start this one. Alright, after this, I have to get this overlay set up so I have it right, okay, guys? Thank you, McConnell. Thank you, McConnell. Oh, it's against a blood DK. We can't win this. Yeah, we can't win this. This is too much, man. It's too fucking much. Alright, let's go. Wait, oh, he doesn't have the other one. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I don't think he finished the Unchained Gladiator one. He's already got the... I think the Sinful... Which one do you guys think is better? I think the Sinful Gladiator one is cooler. Yeah, I'm writing the new one. Yeah, the Sinful one? Yeah, I think so too. They're the same. They're a little bit different, okay? Okay. So what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna get on the guy, and we're pretty much just gonna kill him. Like, I mean, that's about it. I'm not worried about this at all. Play Carrion, dude. I think Venthier's really good, man. Okay. I'm gonna break the rogue out. He's right here. Okay, he's not. Okay. Getting on the rogue. He's dodging. Tell him, stop, bro. Stop, bro. Quit. Okay. Wait, how he go? Okay, we're gonna get on this guy. That's fine. McConnell's just killing him. Wait, the guy's full health now. This is not... Okay, all right, right here. All right here. I'll fear out of it. What the fuck? Bro. Oh my god. Give me a sec. Let me get this sorted out, okay, real quick before I do anything else. Alright, let's see if I get this one to work. And, let's see here. Open link. Yes. Alright, let's see if I get this to work. There it is. And...
Okay. And add image. Browse. Just a picture of garlic. Where's the new one? Where's the new one? I can't see it. Wait, oh, maybe it's downloads. There it is. Okay, I found it. That one's pretty fucking good. But what do you guys think about this? I think this one's pretty fucking good, boys. Like, it'll be just like this. That's actually really good. Yeah, that's perfect. That's big dick. Yeah, that's really, really clean. Yeah, whoever made this one, let me know. I'll send you $100. Thanks a lot, man. I fucking appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and close this. Yeah, where's the NordVPN at? I'll put that in front, dude. Don't worry about it, okay? Yeah, new art looks epic as well. Yeah, exactly. Like, thanks a lot, guys. I really appreciate that. I was worried about that. Easiest $100 of life? Hey, it is what it is, man. Thank you. All right, let's go again. We'll go one more. I got some other stuff that I want to look at, too. But right now, we're going to do this. Oh, I've got a lot of conquests, too. Holy shit. Like, I could buy some new stuff. But I need to buy new stuff, honestly. Like, my gear is, it's like, this is not as good as it could be, right? Like, let's just say that. What time's the interview? It's in an hour. Interview is in 1 hour. Oh, McConnell left. Oh, he left the BG. Okay, all right. All right, is Jibu on? Asmongold Gmod. Is Jibu on? Yeah, let's go ahead. Yeah, he left. How much are you paying McConnell for carry? Let's see. Jibu, yeah, let's see if we can find somebody with a... If somebody has a lockout for Gmod, let me know, okay? And I'll invite carries and leaves. Guys, come on. Did you finish buying the gear on the other server? I did. I bought the gear, and look at this. I now have the shoulders that are mythic shoulders. I have the cloak as well. That's actually my best stats. And I also have the gloves. All of these are mythic items that I earned completely legitimately without spending any real-life money. Absolutely. Do mythic Gmod? I'll do any Gmod. I don't care. I just want to do Gmod whenever I can. Gbu offline and disc? Fuck. Okay. All right. Do we have anybody that has a lockout? Because if we don't, I'm going to go ahead and do some other stuff. And, yeah, link me a lockout, and we'll go from there. Let me make sure that I get the rest of these done. Witness vapes and starts driving during testimony. How long is this? Okay, let me watch this real quick. Yeah, link me one of these. I haven't seen this. Sword run? All right, I'll do a sword run after this, okay? Give me a second.
So... The incident was May 21st, 2016. You saw her the night of May 25th, correct?
Correct.
You said that you saw Amber Heard hundreds of times while she was there. Did Amber Heard treat you well, and was she friendly to you in each of these hundreds of times?
Yes. I'm not going to say no because she was really always nice.
Right. This is my last.
Be nice.
All right, this is my last question. You testified in response to Mr. Presidio's questions that you testified truthfully in all of these occasions. Did you testify truthfully to everything that you testified in response to my questions today?
Okay.
That's correct.
All right.
I did.
All right. It's a good time to break for lunch. We'll just break a little early, so just don't talk to anybody. Don't do any outside research. We'll
Where's
see
the vaping, though?
At 2 o'clock, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, where's the vaping? I'm at the very start? Oh, wait.
The line. So
that's what he was laughing at.
May 21st, 2000.
Oh, my God. Okay, that was actually really good. I watched the judge's reaction. Okay, give me a second. Let's see her reaction.
I did.
All right. It's a good time to break for lunch. We'll just break a little early, so just don't talk to anybody. Don't do any outside research, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock, okay? Thank you.
Yeah. Yep. Oh my god. He just starts like driving, no seatbelt, like nothing, like.
That was a first. I'm sorry.
I will say, Your Honor, that is the most bizarre deposition.
Okay, all right. I was just gonna say I've just never seen that before. I've seen a lot of things, but I've just never seen that.
Driving that.
Yeah, that did it. All right, so
no seatbelt.
We will come back at 2. Is there anything preliminary before we get to the next deposition?
That shit was funny. That was amazing. Like it's just.
A20.
It's just. This guy is just, man, he's living his life. Yeah, that's all it is. He's living his life. He's doing what he needs to do, and that's all there is to it, right? I mean, that's all. Yeah, 0 fuck. Like he just look, man. It's like some fucking interview about some fucking I don't remember. Like who cares, right? He just does whatever he needs to do, man. He's just going around living his life. What's wrong with that? No, yep, no seatbelt, vaping, looking at the camera. Welcome to your average driver. This is your average everyday driver. I see people like my dad gets so mad about this because the light will turn green and he'll be like, why aren't they going? I'm like, they're on their phone. He's like, what do you mean they're on their phone? They're driving. I'm like, yeah, I know, they're on their phone. He's like, well, they're driving. Like, well, how? Like, just pay attention to the road. I'm like, well, they can't because they're on their phone. Like, yeah, they're on their phone. They're on their phone because, like, they're sitting there at the fucking traffic light, fucking on the phone, you know, chilling, doing all that, man. Best is when he said, I don't remember what I ate for breakfast. Yeah. Lawyer from Amber's side was annoying. 15 minutes nonstop, so his reaction of not giving a fuck was understandable. Well, I mean, there it is. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me, too. And let's go back over here. And if anybody has a lockout, guys, we will do a sword run. A lot of people ask for it. We will do it. New WoW tweet. If it's the thing about WoW Mobile, I've already seen it. I have seen the WoW Mobile stuff. Should do sword runs with Ian. What if Ian receives a sword and he doesn't trade it to me though? Like that would be like interview over, man. Like I'm fucking going back to Final Fantasy tomorrow. Like I'd be done. And WoW Mobile. Let's talk about let's talk about the WoW Mobile for a little bit, okay? And a lot of people have wondered about this. A lot of people have been asking about this. I think that WoW Mobile is a good idea. I've said this before multiple times, and I do believe this. I think that people. Oh no. Oh no. We have to read these first. Oh my god. Are you gonna ask about the drop rate? If it even still drops? I might if we have time at the end for like rapid fire questions, yeah. Console maybe, disagree with mobile. I think mobile is better. Like they're not gonna release World of Warcraft on mobile and it's like it's not like you're gonna do mythic raiding on your phone, man. That's not, they're not gonna do that. Are you going to ask about the set design from devs versus community? The tier set was meh. I mean, like, not really. That's like an art thing. I mean, like, what the fuck does he know? Like, what's he going to say? Like, oh, we're going to try to, like, make... The thing is, I want to ask questions that he has answers to. Like, I'm not going to ask, like, oh, you know, why is the game bad? Or something like this. Because, like, it's not going to be an answer to this. Like, oh, there's no purpose for this. And that's the way I look at it. I hope you'll ask him about the sword. I will ask about the sword. Okay, guys? I will ask about the fucking sword. I promise I will ask about the sword. Please change your shirt. Why? It's a great shirt. This is a clean shirt. I've only worn it for a week. Yeah, what sword? I mean... he probably doesn't even know about that, okay? He probably doesn't even know about it. I'm not even worried about that. Yeah, what sword? Probably doesn't even know about that. All right, before I go through here, I'll read some of the comments that people have made about me. And if you guys have a lockout for Gmod, please let me know. I'm trying to do one. Okay. I think people, especially marginalized folks, are upset for valid reasons. He has a history of being misogynistic, transphobic, and harassing. He's sicked his following on WoW employees and people who disagree with him numerous times, for example. This is what I always like seeing these things because there's like literally no evidence behind it or something like that. That's literally it. You know, when have I ever been any of these things? I'm sure maybe I made a comment 4 years ago that was politically incorrect.
Yeah, maybe I made a joke 4 years ago or 5 years ago that was rude. Like, sure, maybe that happened. It's endlessly disappointing to watch Asmongold. That's smart. Don't say my name. I am Voldemort. Okay? You cannot say Asmongold on Twitter. This is not going to happen. Absolutely fucking not. Be rewarded for embodying and reinforcing all of the worst aspects of the WoW community. Personally, I don't think someone who's actively sick to his audience or employees should get the airtime. Why is Asmongold being rewarded with an interview? Asmongold is the worst rep WoW fans could ever hope for. God, I hate that he even has a presence in the WoW community. I hope he brings McConnell. Can you imagine halfway through the interview and you just hear, hello? Where's Ian? It's like, oh no. It's like the equivalent of like in wrestling where like another guy comes in, uh-oh, here comes the Undertaker with the chair or something like that. You know what I mean? It's what's gotta be. Well, what a fucking day. Yeah, I know, man. Whoever do Deep Dungeon? Yeah, I know, man. Not sure why anybody cares about Asmongold. I can't stand the dude. Asmongold can conform complete sentences. Apparently not. Please say psych. Literally the worst rep for WoW fans. I was wondering why he was so overly positive about the new WoW trailer. It felt very fake. I bet he's being paid big for positive PR. Man. Yeah, I'm waiting on my check to clear, guys. Yeah, any day now. Well, it's like these people think this stuff. It's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, it's nuts. Asmongold is so soft now compared to 2 years ago. There might be some meme-worthy content, but I bet it will be discussed beforehand and there won't be anything hard at all. Like, I don't think so at all. He has business to run and he is so corpo-friendly nowadays. So people think that I am... As I said, these are people corpo-friendly. True? Yeah. The thing is with me, there's actually no difference. And the only people thinking that there's a difference are people that are mad that I'm not parroting their favorite idea. Like, that's literally it. There's no logic to it. There's no anger to it. There's nothing like that. They're mad that I'm not parroting and I'm not repeating what they think and what they believe. And if that was the case, then, you know, they would not be upset. And I did change for the better. I don't think that I've changed really at all. Like, I actually don't really think so. I think if you go back and you watch my videos from back in the day, I don't think that I've done a lot. Like, what have I changed on? Yeah, what have I really, really changed on? I'm actually curious about this. What do people think that I've changed on? Last time we did was Vaulty situation. I don't know about that. It was about the same. Yeah, watch your old videos. Less hair. Yeah, sure. You're more soft. You have less patience with idiots. Maybe you're right about that. I actually used to argue with my chat a lot more, and I don't do that as much anymore. Yeah, that definitely does not happen. Maybe more constructive than you used to do. Yeah. Try to recall you actually changed a lot about casual stuff after playing other games. You're more politically correct publicly. Well, I think everybody is because you're banned if you're not, right? I mean, that's not really something that's me changing or anything like that. That's just the way that's the way like social media networks are now. Like you just have to you have to say certain things. You can't say other things, right? I mean, that's not really I wouldn't really say that's me changing. That's the platform changing. That's a little bit different. And you give up principles and microtransactions. That is true. Yes, I stopped trying to fight against microtransactions. This is something that, like, after a while, it just kind of got tiresome, and it was not something that I really wanted to keep doing because it just seemed like it was a losing battle, and there's no point for it. And yeah, that's the way I look at it. Guys, you change? No, I'm just curious, right? Do people actually think that or not? Defeated Sag? No, I'm just waiting until there's an actual... I just disagree that the way to deal with it is through complaining on Twitter. That's all. As I said before, I think that, there should be legislation involved and, government should be involved in some cases, right? With things that are more akin to gambling, like loot boxes. So it's not that I don't agree with it. I think that it's great. I think it's great that people are not happy about it. But I just don't think the solution is to complain about it on my stream every day, right? That's not what it is. Your opinions are less rigid. You see things from other people's perspectives more often. You see, like, there are people out there that think the exact opposite, because like Asmongold is not entertaining my 400-word dissertation of why he's a sellout. So I'm pretty sure that he's a sellout. That's about it. When's the next mount off? It'll be soon. I think that we should do a mount off soon. I'll definitely try to do it. Not that extreme, but all that different. Yeah, I feel like I'm not that different. You're lazy about WoW, defend casual gameplay. You want casual gameplay, it's getting good rewards. I do. I've always wanted that, though. I think that's what people don't understand, is that I've always wanted this kind of stuff. And I've always been promoting this kind of stuff. I've always wanted casual content. That's what all of my videos used to be about. Basically, it was like casual stuff, etc. And some people just don't, they don't want to accept that. Like, yes, I did more hardcore content back in the day, and, yeah, sure. But, like, we had things come out, and I think the player base has changed a lot, too. You can't go out every single day and say it's going to rain if the weather changes daily. You know what I mean? Yeah, things happen. I'm more open-minded. I will listen to what other people have to say, but to be honest with you, I am every bit as much closed-minded as I was before. I just think of things differently. Here we go. All right. Today is the day. Here we go. What if I got the sword today? Like, of all the days, what if I actually got it today? Oh my god. Like, there's like, all right, I'll do it one more time. I will do it one more time just to do it. We'll give it another shot. Why not? Yeah, we'll do it one more again. That would have been something special. Yes, it would have been. I'll do another one. That's okay. Before interview, wash your hands. As I said, the only thing I'm worried about or nervous about in this interview is having something go wrong tech-wise. Because, I mean, you guys know it's me, right? And also, I wanted to say, some people might not know this, but I mentioned this yesterday. I said in the title, but like people might not have seen it. We're doing AllCraft after the interview with Rich, obviously, and also with Preach. So we're doing that we're doing it after this. Is the interview be live? Yeah, it's live. Yeah, I'm doing it live. Yeah, so we're going to have an AllCraft about it, talk about Final Fantasy, talk about WoW, talk about the changes, everything that we talked about, just everything in general, right? And so, yeah, we got a lot of content today, guys. We got a lot of fucking content. Did they say anything is off limits? No. Everything that I wanted to talk about, they are totally okay with me talking about it. Right? They're absolutely okay with me talking about it. Like, there's nothing that's really off limits. It's whatever, right? I mean, I said the questions, right? Because, like, I was like, okay, that's the way they do things. But, yeah, they didn't say anything was a bad idea. The only thing they told me is, like, Taliesin asked Ian a question a couple of days, yesterday, I think. And then Linksy, who's the person who helped me do all this, said, like, hey, why don't you ask another question instead, since that question's kind of already been answered. So that's the only thing. And so it was actually like a positive thing. That was the only difference. Get the Shadow End speed set? Yeah, I will do that. I need to get that done soon. And hope I do another Transmog comp. Yeah, I'll do another one of those in Final Fantasy whenever I get to it. I just don't really know when. Like, I'm hoping to get back to the game semi-soon. I just don't really know. There's always just been, like, one thing after another that I've just kind of, like, got involved with, and I just haven't really gotten around to it. Does anybody else, guys, does anybody have a lockout for Gmod? or for the Mechagon Peacekeeper. I will go with the Mechagon Peacekeeper as well. I just need to lock out for one of these, okay? Yes, please. Yeah, it's going to be in an hour, exactly. Are Legion raids soloable? I think so, yeah. I'm pretty sure they are. Yeah, I would assume so. Too much content? Yeah, I know, there's a lot. Expand on how design process is being handled, situation, take account, decide to change something, etc. No, I feel like that's not really a very interesting answer because, like, they're obviously gonna... Like, here's the way that I look at it. Is I want to ask questions that I don't think I know the answer to. Does that make sense? Because, like, for example, I know what they're going to say, like, what they take into consideration for designing something. Like, they're going to say, well, they don't want it to mess up the game. They want it to be balanced and, like, a few other things, right? I mean, like, this is just what makes sense. So, like, that's it. Mythic Argus was fixed. I could try it out. Yeah, if I have extra time at the end, and they're okay with me asking a few more questions, I will ask a few more questions. But we'll see what's going to happen. And you're going to ask about Mythic Plus key depletion? No, I didn't really think about that. Like, the reason I didn't want to ask about some of those things is, like, for example, like, Mythic Plus key depletion is, like, I'm not a big part of, like, those communities, if that makes sense. Like, I've never really been a big Mythic Plus guy, and so I would leave that to the Mythic Plus people to talk about. But, yeah, in general, I do think that, I do think they should get rid of depleting keys. And like keys going down a grade or anything like that. I don't really see that. I don't see that helping anything or making the game better at all. Start the interview asking about the sword. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a good idea, guys. Mythic Plus toxic as fuck. Well, the reason why Mythic Plus is toxic, there's a lot of reasons, right? One of the big reasons why Mythic Plus is toxic is because it's because, like, you spend 30 minutes and there's, like, a strong, like, negative punishment if you don't get it right. You see what I'm saying? Like, they're too... I think they're too long. And it's like, how do you solve a Mythic Plus dungeon being too long? Do you make shorter dungeons? I don't know. Yeah, I'm actually not sure. Increasing the character cap on individual realms? They already did that. They did that, like, a year and a half ago, man. Like, yeah, you can make 50 characters on one realm, but you can only have 50 on an account. Can you ask about legacy content? It'll be easy to farm old content as a max level player. I think that's a, you know, like that's something that you would deal with whenever it actually happens, right? Please ask them to make it so people don't get deleted in PvP. Well, the problem is, like, with PvP, this is kind of like what happens, and like with BFA, nobody ever dies. But with Shadowlands, nobody ever dies until they get one shot, and that's the difference. I think they need to fix that, and like the time to kill in PvP is very it's very imbalanced, right? Sometimes it can be super high, sometimes it'll be super low. It's a bit much. You don't lose, you lose 30 minutes. Yeah, that's actually true. You lose the time making the group and everything like that too. I think that, like, I feel like Mythic Plus is just a system that they have, and it's set up to make people mad. Like, it's designed in a way that people will get mad about it, and it would just be better if it just didn't happen that way. Yeah, it would be better if it was designed differently. Also, we get more than 50 characters per account, new class at least, a few slots. I don't think that's really something that I feel like that's something that, like, basically nobody cares about. Like, I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I think nobody cares about that, except for like a handful of people. You know what I mean? And are you gonna ask about and they're gonna move to a different engine? That's actually a really good question. I didn't. That's a huge question. Like, yeah, I mean, oh my God, I don't know if he could even answer that. That's a lot. That's a lot. Here's what we're gonna do, all right? I'm gonna ask the questions I said I would ask them, right? If we have time at the end, I'll ask a few other ones if he's willing to do that. And, maybe we'll do it again, right? I think the idea with this is, you know, we'll see how this first one goes, and then if it goes well, we'll do it again afterwards. I think that's kind of simple. So I'm going to be on my best behavior. I'm going to ask the questions I said I'd ask. I'm going to be polite. I'm going to do what I need to do. And then we're going to continue doing this more, and we slowly move things over to our side of the table, right? We do things more that we know we want to get our voice out there, and this will be a slow thing that happens. So that's my perspective on this. Here we go. I have a lockout. Link it to me. If you have a lockout for Gmod or for Mechagon Peacekeeper, please link it to me. Yeah, it's in Group Finder. You have to link me the lockout or I will not believe you. Come on. Oh. I'm big mauled, man. I'm actually big mauled. Like, I can't believe I haven't gotten it by now. Oh, here we go. Apparently it is official. Activision Blizzard stockholders approve proposed, thank you very much, Free Jam. Approve proposed Microsoft transaction. Holy shit. Has to go through the FTC. Yep, but this is one more stage. I think it's going to happen. I'm pretty sure it will. The final hurdle in this process is government approvals around the world. Some are expecting resistance from the US, EU, and China regulatory groups, so we'll have to wait and see how it plays out. I think that's fair. Yeah, I think so. It depends. You see WoW is going mobile? I mean, yes, I did see that. I saw a lot of stuff. What's this here? Master Chief and Banjo-Kazooie? Yeah, it's going to be great. Yeah, as I said, it's not going to be a War Chief anymore, guys. It's going to be the Master War Chief. It's going to be fucking awesome. I can't wait. So here's what's going to happen, right? Here's what's going to happen. I think that Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard is probably the smartest and best thing that they've, like, done in a long time. Like, it really is it's a super smart idea. Because, like, this company just got audited by the federal government, effectively, for, like, any sort of, like, corruption or, like, any foul play. They got audited. Like, this is something that, like, companies pay millions and millions and millions of dollars for, right? And this company got audited by the fucking California government. Like, probably one of the more strict ones, as far as I know. That's at least what I hear. I don't really know personally, but that's what I hear. And it is hearsay, you could say. And also, like, it's right off the back of a controversy, right? Like, I mean, you have to think. Blizzard has Overwatch 2 coming out. They have Dragonflight coming out. They've got their mobile game coming out. They've got Diablo Immortal coming out. They've got, what's the other one besides that? Diablo 4 coming out. And they've also got the Survival coming out, right? The Survival game coming out. That is like, there are so many unhatched eggs at Blizzard right now. And the fact that they're able to buy in that low at like $77 million or billion dollars, and you have access to all of those things, that is insane. And also Modern War, yeah, imagine how big Warzone 2 is going to be. Warzone 2 is going to be fucking ridiculous. Like, it's going to be insane. Yeah, it's extremely low in context, right? I'll go and I'll do Nalak. Now, I do Nalak about once a week or so, and I bet the same thing every single time. If the mount drops and I get it, I will gift 2,000 subs. I'm not kidding. I will gift 2,000 subs. I need to go over right now to the Timeless Isle and make sure that I get my my coins first. Apparently, I forgot about that. I don't have my coins. It was 5K subs before? No, it was not. It was always 2,000. That's right. Can we gamble it? You guys, no. Like, let's not gamble Nalak. I don't want people to lose their points. Nalak is such a low drop chance, I'm not going to let you guys do it. Yep, that's not going to happen. 20,000 subs win? Yo, y'all need to chill out. Like, y'all need to chill out. Like, that's too much, man. Ask we increase the drop chance? Yeah. I think that the mounts at this point, I don't think they really need to. You can just buy them off the black market. You get 70% back, though? Yes, but that means I lose 30%. And 30% on 20,000 subs is a lot, guys. It really is. Like, how much is a sub? It's $5. That's $100,000. That's $30,000 I'm spending. That's a lot. Yeah, come on, guys. I don't write gifting my subs off of my taxes, okay? Like, in my opinion, I think this is probably tax fraud in some way or another, and people do it, and they're probably wrong. I don't know this for sure, but I'm guessing that it is. Okay, let's go back over here. Yeah, I know some people do it, and, like, the thing is that the odds of getting audited are very low, but if it happens, I could get in trouble with that, and so, like, the thing is, it's like most things in the law, right? If you accidentally don't report something, that's not a big deal, right? But if it's a lot of money and you're not doing it regularly, they're not going to be happy about that, and they could be fined, you go to jail. It's just a bad time, right? Yeah, it's good faith, right? I try to make a good faith effort to do the right things on my taxes, right? That's it. And just ask your IRS friends to hook you up. I don't think it works that way, okay? Not on that level. Okay, and let me go back over here, clean the bags. All right, boys. Come on. Come on, give me the good stuff. Let me go up to the top and see if the guy up at the top is there, because I want to try that too. Don't get Al Capone. Yeah, exactly. That's what I don't want to have happen. So I try to be very careful with that, and I don't really make any mistakes or do anything stupid. I think jail time is better than playing New World. I mean, New World is not that bad, guys. Like, I really don't think New World is as bad as people make it out to be. I think that people are just I think people, like, more with New World, are just, like, disappointed about the game. Like, they were hoping that it was going to be way better, and it just was not. I think that's all that comes down to. It was just simply not as good as people thought it would be, which is unfortunate. I was hoping that it would be great. Say it's not bad? Yeah, I don't think it's that bad. Like, it's not that bad. But, like, I'm not saying it's good. I mean, if you say something's not that bad, it fundamentally means it's not that good either. Well, I just got a new executive producer. That's good. I mean, the thing is, like, with what they're gearing up to, like, Hearthstone is already very successful. World of Warcraft is, in my opinion, I think the fact that World of Warcraft still exists, even throughout all of this drama. Please link me if you have a Gmod lockout or a another lockout for fucking Mechagon Peacekeeper. Was Peon just made a New World video? Yeah, I'm gonna watch that probably tomorrow if I stream, and if not, I'll watch it on Saturday. Yeah, I got it. Post an overlay for you on Reddit. I got one. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. But yeah, just link the lockout. If you don't know how to link the lockout, you go into your social tab, go to raid, and then you just link it by shift clicking it into the into chat. And it's like an orange name. Yeah, if you can, yeah, you shift click it with an orange name. Because, like, only you can link the lockouts that you have. WoW's odds all worse, still has a lot of players, and that's what I'm saying, right? Is like, so if WoW is at a negative, right? If WoW is not doing well, okay, yeah, we're gonna do Peacekeeper. Give me a second. All right, Bash Cutter, let me go check and see if this guy's up real quick, and then we'll do it. Blizzard's losing out on a lot of monthly active users, though. Yeah, sure, overall, but that's because, like, almost all of their products have been pretty much stagnant, you know? Like, Overwatch hasn't really seen a lot of updates. Diablo 3 has been dead for years. Heroes of the Storm, Blizzard even told everybody it's dead. Like, that's just... It is what it is, right? So, like, what I'm saying is that it's probably never going to get worse than this, and if it does, then Blizzard as a company will probably not exist for that long, right? Like, this is as bad as it could possibly get. So that's why Microsoft buying into it right now is a good idea. You're effectively buying the dip, but unironically. You see what I'm saying? Like, I hope you guys see, like, are picking up what I'm putting down here, right? With what I'm saying? Yeah, HOTS is good. Yeah, HOTS. I'm not saying if it's good or bad. I'm just saying, like, Blizzard kind of stopped. They stopped deciding if they're going to invest money into it. That's what I'm really trying to get at. Yeah, HOTS is great. I played it before. I thought it was okay. I wasn't, like, super into it, but yeah, it's fine. I'm not really too much into MOBAs, though, to be fair. So I don't know. King Mechagon? Yep, that's right. All right, we need 3 more people. We're just going to invite the first 3 people. There we go. All right. And so go over to Mechagon and do summons over there. And we'll do Mechagon for now while we wait. And I will, a little bit before the interview, I want to make sure that I get everything ready and good to go. Because, as I said before, the only thing I'm worried about in this interview is a fucking tech issue. Yeah, it is. It's a fucking tech issue. That's what I'm so stressed out about and so worried about. Other than that, I am totally chilling. It's just I don't want to look dumb or do something wrong. Yeah, webcam dies. Yeah, webcam dies. Something else crazy like that happens. Like, you just never really know. Now, I already had that. You don't need to get too excited, but now I've got it again. It's a shared appearance. It's not a big deal. Yep, I'm chilling. Test your mic on Zoom. I should have the mic. The mic should be working. Mic is actually one of the things that never really stops working. Mainly, it's like audio problems or something like that. Oh, let me invite somebody else, too. Give me 1 second. Actually, I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Yeah, you're right. You actually are right. I probably did just jinx it. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that, boys. Okay. Wash your hands? Bro, why would I wash my hands, dude? Toss me a lead? Yeah. Let me give you a lead. You got it. Alright, y'all can summon. Just a second. I ran over my cable here. Alright, we should be good now. 1 second. Alright, we good now. Let's see what we got. I spoke on Discord. Asked anyone else typed out your interview. They legit talked mad shit about you. People always get mad about me for things that I usually didn't even do. The thing is, like, anybody who's popular has people that don't like them. Like, that's just... I don't take... And this is just honestly the truth. And this is going to be an ego Andy take, and I'm not sorry. I don't take people's criticism of me seriously at all. 99 times out of 100... it's based off of something that didn't happen, and I don't care one way or another. There's always going to be people that don't like you. There's always going to be people that want to disagree with you, etc. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, if I changed everything based off of like what other people think, stay outside, guys, real quick, so we can invite Bash Cutter's main and do this. Yeah, I disagree with that. Well, that's too bad. Yeah, and so, like, yeah, normal human things, yeah. It's just people, consider it's fair for me to wake up and decide they don't like you. Yeah, I think that's what happens with a lot of people, is they get mad at me for, you know, something I said a long time ago or something else, and that's what it is. And so, like, yeah, I think that's probably one of the most healthy mindsets to have, because a lot of times, like, people, they go out of their way, and they really want to get the approval of, like, people out in the community. Quantum TV calling you a liar. I posted in your Reddit. Video is so damn funny. Goes on a rant. Oh, my God. Quantum TV. Like, look, I don't want to deal with that guy anymore. That guy is just, he's just crazy. Like, I mean, what else am I going to say? It's just, the guy is crazy. He needs to get help, man. Like, he does. He needs to get help. Get off fucking internet. Like, talk to somebody, figure it out, man. Like, it's just, it's just gone way too far. Like, I mean, if he keeps doing this shit with Actman, he's gonna end up in jail. All right, invite Bash Cutters, summon him. And we'll go ahead and do this. Let me get him out of the group. Yeah, it's just, it's really bad, and I think also it's just, this kind of stuff is funny for a while. But I think people might kind of not understand how much, like, it wears you down over time. It's like, okay, this has been going on now for like what, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Like, holy fuck, how long is this gonna go on? Imagine, yeah, but the thing is, it is, to be fair though, it is funny to imagine that somebody's opinion on Elden Ring could land them in jail ultimately, right? Like, it is kind of funny to think about that. Yeah, is it time to grow on people? Yeah, I am. I think that's a good way to say it. And like, yeah, of course there's people on like the WoW subreddit or like the WoW Discord that don't like me, or whatever. Again, the thing is that like a lot of the reasons why people don't like me, I think are just stupid. And so why would I take them seriously? I think also like most of the people that don't like me, I know more about the game than they do. And at one point in time, I was better at the game than they will ever be. And so you know, like what could they possibly say that's going to make me reconsider my actions? Like, that's just a fact. You know, like, it really, ego Andy? Yeah, absolutely ego Andy. It's not ego, it's confidence. Yeah, it's absolute confidence. Yeah, all right, let's go. Let's get them out. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Judging, yeah, that's not, yeah, that people get upset about that because it puts who they are into perspective. You know, it's not ego if it's truth. Yeah, it's fact. Okay, let's see here. Jump over this way. Why is Bash Cutter dead? How'd he die? The fuck? What are you doing, man? You just go up here and hit the thing. Yeah, do you miss Bear Tartar? Yeah, I love that. That was so fun. Understand that? Wouldn't they want to learn from the best? No, it's not about that. Like, there are people that just, as I said, these are people who categorically dislike streamers, or they categorically dislike large streamers or some other group that I am a part of. And so it's not even that they don't like me, it's that they don't like what I represent or what group I'm a part of. Does that make sense? Oh, he's level 50. Oh, that makes sense. All right, here we go. Give me the mount. Give me the mount. I believe. So do I. In the next run. I believe in the next run. The next run will happen 100%. Absolutely. Just a second. All right, I want to make sure I've got everything ready to go. Ian's messaging me. Yeah, he says, don't mention anything about covenants and the mount's 100% next time. I asked percentage ? And yeah, he said it's 77% on the next one, guys. All right, let's go ahead. We're gonna do another one. Yep, let's do another one. It's gonna be fine. All right, give me 1 second. Rigged? Yeah, no, it's not rigged. Guys, it's not rigged. It's just, it's like an incentive, right? That's all. It's just an incentive. Batch Cutter, if you want to make another group, just get back on your other character and make another group. I'll run it again, man. Like, I'll run it again and invite another one of your alts. I should say keep it 55th strict to him. Oh my god. That would be so fucking funny. I'll be honest, like, that shit is so fucking funny to me. Okay, let's see here. I want to make sure I've got everything ready here. Okay, and the bug, I don't know what that, I feel like he's not gonna know what it means. Like, it's funny, but like, it's not, I don't think I'm gonna do that. All right, let's get rid of these, and there we go. Okay. Alrighty. Guess what's in the box, guys? Guess what's in the box? That's right, guys. King Mechagon, that's who's in the box. It's gotta be King Mechagon this time.
Okay, alright, you wanna fucking talk shit, alright, watch this. Kingmaker gone. Oh, alright. Alright. Great. That's exactly what I had hoped for. How do you not have it already? That's a great question. I wish I knew. Okay, give me 1 second. You forgot to ask, did they give you a percentage on this one too? Yeah, I know. All right, let's go back over here. Oversmart? Yeah. All right, let's try it again. Okay, Transmog S in the game. Old Primal and Dragon Scale recipes lost in Cataclysm. I think that, like, I would love if they would do that. That would be great. I would be very happy about that. They're just laughing right now at me. No, there's no reason to laugh. I'm about to get it on my next run. Do you enjoy Fury more than Arms? Yes, I do. Do you want to know why I enjoy Fury more than Arms? Because I can run around and spam the same button. So, like, whenever I'm playing Fury, all I'm doing is running around spamming Whirlwind. Whereas, like, in Arms, I have to worry about, like, you know, getting Rage to do abilities. I don't have to do anything as Fury. I just keep hitting Whirlwind, and that's it. Yeah, I love it. If you don't like alts, Asmon, how come you have so many on WoW? I used to play alts, and, like, I go back and forth on it. But, like, right now, I just like focusing on one character. I guess I used to like playing alts because I used to raid, and I'd want to raid with, like, different characters and do things with different characters. But right now, I'm actually very happy with how warriors are, so I would never want to play anything else. It's the same thing like in I was about to say Black Desert, Lost Ark. Why would I ever want to play something that's not my Berserker? Why would I ever want to willingly handicap myself by playing something that's not the best class in the game? It just makes no sense. Yeah, there's no reason to do that. And, yeah, that's it. Old currency will go account-wide. I don't know if they're going to do that. I have no idea. I think they're already making some things account-wide, so it's a matter of, you know, just kind of letting things happen one step at a time. Huge Mayhem nerf? They did nerf Mayhem, but the overall nerf is only 6 to 7% whenever you calculate in the damage buff that they're giving to the group and everything like that. So I actually think it's better for the class to actually have a damage buff. It's a bad idea for one class to just be the pure damage class because people will perceive it as being better because, oh, that's the class that does the most damage without any of the context around, like, the buffs that it provides or doesn't provide. And it's just going to create a weird design. Make the lock summon us? Yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah, that's the way I see it. It's not noticeable, the Mayhem nerf? Yeah, I feel like it's probably not. And the thing is, any nerf, how do you solve any nerf in Lost Ark, guys? How do you do it? Where's the credit card? Oh, I don't see it. Yeah, anyway, so you just spend money and buy better gear, and then you offset it. Yeah, it's totally fine. Why even worry about something so silly as a nerf? Yeah, you just buy better gear. Yeah, you just outgear the nerf. The problem solved. How long is the interview? It's not going to be that long today. It's, as I said, it's my first one. So, you know, they want to do a test one, see how everything goes, and go from there. And so that's the plan. Let's go back over here. And do you think Ian is nervous for this interview in particular? Is Ian nervous? Probably not, no. I mean, like, the thing is, like, I think they know that I'm not some kind of, like, crazy, you know, like, I'm going to, like, freak out and, like, get super mad. Like, yeah, why would he get nervous? It's just, I'm just going to talk about the game with him, right? I mean, he's going to be fine. Yeah, the guy's a lawyer. Like, he's going to, like, if I ask him a hard question, he'll be able to get out of it if he doesn't want to answer it, okay? I'm not worried. It'll be funny, though. Yeah, objection hearsay. Okay, yeah, message me, and we'll just clear these mobs up here, and then we'll get a summoning stone down Bashcoder if you want to get on your alt, okay? Yeah, I think that's yeah, it's not really a big deal. I mean, like, I think a lot of people take it a little bit too seriously or forget that it's, you know, let's just kill these guys, let's just kill these. It makes it way easier. Let's just kill them. I don't want to have to worry about it in case somebody accidentally aggroes or something dumb like that. Let's go up here and just get these guys down. See how fast they die? That's how easy it is. What about the sword? Yeah, sure.
New WoW GG discussion. Yeah, and so if you're talking about the mobile game, is that what it is? Because to me, I think the mobile game is going to be. I don't know if it's going to be good or not. I don't play games on my phone. Like I just don't play any games on my phone. Period. So like, it's not going to help me a whole lot. I'm not going to give a shit about it. Oh, also, I wanted to mention this right now. Is that I know a lot of people. I think this kind of goes without saying since it's like a Blizzard interview. But like anybody can co-stream this or watch my stream on their stream for the thing, right? Like that's totally fine. I know like a couple of people asked me about that, but yeah, if you want to watch it, just go on ahead. That's totally fine with me. Yeah, I just want to make sure that was so. Like, yeah, if you're in somebody else's chat and they ask about it, just let them know that yeah, I'm totally fine with it. It's not a big deal. Games on phone are so bad. Well, I don't think they have to be. You know. Oh right, I forgot my summoning stone. Let me go back over here. Ritual summoning. There we go. A copyright strike. So why did they get a copyright strike? Yeah, that's it. It's the first time Blizzard's acknowledged their resistance? No. Back in Legion, the year that they announced Classic WoW, and the year they announced Classic WoW and Battle for Azeroth, we actually, people might forget this, but like we actually did AllCraft live at BlizzCon. And like Blizzard paid for our flights and everything there. Yeah, so it's not a big deal, guys. Like I'm chilling. What Warlock spec is this? This is a spec, few people use this spec, but I've always used this for all my alts. This is called Mount spec. My Warlock is this spec, so is my Druid. My DK is Mount spec as well. Pretty much all of them are Mount spec. And so the way the spec works is I actually don't know how to play it at all. And I just run and do the mounts and that. Huh, so that doesn't work. Okay, well, you learn something new every day. And anyway, yeah, so you just go and you get the mounts. And it doesn't do any damage. I have no idea how to play it. I don't even know what my buttons I do. The way I choose my talents are the ones that are passive. And or the ones that make me run faster so I can do the mount runs more quickly. And other than that, that's literally all there is to it. Uh-oh. Come on. All right, moving on this. Give me the mount. Give me the fucking mount. Interview in 30 minutes? Is it 30? Yeah, it's 30 minutes. I'm gonna sit in there and make sure I get everything set up like 15 minutes or so ahead of time because I am an idiot who messes up every tech thing that has ever existed, so I don't trust myself to do it at the exact time. Okay. Here we go. Bash Cutter, get on your mage. We're gonna run it again. We're gonna run it again. I'm feeling really good about this next one, guys. I'm telling you, boys, the next one is gonna really take it home. Like, oh yeah, next one 100%, guys. I'm not worried about it. Yeah, you didn't have mount spec? No, I already have it set up, okay? Trust me, guys. The way I set up mount spec is by having all my gear from World Quests and not having it enchanted. If you have no enchanted gear or no gems or anything on your character, and you only have passive stats, that means that you, besides actually Simulacrum is actually, or Singularity is actually an active one, but it wasn't in Legion, so I used it then. So that's how I know it works. And let's to weigh them down. Yeah, exactly. Give me 1 second. Let me go find another box, okay? I've got to get King Mechagon. So just for context, I have 42 Overspark boxes. Or, sorry, 42 Azeroth minis of Overspark. 15 Cog Stars. 46 Blastatrons. 46 of these. And I do this every single week whenever I'm streaming and I'm online. Now, I go and I try to get this item, and it has not happened. That's how bad this has been for me. Rookie numbers? No, it's not gonna... No, I deleted a lot of them. I've had even more. What are my add-ons? I have so many add-ons, I don't even know what they are, to be honest with you. And I hope that, like, again, I would really, really hope that they can, whenever they're doing this, like, new UI stuff, that they make it to where, like, the UI shows more stuff for, like, what the boss is doing. Because, like, right now, I feel... I mean, how many of you guys are in a guild that pretty much requires you to have an add-on? Like, I feel like a required add-on is a shortcoming of the game. You know, like, if everybody requires the same add-on, then why is it an add-on? Why is it in the game? Like, what's going on here? And like, also, and like, Ian will remember this. Because, I mean, he's played the game forever. So, like, he remembers back in ICC, whenever they had AVR. And it was so fucking good that people, Blizzard made it to where it doesn't work. And then they also changed it again after Nighthold, because people were just so overpowered with moving to each other on Star Augur. It just made it to where it was that much easier. Mostly weak cores, yeah. Asking about the add-ons? I will. I will, guys. Absolutely. Being flipped out by groups not having DBM? Yeah, exactly. The boss before Yogg Saron? The boss before Yogg Saron. You're talking about General Vezix, right? Yeah, yes! Because he could tell... But I feel like, did you... Yeah, because you needed an add-on. Because wouldn't he target the player that he was showing he was shooting the Shadow Crash at or something like that? That was a long time ago, man. Holy shit, that was a long time ago. On Archimond and WoD with lasers? Yeah, I think that... And Blizzard even stated before that, like, the way that they had intended that mechanic to be done was totally different than how players did it. Do you guys have a box here? Like, yeah, if you guys can find a box or help me find one, that'd be great. Because before I log over, I want to do that. Okay, let's see here. Please mention your take on add-ons. Consistent balancing act makes the game worse for majority of players. I mean, it depends on how much he wants to elaborate on it, but yeah. I mean, again, I think that it's a very important point with the add-ons. Like, I felt this way for a long time, and I think that it's only gotten worse, to be honest with you. I think that add-ons have become more and more pseudo-required. And at this point now, like, if you're not using DBM and weak auras and stuff like that, like, even individual guilds have their own weak auras and stuff. Like, a top-end guild, like a world-class guild, some of these people have people in their guild, and their entire job in the guild is just to do add-ons. Just to design weak auras and... look at the fights, and then build the weak auras off of those fights. Isn't that insane? Yeah, it's a literal job. Yeah, it's too much. Okay. Drop group for box. Okay. Invite me, Bashkar. Okay. And after this one, I'll go ahead and join. And I'll log over. We'll do one more run. And then after that, I think we have to do an interview. Oh, boy. Last Golomon set ensembles. Listen, there's a lot of transmog things. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to make like a list. I'm gonna write out like a list of like a wish list of things that I want in WoW. Like no memes or nothing. All right, 1 second. Let me do this. Gentlemen, it's been a long time. We're finally here. King Mechagon. So that's 47. 47, guys. We're up to 47 Blastatrons. Yep, there we go. That's great, guys. That's amazing. I'm super happy about this. Yeah, wow. I can't believe it. Unattainable recolor transmogs. I feel like whenever I make my list of things that I want for the new expansion, there will be an entire subsection of transmog. Because I think there's a lot of things they don't do right with transmog, if you want me to be honest. All right, here we go. When will I make a video for small streamers? Oh, you mean like a video on like what to do if you're a small streamer? I'll probably start doing that. Like, when would I make a video that'd be good for small streamers? I don't really know. It's something I've wanted to do for quite a while, but I'm not sure really when that's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, like, never. No, I've wanted to do it because, like, a lot of the guides for, like, how to become a good streamer are fucking terrible. Like, they're really bad. they're like, oh, smile on camera, or, you know, make sure to say hi to people that come into your chat. It's just like, this doesn't help anybody. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, yeah, it's not, it's useful. Yeah, it's like, you've got to stream. All right, so first thing is you want to dye your hair so you stand out. Second thing is start playing Fortnite. Third thing, you have to be friends with somebody who's really popular and get them to host you every day. And that's all you need to do to become a streamer, guys. That's it. Problem solved. And it's like, oh my God, this is so useful, or, you know, so useful. And like, this is really going to change my fucking life. So yeah, I wanted to make a video about it and talk about it because, like, I know what I'm talking about. I've streamed for a long time, and I think I will say things that that other people may not say. So that's why I wanted to do it. Give me 1 second. Let me just throw some of this stuff away real quick. Okay. All right, guys. This is the last one. Gentlemen. Guess what's in the box? That's right. King Mechagon. Let me zone in real quick, and that way you guys can zone out and summon Bash Cutter's ult. And am I in? Looks like I'm in. Yeah, oh, we've got a Warlock. Okay, we're fine. So this would be 48, right? Yeah, okay, so we've got 48 Blastatrons. That's great, guys. Yep, 48. Yeah, we're gonna do this last mount, and then we're gonna get everything started. How many oversparks? We're looking at somewhere around 20 to 30 oversparks, somewhere around there. Why don't you pick a small streamer to host at the end of the day? I don't think that being a small streamer, like, most small streamers are small streamers because they're not very entertaining, and I'd rather host my friends. That's just the truth. Like, I'd just rather host my friends and help them out instead. I don't know, like, yeah, why would I not host my friends? It's common sense. All right, let's get him in here. Gentlemen, host girls. Stop, bro. Like, stop. No, we're not going to do that. Ask about cross-faction guild. That's fair, guys. Yeah, listen. People always try to perceive something, right, or whatever. But yeah, of course I'm going to help my friends. Like, they're the ones I give a shit about. Of course I'm going to help them. That's what makes sense. Imagine not doing that. Okay, go over through here, through there, this way. Watch out for him. All right, boys. Let's do it. And also, like, yeah, I forgot to mention this, but, like, there was one time I hosted a friend of mine, and my viewers spam reported his channel, and they got him banned. And so it's made me worry about, like, randomly hosting somebody that's, like, not a you know, an established streamer that knows what's going on. Because, like, also they'll send them links, and it's like a GIF, and they don't know it's a GIF, and it, like, pops up with something bad. It's just, like, a lot of people aren't ready for that, man. They're just simply not fucking ready for that. And Tyson, yeah, it was Tyson. All right, here we go. If I get the mount here, 100% they rigged it for me. 100%. I'm gonna be honest. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Here we go. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm gonna ask him to remove LFR. All right. Yep, I'm gonna ask him to remove LFR. That's fine. You know, I thought that you know, we had an agreement here, but unfortunately, it's just too much, guys. You didn't try hard enough. Yeah, I guess so. It's just, god damn it, man. Like, how many times have I have to run this like every day? I've been so unlucky with some of these mounts. It's not fair. Like, I actually think it's not fair. I think it's rigged against me or something, man. It sucks. Payment after interview? Oh, I guess that must be it. Yeah. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me actually log out and get all this done. No whale buff? Yeah, sure. Okay. Challenge Ian to a mount off? I would win. But Ian does have Scarabord, so that's a big one on its own. 1 second, I can start this out. Okay, and let me see about here. Lord of the Rings on Amazon Pog. We'll see what happens. I mean, a lot of people are not excited about the show. They're worried that it's not going to be true to the source material. The fact that they were having sexual content in Lord of the Rings seems a little bit weird. Not a fan of it. But we'll see what happens. Give me 1 second, and I will start this up. Alrighty. And make sure I'm logged in and everything. Okay. Launch, okay. Join with computer audio, I think that's how it works. Okay. Let's see. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, alright, great. And let me make sure I get all this sorted. And I'll move it over. I actually need to make a separate thing for this. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta get it all set up. I've never really used Zoom. Like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I use Discord. I'm a gamer.
Well, welcome.
Yeah.
First time. We'll be gentle.
Okay. Let's see. So that's not working. Let me see if I can get it to work now, maybe. See, this is why I started it early, because I knew this something dumb would happen. Okay.
Your luck with tech is as bad as mine.
Yeah, that's just about it. It's not letting me capture the page here. I wonder why not. I might have to do it on the PC. I think that could maybe be better. Okay. Let me see if I can do this here. Because you're already capturing via Streamlabs? No, it's capturing a video here. Because you guys see what it does? It's not doing it. Okay. Make sure I get all this sorted. Discord, I can't show Discord. Maybe if I change it, let me delete it. Okay. Maybe game capture. That's not working either. Do you guys know why that would be? That it doesn't capture it properly? I'm not even really sure. Because it shows, and I'm not sure what this is. Window capture? I'm doing window capture. It just doesn't work properly. Let's see here. I can probably do display capture, and if I have to, I'll do that. Bottom left start video? No. I'm trying to capture what I'm seeing on my screen. Does that make sense? So like it should show this, but it doesn't. You guys see what I'm saying? Start video in Zoom. Close WoW, it could be a bug on the video card. Exit game, it's on a different PC. That's not what it's gonna be. Zoom has protections in place, so you have to do screen capture? Oh, really? Oh my god. Okay, let me see if I can do that instead. Start video and Zoom shows disable hardware acceleration. I don't know how to do that. Run Zoom as administrator, turn off hardware acceleration. Okay, see if I can do that. I don't even know how to get settings on Zoom. Minxie, do you know how to do settings on Zoom and get it to turn on?
I can ask. Let me check.
Open Zoom in my browser. Maybe I can try that instead. I'm gonna capture your Zoom meeting in Streamlabs OBS. Okay. Okay. Alright, let me try and see if I can do this. Give me 1 second. Okay, call NMP support. Yeah, it's... Though that button isn't there. Here, let me leave the call real quick. I'll try something else. Okay. Let's see here. Settings meeting. Try and capture screen instead of app. That's what I might have to do. Settings meeting. Well, I'm trying to get it to load. Like, honestly, guys, I'm freaking out. Like, this is why I was so worried about this happening. Oh my god. Like, why has this ever happened? Like, it's just, I can never fucking have anything go right. Okay. I don't even know how to get the settings for Zoom to work. Uninstall and reinstall. Okay, join meeting. Let's see here. See if I can get this to work again. Okay, I'm gonna try this here. Maybe this will work. Okay. And let me see if I can join back into here. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't have I don't have any of the, it doesn't show my stuff. Try add a window in OBS overlay. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can find it there. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Open this up. For acceleration? Well, yeah, but I can't even add the acceleration. I don't know how to do it here. Click the video tab. Oh, it's the video tab. Okay. How much more time do I have? I have 4 minutes. Okay. Video tab. Then video settings. Okay. Full screen mode. It's not acceleration. Recording. Okay. Share screen. Yeah, I don't know where the hell it is. Okay, video, advanced. Okay. And then DirectX 3D. And let's see here. Sending video. All right. Let's go ahead and do that. I think I'm just going to have to do... Yeah, I think I'm just going to have to do...
Try display capture instead of window capture, maybe?
Yeah, I tried that. That's what I'm going to have to do, is just display capture the whole screen and then just put it in through there. It's like a little bit awkward. I'm going to have to go back and forth with it, but I think that's probably going to be what I have to do. Give me 1 second. Okay, I think everything should be good. And let me do display capture. Yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll just have to do that. Add. Display capture. Okay. And so, does that work, guys? Can we see what's going on and everything? Yes. Okay. All right. It's a little bit. Yeah. It's a little bit awkward, but it should be good enough. Okay. Go ahead and do this. There we go. And I have to like resize everything. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just gonna take me a second to figure this out.
It's okay.
Okay.
I'm temporary Ian for now.
Yeah.
Stand-in.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Down around here. Down over to here. Okay. So how does that look, guys? Is that good, or how should I resize it? Yeah, that's good. Okay. Too small of a window. Yeah, I just can't see it. That's what's a little bit awkward about it. Smaller. How about like this? Is this better? Better? Okay, great. All right, let me do my own cam too.
There.
Yeah, almost. Okay. Now my camera, I'll move this up here and put it right there. Okay. And let's just make sure we've got everything good to go. Okay. How's that, guys? Okay.
I'll stop my video to see if it works with the end. It should.
Yeah. All right, good enough. Yeah. Sort your hair. My hair is not going to be... This is about as good as it gets, guys. I'm sorry to say. Yeah, it's just about as good as it gets. Let's make sure we get Ian in here. There we go. All right.
I think when Ian talks, it should work.
Yeah. How's that work, guys? Are we good? I'll make sure I've got it playing, actually, so I can see. Okay,
Probably
I'm
a
going to
little too
resize
big
it a little
still.
bit.
Yeah.
And there we go. All right. That's about as good as we're going to get, I think, for now. Okay. I think that should be good. Okay. Amazing. All right. Yeah, I don't know how this has happened, but somehow I've actually made it work through a pretty weird setup, but it's good enough. Yep, music's off. Everything should be good. All right, Ian, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, all right. Well, I have to say I am kind of amazed that this is finally happening over 4 years or so. So, yeah, I wanted to say thanks a lot for coming on. I really appreciate it, man.
No, absolutely. It's a pleasure. Been a while since bumping into you, like coming off stage at BlizzCon years back.
Yeah, 4 years ago. I saw somebody post a picture, and it was quite a shock to see how much hair I had back then. It really was.
You and me both.
Yeah. Well, the first thing I want to ask is, now that Shadowlands is primarily over, what would you really say are the biggest successes of Shadowlands? What do you think that we can expect to see going forward?
Definitely Covenants. I think, Covenants, we want to make sure, like, that's actually, I think we want to fit those into Dragonflight. And
yeah.
So high level, I think narratively, one of the big challenges and exciting things about Shadowlands was making something brand new in World of Warcraft. Like, we've over the years mined out a lot of the lore, a lot of the original settings from Warcraft 3 and onwards. And, every time comes time to make a new expansion, one of the big questions is like, okay, where's left for us to visit? And I think the challenge of, say what you will about Sylvanas, the Jailer, the rest, I think building environments and building characters and cultures in the Enchanted Forest of Ardenweald and, the Gothic castles and cities of Revendreth and so forth, and having that feel like an extension of World of Warcraft and having players really vibe with those environments and call them home, I think that was super satisfying for all of us. Obviously, I think along the way, a lot of the realizations we came to in, driven by community feedback over the course of, the middle of Shadowlands, 9.15 and onward, I think are something that will change WoW for the better forever going forward.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I remember watching the Taliesin interview yesterday, excuse me. And you were saying how pretty much all of the stuff is going to be account wide now for Dragonflight, or a lot of the in-game systems.
I'm sure that will be weaponized against me and us. And it's like, hey, Ian, you promised everything.
Yeah.
It's like, philosophically, it's get your gear, get your power. That's a character progression. That's part of the journey when you're making a new character. But yeah, access to content, utility, cosmetics, almost all the rest. And we also want to ask the question of like, how fun is the content that you're going to have to do to replay multiple times?
Good question.
Exactly. And the less it is, the more we want to make that optional. It have to be something you can choose whether or not to do.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, I'm very relieved to hear that. I know that was something that a lot of people complained about in BFA and also Shadowlands, so it's a huge relief. The next thing is I wanted to ask about the dragon riding abilities in combat. Do you think that we're going to be able to ride these dragons into combat in a battle like Malagos or something crazy like that?
Maybe at some point. Yeah, I think
Really?
one of the things, like, we don't have anything planned like that right at launch. I think we want to really understand how the system plays and its strengths and weaknesses and what it's good at. And then I think trying to incorporate your Drake companion into some future dungeon or raid encounter, or even something in the outdoor world or whatever, feels like a cool space to explore. But like, let's build a solid foundation first and then figure out how to build upon it.
Focus on step 1 until we get to step 5. I think that makes a lot of sense, yeah. And so outside, dragon riding is obviously something everybody's going to be doing. And of course, we're going to get new raids, we're going to get new dungeons. But is there any other content that like just a casual player who just logs on and just wants to enjoy the game at large is going to really have to do on a daily?
Well, I mean, have to do in the mandatory sense? Or
No, like actually
exactly, yeah.
A little bit of both, but just like casual fun stuff too, like the Dark Moon Fair, for example. Are we going to get something similar to that?
I mean, so I think maybe not Dark Moon Fair specifically, but I think everything, events, world content in general. I think Zereth Mortis is like it's one zone. We're looking to, in a lot of ways, build an entire continent, an entire expansion with those philosophies and that approach. And so things like protoform synthesis that currently exist just as a fun collection space to explore is the kind of thing we want to do more of. I think we've in a lot of ways underserved something that may be almost a silent majority in our game, or a quiet majority, which are people who aren't looking to top meters and push keys and get their PvP rating up. They just want to explore, do chill stuff, and feel at home in the world. And while still serving the core raid, dungeon, all the rest, we want to do more for that group in particular in Dragonflight.
That is great. I totally agree. I'm really glad to hear that. And another thing is that we've gotten some new arenas. We've gotten the Maldraxxus arena, the Kyrian arena, but we haven't really gotten a lot of new types of content for like a PvPer to do, like battlegrounds and just types of PvP, other than obviously solo shuffle, and apparently raided's coming to that. Are we going to see more battlegrounds or more war mode features in Dragonflight as well?
Long term, that's something we want to do. I think the focus, as you mentioned, is on a rated version of solo shuffle. Making some changes to the way gearing works in PvP to make it more just like a couple of fixed tiers, so that conquest gear is conquest gear. You don't have to worry about upgrading it as you go up in rating, so that the experience of getting into the season or catching up on alts is less painful. And I think with war mode, we often, the best war mode content is the organic stuff. It's not the thing that we set up as like a specific PvP event, but it's something like assaults in 8.1 BFA, where it's like there's just stuff that both factions want to do. There's extra bonuses for having war mode on. There's natural collision that occurs, and that makes for some fun world PvP. On the battleground question, we want to add more battlegrounds. I think there's work we need to do to overhaul our kind of underlying BG system before that makes sense. I think part of what we've seen over the years, when we add battlegrounds, we're adding one battleground into a big rotation. Which most people random queue for. You might, queue all afternoon and not land in the new battleground at all. And so it's like, is that really changing the experience in the way that we would hope that new content would? That's why I think recently you've seen us pivot to brawls a lot, where we can have at least focus on that specific brawl in a specific week or two. But I think, as our general approach of looking at evergreen systems and foundations of our game continues, and we have the ones we're focusing on right now for Dragonflight, I think looking at how the BGQ pool works, and maybe there's something we can do there with a seasonal rotation going forward that lets us bring in new maps and focus on specific ones. There's a lot of stuff we want to explore in the future, but not for Dragonflight right at launch.
So kind of like the seasonal thing that you're doing with the dungeons in Mythic Plus, kind of?
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right, yeah, I think that makes sense. And now I have kind of a much bigger question, is that every expansion, we go up like 100 or 150 item levels. Like characters at the beginning of the expansion are doing 20,000 DPS, at the end they're doing 100, like 5x more. And like we've had so many stat squishes right now, we need one like every other expansion. And like with BFA, we needed one just inside of that expansion. Do you guys see that as a problem, or is that going to be pretty much just the norm going forward?
There are aspects of it that are problematic. I think not having that extra multiplicative borrowed power helps keep that power creep in check. Like over the course of Legion, some of your power came from gear. A huge portion of it came from dozens of artifact traits and legendaries and all the rest multiplying across that.
That was great.
But the item level progression, honestly, that's been part of World of Warcraft since I would say the middle of Wrath of the Lich King.
Mm-hmm.
Right around like Ulduar into TOC into Icecrown was the first time in WoW where Blizzard kind of officially said, you don't need to go back and farm old raids anymore. You don't need to keep farming for your DFT all expansion long or whatever. It's just the new tier is a fresh start. And that has a lot of advantages in terms of just accessibility, making it feel like it doesn't matter if you missed a patch, you're not forever behind. You can come back, join your raid guild, play with your friends, jump in, join pugs, whatever, and do the new thing. And that's just kind of how WoW has been for the last 15 years. I think we've experimented a bit with item level gaps between tiers, but what we often find is if an item isn't at least a certain % better than what you got months ago, and you're having to learn an all new encounter or go into an all new challenge to get it, that just doesn't feel good as a reward. If you're, a guild that does normal raids and progresses into heroic over the course of a tier, let's say, but you're going to start in normal of the next tier. If that gear isn't better than what you're wearing, like, what's the point? Where do we even go from there? And so that has dictated certain gaps. And I think the most important thing is that rewards feel rewarding in the short term. And one of the burdens of the years long, decades long life cycle is doing things like squishes. But while we don't love it from an elegance perspective, I think it's better than saying this patch or this raid tier is not going to feel rewarding just so that it buys us more long term room.
And like how long do you view that like kind of upgrade cycle being? Because we've had a few of these overlaps happen. Like you remember like Ashvane's Razor Coral or like Ashara's Font. Do you see it as a positive or a negative, or like, because what happens nowadays is that it feels like you're not really playing the whole expansion, you're just kind of playing just the patch. It's like during Sanctum of Domination, why would you go back into Castle Nathria? And especially nowadays, why would you go back? And it seems like you're trying to solve that problem a little bit in Season 4 with like these new affixes and things like that. So is that something that we can expect to see going forward into Dragonflight?
Not initially.
Okay.
I don't think, but the Season 4 experiment, like I think as a capstone to expansions, is something that if this works, I'd love to repeat and love to have a little bit of a remix to help avoid content droughts at the end of expansions, along with, of course, just getting the damn expansion out faster.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think a lot of this is listening to what players prefer. I think a lot of what we've heard is that when there are those one or two outlier items from prior tiers that feel relevant long term, we get negative feedback on that. People who don't really feel like they want to have to go back and farm up Sylvanas daggers or whatever else, particularly if they skip that tier and now you're like, oh, I want to switch to Rogue for Sepulcher. Oh, I have to go find pugs and go back and do this other thing. And also, when it's the idea of making more stuff in that space, people are often happy to move on from a setting that they've spent months in, whether it's raiding with a guild, progressing, or pugging. A new environment is part of what's exciting there. So I think we're open to it, and if there's a couple of outliers, we definitely don't want to stop those items from being exciting. But I'm not sure. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I'll certainly look at feedback that comes out after this interview. But I'm not sure people are clamoring to have reasons to go back and do Sanctum every week right now.
It's weird because like for some people I think they enjoy it, for others they don't. I mean, I know that you can always go back and think of the items from like BC or even Wrath, or especially Classic. It's like people went back and remember they used that Classic trinket in like on Lich King, right? Like that kind of stuff is really cool.
Your approach. Yeah.
Yes, the scarab brooch from Vicitus, exactly. And that stuff is great, but at the same time, it's just not, it can be frustrating for people at the same time. And so it's like where that balance is. But you're, in general, okay with a few items spanning a couple of tiers?
I would say a couple of tiers is probably a lot. I think one tier is fine.
I guess so.
Yeah, something like Sylvanas daggers is fine.
No Arcana Crystal?
Yeah, no, not so much, no.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, I mean, now that we're talking about loot, why do you not want to bring back Master Looter?
So I'm sure everyone is like, why are you even wasting time asking this question? I've answered it 50 times. But if I told you, I kind of do want to bring back Master Loot.
Okay.
And the team does. So it's an interesting, something we've been reflecting on a lot in the last like year and a half, in looking at, places where we in the community have differed over the years and kind of reevaluating some of our thinking. Loot is a tricky one. I think going back to Legion, we had personal loot and group loot in parallel, and maintaining like two versions of loot, both in terms of how its data is set up, the UI experience, the code, was a mess. And that was something we wanted to get out of for a bunch of reasons. And I think at the time, we were looking at group loot, saw a bunch of problems with this structure we built. We're like, let's tear it down. Let's lay new foundations. Let's build a new system that's all personal. And over the last few years, we've been iterating on it and refining it and adding rules and exceptions. But there's a lot of problems with it. Clarity around what's tradable is pretty bad. The feeling of, hey, an item just dropped and it's technically an eye level upgrade, but I'm not going to use it and I can't give it to my friends. That feels pretty bad. We certainly haven't, solved degenerate behavior from world first guilds. If anything, it's, gotten worse with all the cross server stuff.
Seems that way.
And buyers. And so we're, taking a hard look at where we want to land going forward. The challenge is we've spent like 6 years building on those new foundations. And so it's not just something where you can flip a switch and say, all right, everything works the way it did. But I think there's a lot to be said for, keeping personal loot in some spaces like Outdoor World, trash and dungeons and raids. Like, I don't think anyone needs, group loot trappings there. But the core experience of like, you kill a raid boss, there's 4 things on the corpse and you figure out what you want to do with those 4 things. That's something we'd like to get back to. I don't have the ability to promise that all the work to make that happen can occur in just the next few months. But in terms of long-term heading, I think that's what we're thinking.
So it's not that the team is necessarily ideologically opposed to this. It's just that there was a lot of tech problems and like the dissonance. And I think it was Antorus whenever this happened, just caused up problems.
It's basically just, we have our tools, our code, every assumption we've made, how we build loot tables from 2018 onwards has gone in one direction, and now we would need to just turn back around. And I think there's a lot of questions to figure out also. I think we should also bear in mind that going back to group loot means that like you can have a bow drop with no hunters in the raid.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's a thing that will happen and feels bad, but that's kind of okay.
Transmog piece.
Yeah, because the thing we can't have happen is a world where loot is still smart, and if you stack a group with like 6 warriors, you're only going to get warrior loot, and it's completely tradable with no restrictions. That just kind of breaks everything. So we need to just figure out a middle ground going forward, but that's something we want to do.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I guess that does definitely make sense. I mean, logistically, it seems like it would be very, very easy to stack a raid in that regard. And, I would advocate for that, but that's a little bit too much in my own personal interest. But another thing is that the add-ons nowadays, we see that there's a huge UI redesign that's being done with Dragonflight, and I think that's a good thing. And you see nowadays, like many people, whenever they're joining a guild, having weak auras or having DBM is pretty much required, and it creates like this artificial gap between like casual players and hardcore players. It's kind of like a 2-part question. And like, number one, like, does the team, just straight up, does the team design like these like heroic and like mythic encounters for add-ons? Same with like Mythic Plus. And the second part is, are we going to see more of these features incorporated into the game?
Yeah, so that's an awesome question. It's something we spend a lot of time, especially recently, debating. We design acknowledging the existence of add-ons. I think we have to. Sometimes we're actually designing and implementing mechanics in ways that are going to try to work around add-ons, whether it's like entering the code to disarm the bomb on Mechatork, or the Among Us game on Lords of Dread, and fixing stuff to plug loopholes that people found. because we know like, hey, we have this idea that could be really fun gameplay, but if an add-on solves the whole thing for you, then what's the point?
Yeah.
So we have to acknowledge its existence. Ultimately, we're tuning raid encounters in particular with two goals. One, it should be fun. It's kind of goal number one. Goal number two is it should provide an appropriate progression experience for the difficulty and where it is in the raid. And so, you know, a heroic boss that's like late in the tier, our goal ultimately, we probably want that to take like 10, 15 wipes to beat, maybe a couple nights. You know, ideally a good progression experience is for a heroic guild, you spend your first night, make good progress, you're getting to the start of phase 3, you come back the next night, you tighten up your execution, you get the kill, feels good. Feels like you earned something, but it's also not super frustrating. If you walk in and you kill the boss in 2 pulls, that's a letdown. We actually, like, you didn't really get to feel the progression experience that you're looking for. And the reality is people are using add-ons. And so if we build an encounter that was theoretically, you know, completely doable and targeted at, you know, assuming you don't have add-ons at all and aim for that difficulty target, people are going to use DVM and weak auras and go in and simplify mechanics and have an easier than intended time. So we have to acknowledge it in that world. Do we want you to feel like you have to download third-party programs to succeed in your game? Nope. None of that feels good. Over the years, we've tried to incorporate aspects of that functionality in our base. Even, you know, sometimes it's just design, like making telegraphs better, or using the energy bars of bosses, mana bars, other ways of signaling, hey, when this bar fills up, a huge ability is going to happen, so you don't need a timer to let you know to prepare for it. Information is something we want to continue to improve and provide in our game. I think that's a core function of encounter design. The problem that we've seen, and that we don't really know how to solve, frankly, right now, is that over the last few years especially, add-ons have moved out of informational into more and more computational.
It's insane.
And like that, then that's the kind of thing that's like solving the problem for you doesn't feel like a thing that it would be bizarre for our own UI to do. Like, and a random, you know, example, we were talking about this actually in the office last week. You know, Wrath Classic's coming out later this year. Eventually, you're going to get the Ice Crown Citadel. Random encounter from Wrath that came to mind was like Blood Queen Lanethel and Ice Crown Citadel. Really simple fight. Couple of mechanics, almost patchwork level, but the one signature mechanic, of course, was, you know, gotta turn to a vampire, bite other people so that you don't get mind controlled. Back in the day, I think I, as a raid leader anyway, I think most people kind of called that out on the fly.
Call out names,
yeah, like you have some rough sense of like, hey, these are our top DPS, or, you know, these are, you know, people who are, you know, bite the healers last. See what happens, and it's fun. You have frantic call outs, and it could be hard. Sometimes you would, you know, wipe just because you had to go from 8 to 16. People got confused. I can guarantee that when Wrath Classic Lanethel comes around, it's going to be get a weak aura.
Yep.
You list the people in your raid from top to bottom in terms of DPS priority. Everyone installs the weak aura, and when you become a vampire, all it's going to say is bite this person. No one has to speak. No one has to do anything. That's not great all around. That doesn't feel like where we want our raid encounters to land. In some ways, it stops us from doing cooperative mechanics and coordination that's fun. And I think like all of this was always possible. People just never did it. Like in add-ons back in the day, like bigwigs and stuff actively tried to avoid even making strategy recommendations. It was purely informational. And so maybe there's like an alternate timeline where if guilds had been doing this stuff 12 years ago, the same way AVR got locked down, or like back in Classic, cast canceling add-ons and decursive got changed, maybe that change would have happened. But now we have like a decade worth of add-ons, including things you use to play your rotation better and all the rest, that are built on that framework. So it's not clear what the path forward is. I think we'd have to like do something like restrict what add-on APIs can access, at least in raids and dungeons. Maybe try to offer more of the like proc tracking, class mechanic stuff in our base UI, and maybe get to a place where we can design encounters from the ground up. Still hard, still meant to, you know, take a couple dozen pulls on heroic or 100 pulls if it's a late mythic end boss. That's not what we're not talking about nerfing stuff. We're making it easier, but we'd have to make those changes in concert. It's a lot to tackle, and I know that for a lot of players, hey, we broke the thing that you rely on that makes the game, you know, feel more accessible to you, isn't exactly a good message to swallow either. So no easy answers, but it's something we're thinking about a lot.
Yeah, I think so. I remember very clearly back in ICC where AVR got disabled, and then also, didn't that happen also in Nighthold with like Star Augur and Exorcist too?
Yeah, it was like that. Yeah, that was like different ways of putting
The
3D
lines.
stuff, like attaching to nameplates, or yeah.
So have you all ever thought about actually just like disabling the combat add-ons? Has there ever been conversations about that, or is it just kind of an idea?
I mean, it's an idea that we've had conversations about. The challenge is like the fundamental piece is, can add-ons tell what buffs and debuffs you have on you and members of your group have on them? If we say no, okay, cool, we just broke like all raid frames, everything that you use to, even just baseline, tracking uptime of your slice and dice or whatever. You just want an add-on that makes that easier to see. We broke all of that. Right. That would be, I think, pretty ruinous for a good chunk of our player base to do suddenly. So I think we want to try to figure out a path forward, but it's not clear.
Okay, yeah, I think that makes sense. And will we be seeing some of those improvements and kind of some of those implementations of some add-on features in the new UI that's going to be coming out in Dragonflight?
Yeah, absolutely. This is something, and I guess we didn't get a chance to really touch on it in the deep dive. Crash Reed, who was the UI designer speaking in that deep dive, one of the things that he's worked on is kind of it's kind of trying to replicate what a lot of people do with weak auras, which is centralizing information about buff uptime, debuff uptime, cooldown tracking, kind of pulling that information towards the center of your screen. So the default UI experience, we can flag abilities for your class as things that you should be able to track very visibly. We can even show things, externals. Like if you're a tank and someone puts pain suppression on you, pain suppression duration should be right there in the middle of your screen under your character if you opt to have that on, next to your shield wall or whatever else, because that's helping you manage your own ability usage. Again, of course, like a pro tank with weak auras is going to customize things that's like just for them, but we want the default out of the box experience to be much, much better. And we know that like it's not realistic to design mechanics that ask you to track uptime of a buff when that buff is like a flashing thing in the corner of your screen 12 inches away from where your eyes are focused otherwise. We need to do better. Dragonflight's UI isn't just aesthetic, it's trying to tackle that too.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that. I think that's something that's long overdue, and I know almost everybody uses something that's similar to that too. And I was also wondering, obviously add-ons make it easier, and I don't really ever think that we're going to see a world where none of the raids or dungeons are on PTR or something. But were you all happy with what happened with the with Sepulchre and not having some of those fights on the PTR? Because I do think that data mining and a certain degree of it, like for example, we saw the jailer's corpse before we knew what happened at the end of the raid. It's a little bit of a spoiler, right? So like, do you think that is a negative thing for the game? And do you think that we'll see more content not being on PTR and players actually experiencing it whenever it comes out?
I think we're happy with how the Sepulchre bosses worked out. They weren't like completely free of bugs, but overall, I think it was a smooth experience for all the guilds that went through it and all difficulties. And the fact that like it was a genuine surprise and people were figuring it out as they went, like all of that was exciting to see. We'd like to do more of that. Data mining in general, I mean, I think when it comes to story, definitely makes for some odd like piecemeal experiences where this portion of the story is visible, but then like no one knows what the cinematic is. So then all of the focus becomes, the cinematic as opposed to the entire story that's told in context. Yeah, ultimately, we want to strike a balance between being able to get the feedback that's going to be important to make the game better. I think if we didn't have PTR at all, well, people wouldn't have had a chance to tell us after playing with and testing their set bonuses on target dummies or going into the raid that, hey, this feels kind of frustrating, or, I don't like the way this interacts with my rotation. And we wouldn't want to lose all of that. That's not like finding bugs. That's just getting ahead of important feedback that's going to make the game better for more people.
Yeah.
But the flip side is, there's something magical about just a sense of mystery and discovery that's really hard to get. It's impossible to preserve in the modern day and age. Like everything's going to be on the internet. There's going to be guides.
It's on YouTube or whatever. Yeah.
But like, the more it's out there before the thing is even officially launched, the more there isn't even that tiny window to enjoy a sense of discovery. I know you played this game a bunch. Like, played a lot of Elden Ring right when it came out a couple months ago. And one of the really fun things about that first week, especially with how vast that game was, is like you could go to a wiki and the wiki would be blank because people hadn't figured it out yet. You could, find a cave and be like, I don't know what I'm going to find here, and no, there's nothing that will tell me right now. Of course, over time the meta gets solved, but being able to feel like you have that sense of discovery and exploration is something we'd love to get back to. And just working on encryption technology, working on thinking about how we can test portions of our game without revealing the whole thing for everybody. all that is stuff that I think is in our long-term plans.
That would be awesome. And yeah, I totally agree. It's like whenever there's something new in the game and nobody really knows how it works, I think that a really good example of this on a small scale is the puzzles. Whenever the community is working together to figure out the puzzles, that's like one of the most hype moments for everybody. So I'm really glad to hear that. Next thing I was wondering about is the, what do you think is going to happen? Like now Wrath of the Lich King Classic coming out. Obviously, Wrath of the Lich King is going to run its course. Then what?
Yeah, so at this point, you know, I'd love to hear from you, from the community as a whole, what you want to come next. I think we're gonna have, we have a player base that really has made Classic their home. Many people who've carried their characters forward from Classic into Burning Crusade and likely into Wrath beyond that. And you know, when that comes to an end, when you defeat the Lich King, or sorry, when you kill Halion, the ultimate end boss of Wrath of the Lich King.
Oh yeah.
Can't forget Ruby Sanctum. Come on. Do you want to start over? Do you want to try a different version of that? Do you want to carry that character forward into a new adventure? I know if, you know, Cataclysm for many people was like, oh, that's the beginning of the end, and you know, I'm out.
Once the world revamp, yeah.
I'd ask, like, an interesting question is maybe like, what is it about Cataclysm that you don't like? Was it the heroic dungeons? Were those bad? Is Firelands a bad raid? Is Twilight Highlands a bad zone? Like, is that the problem, or was it, I don't know, LFR and Dungeon Finder from the start, and removing group quests from the world, or whatever else, or compressing the talent trees? Like, what would it look like if you had Cata content with some changes? Lots of stuff is on the table, but I really welcome that discussion now that the fact that we're doing Wrath is, you know, no longer the world's worst kept secret and actually something that's known, but we're listening.
Okay, that's great. I had no idea that there was like, yeah, you're just waiting to see what the community wants to hear. And I guess to a certain extent, that's kind of what you were probably doing with Season of Mastery, I'm assuming.
Very much so, yeah.
Okay, all right. I know we don't have a lot of time here, so I do want to do one last question. And so at the end of Legion, so like there's a cinematic, and Sargeras, as you know, stabbed the earth with a sword, and it's been there for quite a while, and I'm not really sure like where things are going with that.
Wait, what sword?
Okay, all right. I get it. I see. That's pretty much exactly what I would expect. Okay, thank you, Ian. I really appreciate you coming on today. This was amazing. I hope that we can do it again, by the way. So feel free anytime. Yeah, feel free anytime to come on my stream. If the PR is not going to freak out too much about it, please feel free. Come on my stream and hang out whenever you want.
Sounds good.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to Dragonflight. I'll see you later.
Thanks, Zach. Take care.
Peace. Okay, let's see here. Let's see if I got everything good, and I've got to make sure that he said it. I can't believe it. All right, I think that we're good. Linksy, are we good? Let me make sure.
You are great.
Okay,
Thank
I'm good.
Did
I do a good job?
Oh my gosh, that was great. Great questions. You did wonderful. Thank you. I love your segues too. You're so good.
Yeah, well, you know, it's what you do. It's a professional thing. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for setting all this up.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thanks for reaching out.
Yeah, absolutely. I will be more than willing to do it again in the future. So just let me know.
Okay, sounds great.
All right, see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Good luck stream. Bye stream.
Thanks. See ya. Okay, let's see here. I think it does leave meeting. I think that worked. I'm pretty sure it worked. I feel like we should be good. And so yeah, I mean, I can't believe this happened. All right. So what sword? Like who knows, guys? Who knows? Hypermore, thanks a lot for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it, man. Thanks a lot. Amazing interview. Were you guys happy? You guys happy with the questions and everything like that? Oh, is that great? What do you think? What sword, bro? Yeah, exactly. Just got here for the last question. Yeah, it's the most important one. So, yeah, I mean, as I said, I'll probably be. I'll see if they'll let me do more of these in the future. Obviously, it's a. You know, I know that kind of. Everybody had like a million things they wanted me to ask, etc. I tried to ask Archon. Thank you very much for the 100 gifted community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. And so Ask Classic Plus, something that went very well. Yeah, I mean, that's something that I had wondered a lot, and I think a lot of people had. And so, of course, I wanted to ask that because, like, I didn't know, like, I mean, if this is up to us, man, we need to start paying attention to this whole Season of Mastery thing, man. We got to figure this whole thing out. I haven't even played Season of Mastery a whole lot. Like, I know, I think like AQ came out or something like that. Arkin, thank you much for the 100 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Class BFA. Well, I mean, if the thing is, like, I have a lot more in-depth questions and like feedback, and I'll probably put that up on like a twit longer or something like that. And yeah, that's the way I would look at it. It's a clip and a half. Yeah, sure. Play Season Master. We'll see what happens. I mean, to be honest, like, as I said before, I'm pretty happy about AQ40 come out most realms and not get the gates open yet. Not a surprise. They'll probably have to change the volume that you have to turn in. Riami with the 100 gifted community subs. Holy shit. Thank you very much. I had a lot of other things that I had wanted to ask about, but I tried to keep things on track for today, and I think in the future I'll probably ask even more stuff. Yeah, thank you guys for all the subs and everything. And also, I want to say thank you guys for just being so supportive in general, right? I mean, obviously, we've had, you know, it's been a very tenuous thing over these past couple of, like, really years with, like, you know, the community and Blizzard, etc. And I wanted to do this, I mean, for one reason is because, like, it doesn't, like, the developers and everybody like that, it doesn't really have to be, like, the developers versus the players. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't really, that doesn't really have to happen. So I feel like, yeah, it'll be a lot better if we can just kind of move forward and try to communicate and everything like that. I think it'll be fine. And very good pre-Dragonflight stuff that we've seen so far. I think it is. I do think so. Mention of the PR team at the end. Yeah, I mean, I know how it is, okay? Yeah, and so that's it. I was surprised. I was impressed. Ian remembers I guess, well, I mean, Ian was a healer, so he probably remembers it real well. The Scarab Brooch, back using that in Wrath to, like, avoid Infest. Always reassuring to know that the game director remembers irrelevant bits of information from a game from 15 years ago that literally has no relevance on anything anymore. So yeah, I think that's very, very, very reassuring here. Did they veto any questions? Absolutely not. No, of course not. And Arms on Heart C communication. Yeah, I'm glad to see that. After my respect for Ian and Cruz tenfold. I think so. Told you to be interviewing Blizzard on stream 6 years ago. You'd never believe it. Yeah, I think it's quite, yeah, it's quite surprising. I would definitely say that. It is certainly very surprising. But yeah, let's see here. I want to make sure that I've got everything ready, and okay, I want to just make sure I have everything else closed and good to go, right? Okay, and I'll make sure I've got something else ready. All right, and as I said before, I'm going to be getting into to Discord with Rich and Preach, and you know, as I said before, we've got an AllCraft planned. It's going to be me, Rich, and Preach, Mike Preach. Wow, you know that, like, that Final Fantasy guy. Like, I don't really know, like, what this is. Yeah, he does, like, Final Fantasy stuff. You know, we have to see what's going on in that game too, and just, you know, talk about everything. But I wanted to say, guys, the reason why this kind of stuff has happened and everything is because you guys have been, like, the community has been, like, really positive and just, like, in general, great. You guys have been great for, like, honestly, this past, like, year or so. And we've been continuing to improve and, you know, be a force for positive and just in general be the best version of ourselves as possible. So pat yourselves on the back. I really appreciate all of it. Thank you guys all so much. I really, really do appreciate it. It's been great. And it's one of the reasons why I look forward to going back online, you know? Like, that's what it comes down to. It's great. Can Wrath the Lich King be different at the end? I don't think they're going to do that. I think they just want it to be, like, a cool thing would be if they updated the Wrath cinematic, maybe, but, like, then people have the nostalgia for the old models, so, like, how do you really do that? I don't know. Kiss by Dracaris, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. I kind of wanted to ask, like, bigger questions and things that were a little bit more large scale rather than just, like, kind of smaller stuff, etc. And that's why I know that there are people who have, like, you know, smaller questions about, like, you know, what about this transmog item or, you know, like this restriction or something like that. I know obviously some people wanted to get that stuff in there, but I had some big questions, especially about, like, Masterwood, etc., that I really wanted to have answered. And that's it. So did you guys like the interview? Was it good? Are you happy? Are you satisfied? Is that good? Okay, yeah, that's good. Classic Plus may be confirmed. We'll see what happens. Okay, guys, we will see what happens. We'll talk to Preach and Rich about it. Just give me a second. Let me join Discord. Hey, what up, boys?
What up?
Yo. Hey, I'm pretty much good to go. Let me go ahead and make sure I get everything sorted and ready to go. Peckies, how are we looking?
We're good to go.
We're good? All right, give me like literally probably 2 minutes, and then we'll go ahead and swap over and get this started. And Peggy, can you DM me on Discord just so I can have it at the top of my list?
Yep.
Okay. I'll be right back. Okay, all right, so there we go. Give me a second. Someone say free Rich? No, Rich is a good boy, all right? Don't worry about him. Can't believe that you've gone through trouble pulling in some Blizzard executive just to avoid playing Vampire Survivors. I thought that was cool as fuck that Ian said that he played Elden Ring too. I know obviously like it's like everybody played Elden Ring, but like the fact that he brought that up, that's actually that's cool. I'm glad about that. It's something you don't really think about, but like yeah, absolutely. I'm very, very happy to see that, man. I definitely am. And let's go back over here. I want to get all this started. Any update on D&D? Yeah, we'll have it pretty. We'll probably do it pretty soon. Absolutely. And he's reminding us. Yes, we still play the games, dude. Oh, that's good. I mean, that's kind of what we were hoping for, right? And not everyone played Elden Ring. One person didn't. Yeah. Yeah, you're right about that. Yep, not everybody played the game. You're definitely right. Okay, anyway, let's go ahead. We're going to move on over to AllCraft. We're going to talk about the interview, talk about everything else, and just in general, you know, have a little bit of fun. Give me 1 second, and I'm going to go ahead and let them know. And give me 1 second here. I've got this. Alrighty, and I think that we should be good. I will be right back, gentlemen. Give me 1 second. All right, Peckies, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. All right, boys, give me 1 sec. We're going to start up the show. But I do want to say, just like in general, like I do, it's like one of those.
we've been doing this podcast for about 7 years now, and we started off with one very distinct goal, which was to try to be good boys and actually talk to the devs and open up the line of communication between all of you guys and the devs. And finally today, Asmon finally got that interview with Ian. I think we learned a lot from it. And we thought, what better to actually get a group together and discuss it than having on the guest that we've had on the show more than anyone else, Preach, who's been on a long journey since the last time you've actually been on the show. Preach, you've been playing a lot of different games. How are you feeling about everything that you saw today?
Fucking breaks, man. Asmon, are you not an arsehole now? Is that confirmed?
No, I can't believe they gave. I can't believe they gave me the interview. I really can't, because contrary to popular opinion, I am still an asshole.
Okay,
yes,
but you've upgraded some way.
I would go as far as to say he's worse than ever.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
clearly something's changed. When did you get the message? I'm curious. Tell me.
Did I have the interview?
Yeah,
literally 2 days ago.
So here's what happened. It was the easiest thing ever. It was actually, Linksy set it all up for us. I messaged Linksy on what? I think it was 2 days before last Thursday. And we had the ability to do the interview last Thursday, but we were like, all right, let's just wait a week and do it. Literally in 2 days, Linksy got the entire interview set up. So a big shout out to her for helping us so much with it and actually finding the time. And they were very transparent. They were just like, Ian's really busy right now with everything going on. This is how much time we can do. And they set it all up. So I think that this might be something that we can hope to do in the future as well.
For sure. Once you've broken through that barrier, it's kind of fine. Unless you get let's just suppose you go on some insane tirade, and your green hat flies off and you go completely fucking nuts. And, if you do that in your pink hoodie...
Don't remind them. Do not remind them. It was one clip, Preach, and trust me, the hat is practically glued to my head now. I don't have your hairline. I still got to keep the hat on.
Yeah.
You don't go completely fucking mental. You're fine.
Yeah, I mean sometimes it gets you fired. Even you go.
Can you imagine if you went on such a crazy stream rant that you lost your fucking job? How bad would that be?
That would be pretty crazy. Start a new company. You just start a new company. You start over. By the way, you guys like the new merch? There
you go. Yeah. One opportunity, one failure leads to a new opportunity, right? I guess that must be it.
Peckies, I'm about to fire you. Stop showing.
Yeah,
Next he's going to show the clip. Peckies, it's too far.
You've got them with power now, Rich. You start your little org, and now look at you, man. You got that OTK swag going on. You got your little shorts. You're firing people. Crazy.
These aren't even my shorts. These are Sears shorts.
Unwashed.
Yeah. We share. We share a lot. Nice. But the thing that I'm excited about is, all of us have had, I'm trying to think, the last time that we actually did an AllCraft episode together, it was a Final Fantasy one, and it was probably about
I don't think so. I don't think.
Oh wait, you didn't do a Final Fantasy one. So
we
that
were
means the
going
last
to,
one
but
we
it
did
didn't happen. I'm pretty sure it was quite a while ago though, so it's hard for me to remember.
Yeah,
I think it was during one of those Zach breaks. Right, it was just before that, and then you went on a break for a bit, something like that.
Yeah. I just streamed on the alt channel for 12 hours a day.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it was a long time ago. Yeah, Shadowlands. Shadowlands is upon us. Was it like the launch of Shadowlands?
Oh my God! Like that was a lot has changed. I mean, I'll say. I mean, Preach, you've finished the MSQ and Final Fantasy.
Look at my head. Oh, that's horrifying.
Oh wow! Wow!
No, look at that dome, baby.
So like, all right.
I wish I still had as much hair as I had back then.
I've got to say, dude. So do you have to do anything special with your hair now, or is it just like?
No. It's done. Yeah, that's it.
It's actually done. So like,
it's not finished. No. Like the back sucks. You can kind of still. All right, I'm happy. Let's put it that way. I'm happy,
good, man.
Yeah,
it is. And so I have to ask this. So like, somebody said you can't have long hair if you get a hair transplant. Is that true?
No, you can do whatever you want.
It's completely full of shit. Okay.
It's literally cut and paste, bro. If you could do it with the side of your head, you can do it with the top of your head. It's just cut and paste hair. That's all it is. It's that simple. So it's like saying, can you not cut the side of your head? Yeah, of course you can. You can do whatever the fuck you want with it.
All right. All right, great. I just had to get that out of the way right now. And obviously, I saw like your first video about Dragonflight. You seemed, I think, to some degree, cautiously optimistic. How do you feel about the expansion, man?
We all feel the same. We want it to be good. I want a reason to play WoW again, as do like hundreds of thousands of people, right? We want a reason to play the fucking game again. Like, I have not played 9.2. I do not have Battle.net installed, and I want a reason to do it. And
when's the last time you logged in?
Before 9.2, I was gonna come back with my friends because although there's like all these weird rumors that people make up, I made no secret I was still playing when I said I wasn't making content on it anymore. But like people made like hunting groups to try and find my secret alt, and it was just my main character. I don't know what those guys were thinking.
I could never find you.
Smart.
Yeah, they literally tinfoiled the whole thing and was scouring the armory for duplicate achievements and shit. It was so weird. But I was going to come back for 9.2 because I have a team of friends, like we all do, who wanted to check out the new raid. And then the first post that the one guy who was still playing the game, he was like trying to organize everything. He just put in, okay, guys, look, they've made 9.2 so simple. All you need to do is logging every single day. It's about 10-15 minutes of dailies, and you'll be good. And immediately, half the team, including myself, was like, I'm out, I'm done. Like, nope, no thanks. And then I was like, well, I'm going to do the race to world first anyway. So, like, I'm out, like, completely. As soon as that message was typed, in all good intentions, like, it was tried to be so soft. It was like, we just have to do 10 to 15 minutes of dailies, and you'll have everything you need. I was out. I was like, I'm not doing it. And just left it alone at that point. So I think the last time I logged in was the last time we killed Sylvanas, and then just logged out. No, I didn't log in. I had no reason to. I had no reason to log in. That was it.
I can understand that.
I think that this is a really good place to start because I think when we're heading into a new expansion, and it was funny because Ian started to talk about this as well with Cataclysm, which I'm excited to dive into as we get a little bit deeper into the show. But what do you think the reason is? Because I'm in the same boat as you, Preach. I have not logged into the game. The last time I played, I did a dungeon with Asmon. That was the reason that I stopped playing the game. But for you, what actually caused you to take that break? What are the things that you want to see no longer in the game as we move into a new expansion?
I promised the last time we did AllCraft we're not having a bitchy episode if I come back on. So
this isn't bitchy. This is constructive.
I said I'm not coming back because we did like 4 episodes in a row where it was like, and this fucking thing, and I hate it, and all those things. But I took the break because it was like an abusive relationship, man. I was waking up every day to do things that people expected of me and make content on it, and I didn't enjoy playing the game, so I was having a miserable time doing what should be the most fun job in the world. And I didn't want to play myself. So how can you make content on a game you don't want to play yourself? That makes no sense.
So it's more of a like 1,000 cuts thing than one thing in particular that made you move away from the game. So I think that it's a really crazy phenomena that happened for all of us. I mean, look, we've all lost a lot of hair playing the game. Some of us have grown it back. What actually will allow us to feel like we're starting anew and not have some of those things that slowly wore us down over time still affecting us?
For me, I just hope they are way more respectful of our time. That's it. I just want the game to be respectful of my time. And if that's the case, I'm happy to come and play. If it's respectful of my time, I cannot fucking wait to play. That's all. I don't want to be taxed if I send resources to another player, like some fucking weird government scheme where it's like, oh, you earned it, but if you want to give that to your alt, that's going to be a 20% taxation on top of that.
The soul ass?
Yeah, why? I earned it.
Yeah.
What are you doing? And so it's those things that are like story, fine, mandatory. I have no issue with that. They want you to keep up with the story. But everything else, which is like, I hope they drop the fear of people not playing their content. That's
the Theons, you said?
Ooh. Oh, Preach doesn't even know about that.
I
Preach,
don't.
Did you play Lost Ark?
He's insulted 3 communities in one sentence. Keep going.
I played the beta, but I was in Mexico when it launched, so I missed that launch window, and I didn't play it after that because I was doing FF stuff.
That's probably.
I played the beta. I had a sail on my ship and all that kind of stuff, and did the small people stuff, but I didn't do the grind. That's for sure.
Okay.
I didn't invest like my entire fortune into it.
Oh, we can't all be winners like Rich, right?
No, we can. I mean, we can't. We
Yeah.
can't. I mean, some of us have to work, and some of us can't just swipe our way to victory,
I mean,
Asmon, can you
imagine
host
that.
me, by the way?
Yeah, sure. Don't worry about it.
How much are you selling that Genshin account for, by the way, Rich?
Oh my God! Don't bring up the Genshin account, man.
Half of it's
Dude,
worth
I got sponsored by
$60,000.
Genshin Impact 3 times, and I still lost so much money on it. They were literally paying me.
Whoa. You're telling me you got 3 sponsors for Genshin Impact, and you're still behind?
Yes, I'm still behind. Like they
Holy
literally
shit.
Every time I stopped playing the game, they were like, "Hey, you want to do a sponsor stream?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." It's about time I made some money off of how good I am at this game. And then like 2 days later, I'm like, "Wait, all that money is gone." And then some. They hit me up to sponsor me when they want to make money. I'm their sugar daddy.
You were such a crazy Karen as well. You were like, them like ladies that sell like aloe vera bullshit on Facebook, because you were messaging everybody. You're talking to me like, I'm just telling you, Preach, like you want to get in here, man. It's like such a good game, and you can make some good viewers. You have some. You just try it. Just try it, like some weird heroin pusher.
It was like MLM, like delusional drinking the Kool-Aid. I was like an Avon sales lady going door to door, like, have you heard of the good gospel of Genshin Impact? I tried.
It was a bit much. It really was.
Facebook posting about it. They don't want you to know how good this game really is.
The secret way you can lose money even after being paid to play it.
So do you think like this is one thing that's happened with me, right? I'm curious, Preach, if this is what has been with you, right? Is that like whenever you play WoW and you pretty much only play WoW, like kind of like what we had done for so many years, like you just get kind of used to being more okay with systems. And I actually feel like not just like us, but like everybody in the community moving away and like playing other games and putting the context into the systems has actually been better for the game. Like, do you feel the same way?
In an opposite, not an opposite way, but in a different way I looked at it. I was talking about it a lot this morning, is that the difference, there's always been like, BFA ain't shit. And we had that thing, and then Shadowlands like shit. But the difference this time is so many people have tried other restaurants. That's how I look at it. It's like people go to their favorite restaurant every fucking day for 10 years. They order the same meal and they're very comfortable with it. And they get upset like when the recipe changes a little bit. And they're like, but they're still going to go to the same place. Yeah. This time though, so many players went to try other places and found that, holy shit, this is actually really different. And what I find with MMO players a lot is they're so dead set on that comfort zone that if you take an MMO player, so certainly somebody who's played for like a decade, and you change their game, they're really uncomfortable and they don't like it at all. And they get very antsy and they tend to drop out very, very quickly because they don't know the names of the zones. They don't know what these currencies do, blah, 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 blah. But now, certainly FF is the big one, right? That we've all played. You go over there and you're like, wait a minute, I don't have to grind out reputations. Like, this is a big deal for WoW now, but the FF players are like, we never had to do that. Like, you do it once and you just have it. Like, we never had to grind out flying. And it's just not a thing we deal with at all. And we are constantly showered with rewards for our alts. I can go and I did that today. I can go do content from A Realm Reborn, which is like going to do some classic content, and I get rewards that gear my up-to-date alts on my high level.
Oh, like the tombstones, right?
Yeah, you're showered with stuff. No matter what you do, you're showered with stuff that makes your life easier everywhere else. And you just look at WoW and you go, what the fuck was I doing? Why was I grinding Pathfinder for like 6 months? Like, what the fuck was I doing? Why did I grind? I mean, why did I do the Maw intro 12 times? Which is what I did, like, for all my characters. Why did I do the Maw 12 times? And some weeks I was running Torghast 12 times because I wanted to just play my alt characters.
That's a lot,
you look back and you're like, it's about 4 hours. It's like 4 hours of Torghast. Yeah. I'm like, and then you go to somewhere like FF, and other games have done the same thing now, and you're like, why would we ever ask you to do that? That's crazy.
I think the alt friendliness of Dragonflight is probably one of the most positive things that I see in the game. Because, like, I mean, you remember back in, like, Wrath, you would level up your character and you'd probably, or BC, you'd get it carried through your guild's Karazhan run, and then you were good to play your character, right? That's about it. There's no
That's how I started my career,
bullshit.
man.
Yeah.
I had to stop doing class guides. There was just too much bullshit. When I started making videos and, like, MOP, all I had to do was cap. After that, I could do whatever I want, and I could go straight into it. And that was it. I didn't have to do any nonsense. And then it got to the point where it's like, yeah, we're just going to add more and more stuff on. But getting back to the original question, now all those people have tried that. They're now looking at WoW and going, you need to do something pretty special here, because we've actually been to the other restaurants. We know what's available. And like, if you've interviewed Yoshi P, right? We all saw that. But their live letters are amazing. Like, they're so I mean, literally the lead developer sits and plays the game. Just capture my stream. Like, they launched that new Battleground recently, and in the release of that, he just sits and plays the BG with the devs. And I was like, this is brilliant.
This is great.
Because you can never imagine. I mean, I really like Ian. Like, I've spoken to him a lot of times. I have a lot of respect for him. We obviously don't agree on a lot of things, but I would never expect on like the Dragonflight launch video, which I made a joke of because it was so glossy and so overproduced. And then you look at the FF one, and it's literally two guys sat there at a dirty table playing the game and with stacks of fucking papers going, this is the new hairstyle on a piece of paper, right? Yeah. That's what they're doing.
It's the same as did you see From Software whenever they did the same thing? And it was like, it wasn't even Miyazaki, it was another guy from the company, and they're just sitting in an empty room, and they're like, yeah, so we really hope you guys like the game. Thanks a lot for the award. Yeah, so the game's going to come out and it's going to be good, and that's about it.
Yeah. But it's so relatable, right? It's so relatable. It's like, this feels like me. This feels like something. This feels like a Twitch stream. This feels like exactly what I see every day, and it felt so relatable. And that's. I think other people have tried all these other things, so WoW has to catch up. They're playing catch up, and I hope they nail it. Like, I'm not being negative. Everything I've heard so far about Dragonflight is really good.
So you feel the same way I do. Yeah, I feel the same thing. Like, it's okay. All right, thank you. Okay. Yeah,
God, I hope they do something with that damn sword.
Honestly, I think it would be so funny if one day we just logged over to Silithus and it's just not there.
If they do a cool story about it, I am totally down for that. Like, as long as there's a plan, I'm totally down for that.
Yeah. Okay.
Where is it? Where is it? You know?
It's a good question. It's a very, very good question. We'll see what happens. But I do think that, like, I mean, speaking of going to other restaurants, apparently Blizzard did too with the whole dragon riding. They went to the Guild Wars 2 restaurant, and that is a good thing.
It's actually so good too.
I don't get why people are bitching about that. Like,
wait, people are complaining about it?
Of course, they were like, "Oh, they're just copying Guild Wars."
Yeah, so I actually played Guild Wars. It was probably 2 months ago, and just to see what
what's it like?
They sponsored me, but after the sponsored stream, I ended up playing it again to see more with the mounts. But I'll be honest, I probably wouldn't have actually checked it out if it wasn't for the sponsored stream. And then I was like, wait, these mounts are so good. And one of the things with the sponsor was they were like, we have the best mounts in MMORPGs. And before I did it, I was like, yeah, bullshit. It's going to be a mount. Like, I was like, there's no way it's going to be that different. And it really was. And they have cool community events around mount riding, all of these different things. And the second I saw it, I was like, wow, this is what Blizzard used to be so good at. Going to the other restaurants and then adding their own little spice to the dish and perfecting it. And I feel like we haven't seen them do it in so long. And a lot of the phenomena that you guys are really discussing, I feel like it was also a change of the times, not just World of Warcraft. It was really easy to get whatever experience you wanted delivered. It was very easy to just play a million games, when back in the day, you kind of had to sit at the same restaurant over and over again, and you just waited for them to find the good shit and add it onto the menu. And it really did change in a big way.
Yeah, you're in a world where you can get PoE for free, right? That's you'd lose 2,000 hours in a heartbeat. You can play Destiny 2 for free. You can play FF All Those Heavensward for free. And you could, it's like, oh, I could do Torghast for 12 hours.
Yes.
Or I could just not. And I could just play something else that lets me just jump in straight away and have a blast, right? You can do all those things. And they're all just sat there on Steam or whatever, and you can just install them and have them in 10 minutes. That's just the way it goes. And so they're playing catch up, but everything seems okay. I hope they've got a further plan, and nothing's like Warfronts where it's like half-baked and it doesn't go anywhere.
I hope that, like, if it is half-baked, like, Torghast at the beginning was not, it was good. I think I've always been a fan of Torghast, but I do admire Blizzard for continuing to try to make it better with things like the boss-only Jaeger's Gauntlet, with things like Tower Knowledge. I hope that if they have an idea that they think can hit and hasn't, that they keep trying to make it better and listen to feedback on it rather than like with Islands. I always thought like Blizzard missed a huge opportunity with Islands and PvP Islands. I thought that could be such a cool game mode that actually meshes PvE and PvP really well, because I think that's something that, you know, like you look like Dota, League, games like that. I think those are good because they're a mix of the two. And we just never really saw that iterated on at all, because I think Islands were just perceived badly. So I hope that they actually have the confidence to keep building on what they do.
Just to clarify, Dota is a very good game. League of Legends is terrible. But
Really?
Preach, what were you saying?
No, I mean, the list is endless of things that have been like, oh, you didn't immediately like it, then we're getting rid of it, right? It's Warfronts, it's Garrisons, it's Azerite Armor, it's and Covenants. Every single one of those things should be fucking awesome and still relevant to this day. But they're not. They're not. You mentioned it as well. I've talked about it a lot. You need the step 5. Where's that? Step 1, here it is. What don't you like about it? What do you like about it? There's step 2. Let's keep going with it and let's keep it relevant. Because, I mean, how much content has been lost in this game over the years because they just abandoned it? Class halls, you know, all those things that we've played, and people, some of them really, really liked those things, and they just got left behind and gone. And it's like, it's a waste. It's such a waste.
I was so glad they brought back. I was so glad they brought back Mage Tower.
Yeah.
Is it good? I haven't played it. Did it come back well?
It is a very good reminder of how much we have borrowed power. But yes, it is good. I do think that it is good.
Say. Like with borrowed power, you know, the term has been used so much now. I feel like it encompasses a lot more than it used to. Is there ever a realm where borrowed power can be a good thing? I think chat's instantly going to say no, but Preach, do you think borrowed power, or Asmon, if you want to start? Yeah.
I think borrowed power can be great. Tier sets are borrowed power. Like Deathbringer's Will was borrowed power. I think that having cool things that are borrowed power is okay. I think that there are the two things that I would measure it by. How long does it take to get? How much is it like completely, like how well is it balanced? And I guess also you'd have to look at like how easy is it to do on alts, because I think that's a big factor for people. Because like if you have to go all the way through a system like this 2 times, then I think people are going to automatically just be out with it. I think that's the same way like Preach was saying with doing Torghast and 12 characters. Like holy shit.
Yeah, borrow power can be absolutely amazing. It just went way too far. The pendulum swung like mad. And so the whole game was borrowed power, practically, because the talent system was like, that poor talent system just got left and abused like Rich's dick for years. You know what I mean? It just got left alone, and it just was crusty.
Yeah.
Old cobwebs on it.
Nobody cared about it.
Nobody cared. Nobody could.
But you know what's important? I watched guide videos over and over again, and I found the perfect. Everybody, you have to watch the guide videos. You have to continue watching the right type of content, and then you'll find your streamer, your content creator, and find a home. That's what I did.
Well, luckily for you, it seems that's the case. Yeah, you're right about that. And
that's why I Preach. I totally understood what you're saying earlier, how hard it was to stop making a lot of those videos, because my girlfriend recently did the same thing, and I just know how difficult it can be. And you know, I'm always here for you, man.
I mean, I'm never there for you.
I know. I miss you. Come on.
Okay.
It made me really sad though. It made me really sad today is I was reading the notes after the Twitter that Taliesin did, which is really good. We listened to the feedback that borrowed power doesn't feel great. We pulled up the video that I made 5 years ago on the BFA Alpha week 1, and I'm so sad in that video because I'm like, I know you guys want class guides, but they'll all be like, this is shit and this is shit. Borrowed power is terrible and all this stuff. And I was like, it's 5 years ago we were crying out for that, like as a player base. I mean, I'm so glad it's changing now, but goddamn, we tried hard for that one. That was a wall we were bashing our heads against for a really long time as to how bad that felt.
Well, I think this is one of the more relaxing things about Dragonflight is the fact that there is not the implementation of the obviously fucking broken system that everybody knows exactly what's wrong with it. And Blizzard, in every interview, people are waiting with bated breath for them. Please mention Covenants. Please mention Azerite Armor. Please mention Legion Legendaries. And they don't talk about it, and people are mad. And like, yes, the chat is saying, yet, you're right about that.
I'm waiting for for it as well. That pessimism's still there.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for that meeting.
You're still like bracing yourself. It's like,
yep.
Okay, what is this? Yeah, that's a
am.
very good point, guys. That is a very good point. But at least it's been good so far, and I'm glad about that.
Yeah, it's like it feels a lot better than Shadowlands. Like Shadowlands looked really, really good, and the alpha was fun. The alpha was fun as hell. And you know, at the start, it was like, this Covenant thing could be a problem. You know, maybe we shouldn't do this. And then it kind of grew, and then it got, you know, it's like, here's conduit energy.
Surprise!
Surprise! And here's the renown grind that's like punishing you for playing the game at launch. It's like,
good game.
And we were like, oh, come on. And I'm still kind of waiting for it now because, again, I would be really excited to not only play it, but also be able to like turn the stream on and play it, and people not be like, are you fucking crazy? Why are you doing this? And have fun. That's it. Because I also miss my friends, because not everybody came to FF, you know, and I miss all those guys who are still the dudes who want to play some WoW together. And we don't have that thing. We all have our little games that we play occasionally, but that's it. But WoW, we were all unified on, and I miss those dudes a lot. But
I think
nobody
there's a
going to
lot
play
of
it.
people that feel that way. You know, the last online 8 years ago meme.
Yeah. But it's not even a meme. MMOs are your friends, right? That's it.
Right.
Like, I mean, FF's like that. It's the community that you go into. You log in, there's your free company house is fucking partying and rocking, and everyone's wearing chicken heads. I'm a happy camper.
I think it would be badass if we had guild housing in WoW, or like some sort of community housing in WoW. That would be so cool. Like, I've been to people's like FCs, and like also to these, I'm sure you've seen like the nightclubs and stuff in Final Fantasy.
I've been to several of them. They're awesome.
Oh my god, they're so
I'm
good.
flying one of the DJs over for
Holy
PreachCon.
fucking shit. Okay, yeah, that's all right. Yeah, that's quite
I don't
a
go
lot.
to the sexy ones, just want to be clear.
Oh, wow.
Me neither.
I thought that's what they were going to be.
I guess you're a married man, you know, it makes sense.
It wasn't even that. I swear to God, the first time I was invited to an FF nightclub, I was like, dude, no. It's going to be just gross. And they're like, trust me, it's not like that. And I'm like, yeah, okay. I'll come for an hour. So, like, I've tried it. And I got there, and it was the most fun thing I'd been to in the game. It was awesome.
I avoid the sexy ones, too. For me, you know, it's more about really, really connecting with people and creating friendships. And I don't need all that mumbo jumbo and that weird jazz getting in the way. So I feel like we're very similar with that, Preach.
Well, someone was asking me yesterday, is like, is Rich going to be on AllCraft? Because we haven't seen you two together in ages. And I was like, yeah. And they were like, well, I mean, I don't like Rich. So how would you describe him to me to make me like Rich? And I was like, there's only one word that describes Rich Campbell. That's wholesome, baby. Wholesome.
Oh my God, man! You made him permanently hate me. You finished what I started. I feel like we haven't actually gotten to talk in a long time. I watched your stream a lot during MSQ. I watched it a lot during MSQ, but I was always scared to say stuff because I didn't want to spoil anything.
Well, I kept dropping in to talk to you, and you were like, "You need to leave." You kept kicking me out of your stream.
I kept kicking you out of my stream because I didn't want you to ruin anything for yourself. Because you were like 2 expansions behind me.
And then we had a war about Tataru. You were like, just trust. It'll happen for you eventually. It'll happen.
Tataru is not that bad. I'll say that.
I don't know. Where are you up to in the story?
I'm not going to lead you. He's at. You just finished Heaven's Word, right? You're in Stormblood.
I am.
Oh shit! You got a road to walk down yet.
I've got a lot of content. I've got to get back to it. I'm hoping to get back to it before the whole alpha and everything starts, so I can just like kind of have it ready. Like, I feel so bad, man. Like, the Dragon Song War Ultimate came out, and I'm not doing it. I really wish I could be doing it, man. Have you done it?
I casted it. No, I'm working. I'm like in this phase now because of how I treat these games. Is I've done the MSQ, and now I'm learning about the MMO side because FF14 is like a single player RPG for a lot of it.
Yep.
And then you realize, oh fuck, there's actually an MMO behind the curtain that is entirely optional. So it's a game, and now I'm learning how they did their systems, but I'm going through them in like chronological order because I could see how they iterated on it and changed their minds. Because like it starts off kind of WoW-ish, where they like took some WoW ideas and they're like, let's put that in. Didn't work for them, and then they found what did work, and now you can track how that changed, like with all the releases they did following that. And that's been really cool for me as a total sort of mechanics nerd, is to see how they went, oh, okay, that doesn't work, let's go this way. And then find their feet, and now they're totally different.
One of my favorite fights of all times. Like, no joke, one of the most rewarding experiences I've ever had in gaming. I'm a triple legend, by the way. I feel like some people...
you carried?
No. I actually carried Svi. You should see the DMs right now. He's like, man, this fight's been brutal. Rich, what are you doing? Do you have a closet you could sit in for a little while? We could really use your help. I could show the DMs, but look, I don't leak DMs. I don't even talk about them.
I mean, you shouldn't, because it's got your credit card number in there. So I get it.
Yeah, it usually does. Yeah. I'm like, hey, man, quad? But yeah, no, in all seriousness, I'm very excited for that fight. Have you gotten to do Uwu and Ukab yet?
No, all I've done is cast the ultimate. Because they did a charity cast, with all POVs and things. So I casted the ultimate. I haven't tried it yet. Honestly, I don't like streaming raid prog. I don't know if you feel the same, because it takes fucking forever, and I think it gets a bit boring to the audience if it's like forward. Yeah, right. Yeah. It's fucking boring. So I love the extremes though, because that's like an afternoon from start to finish. The extremes are so cool for streaming. It's like, oh, let's do an extreme, and you get a team together, and you can finish that in an afternoon. And I really hope that comes to WoW. Like, getting back to Dragonflight, I fucking really hope they start coming out with single encounter fun thing. Instead of it being like big raid, big gap, big raid, big gap. Some single Onyxia style stuff they've done in the past. Yeah. So fun to do with your fucking friends. They can use existing environments, throw a boss in there, add it in some relevant gear, and they don't have to build, a giant raid castle or anything like that. Just some nice, cool encounters that people can do on a weekly basis. It's my favorite thing in FF is like, oh, do you want to go and do this extreme? It'll take like 4 hours to prog it, and then we can smash it out easily after that. And it's super fun. I would love them to have that.
The longer the fight, the better. There's nothing better than locking myself in a closet with 7 of my friends who are at the same skill level as me and really learning a deep fight, just inside of a closet. And it's about time. It's about time for one more. How do you feel about such a heavy RPG experience, though, in the MMO? Like, do you kind of just completely separate the two? Because I was not used to that experience.
It's a lot different, man. It is like, whenever I started, I couldn't eventually get around to like how many cinematics and everything it was. And
it's
I know
not an MMO at the beginning.
Yeah.
You have some really good MMO moments in the world, right? It's like you're traveling through the world to experience the amusement park, and you make some really good friends along the way. You get distracted by that bard. You start to learn different things about the community, but you can't go on the Reddit because you're going to get spoiled. You can't do like a lot of the things in the game. And then all of a sudden, like when you finally get there, it's like you get your passport to the Final Fantasy XIV community. How'd you feel about it though, Preach? Because it's a very different experience.
We actually checked, because when I did the charity subathon that I did last year, my team was like, we need to put FF on there as one of the goals. And I said no, because I'm not gonna like that stupid weeby
the Wii
shit.
Game.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like this. Because for years, people have been trying to get me into FF, right? And they send me pictures of Power Rangers with a Lalafell coming out of their ass, and they're like, this MMO is really good, dude. I'm not playing this game, man. That's fucking ridiculous. Right? I'm not playing it. So we checked the Discord messages from like all that time back, where I'm saying like, this is a bad idea because I'm going to play it for like an hour. I'm not going to like it. And then people might have donated something like fucking $20,000 for this. And I'm not going to enjoy myself. But they convinced me to give it a go. And so I was like, okay, fine, we'll put it on there. And they said a week. And the day of the stream, we were talking in the morning. And in there, I'm going, I'm taking the piss. I'm being really sarcastic. It's like, but what if the story grabs me and takes me on a little journey? Like, because that's what people have been saying to me all this time. Lo and behold, I mean, I've literally cried at one video game in my entire life, ever, since I've been playing since I was like 3 years old. And I cried 5 times at the MSQ. Like, it grabbed me completely. Dude. Yeah, it totally. I couldn't believe it.
Damn.
It fucked me up.
Man.
I was like, what do I have to look forward to? This is insane.
I'm just saying.
You'll be fine, man. I didn't cry at all.
Yeah, neither did Noble, actually. Neither did Noble. But it got me, for sure, at certain places. It was like, motherfucker. And I could feel it coming as well. I was like, no way.
No, I'm just like, for me, I'm not a big crier in general, and I'm overall.
You're too tough, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty tough. Thank you for realizing. So for me, there were parts in the story where I definitely, I felt like a little like, you know, in the bottom of your stomach. You feel that? And I was like, oh, maybe I'm just hungry. But I definitely like the story a lot.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Let's put it that way.
Dude,
I think that's one of the better things, and I feel like WoW definitely like it seems like they're trying to play catch up with that, because like the story in Final Fantasy is like just so massive, and like in my opinion, I don't think WoW is ever going to have a story like Final Fantasy. That's just not the strength the game has. That's not.
Yeah, I don't think the audience would like it either. If they started putting like really long cutscenes, it's almost ingrained into muscle memory now. When was the last time you really read a quest? Like, I read the main story in the alphas, more for stream content than anything else, so we all know what's going on and we can have a discussion on it. But I know 100% if I'm off stream and I'm playing, skip. Where does the quest tell me to go? You know what I mean? I've tried at the start of WoW to, like, all the way back in the day, but it was like a fucking paragraph Andy typing his little essay to tell me to go and kill a Yetis in a cave to the east. And I was like, I'm not reading all this. This is crazy. Like, you know, he's telling this little life story, but ultimately he's saying, oh, you need some Yeti pelts from a cave. And I'm like, okay, I'm not reading all this shit. Like, there's just no way.
It was so funny. Dude, Becky.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
So I like I will never forget. Asmon's at the part with Heart. Man, my hair looked great back then. How long ago was this? But we were he was at the part with Harshafont. And and he's got Cody behind him, and he's playing it like it's a WoW quest. And he's turning around, and he's like, yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Fucking horse fart over here, dude. What the fuck, dude? And then he turns around.
You're not doing the arms.
What, dude? What, dude? What, dude? I was so fucking pissed because he didn't know yet. He didn't know what was gonna happen, and he just assumed it was a WoW quest.
Dude, I remember whenever that finally happened, and like, I saw later on that day, there was a huge thread on 4chan where they all wanted, like, all the WoW players wanted Cody to, like, turn off the computer or choke me out because they knew if I finished the quest, I would keep playing the game.
Yep.
It was the funniest fucking thing, man.
I remember I played at first, I was playing the game out of just, like, curiosity. And it was like, okay, this seems pretty cool. And I was excited to progress my character. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to play the story and I'm going to get to the end game. And that was my drive at the very beginning. Then about like 2 or 3 days in, I was like, holy shit, the female character models in this game are awesome. I was just completely sucked into the degen side of the game. I was like in fucking hot tubs all day long. I was marching around the city. There's fucking bars playing.
Well, the funny thing about that is, like, it's actually not even a lie. Like, anytime I would watch your stream, you'll have like MSQ today in the title, and it'll just be like you with your UI turned off, and there's like 3 cat girls in a hot tub, and you're talking about a YouTube video that you're watching, and it's about something that we did in 2017. It's like just 3 completely different, like unrelated narratives.
Yeah, just like ADHD that you can actually catch. You know, it's terrible. It's the worst thing ever. But the thing is the second I would start the MSQ, I couldn't stop. I was doing like with MSQ and Preach. I've seen you feel the same way, because I would always know based off of, if it's early morning for me, I know it's like super degen hours for you. I feel like there are those moments in the MSQ where it's a little bit slower, so you get more distracted by the world. You start to really let the game breathe, and then you get sucked in, and it's like, okay, this is going to be an 18-hour stream, and you just can't stop with the MSQ. And I would see that happen at Preach a lot as well, but you've barely started the experience, Asmon. I'm like very excited to see. It's cool because you've experienced some of the game even more than I feel like I have, because I've watched you do it. And like, for example, Gold Saucer, you know, like you've min-max that shit. I watched you play it more than I've played it, but when you really get into the thick of the story, you're gonna have a really good time.
I'm excited, man. I really am. Like, I'm just ready. Honestly, the story is nice, bruh. I want to raid. Like, I remember I went on my second stream, I did almost all of Savage, like min eye level, no echo. Holy shit, that stuff is hard. Like, it is, like, even all the way back then. And so, like, I cannot wait till I get to the actual new content. I get so mad. I hear, like, people talking about all the new stuff. I'm not doing it, you know? Preach, I think you're muted.
No, he had to log back in and log back out. He fixed it. Yeah, the weird thing about Final Fantasy 14, though, and Preach, I'm curious if you feel the same way.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 14, like it almost gave me my game virginity back in a weird way. I feel like this innocent person going around where I'm like, oh, I trust the game now to respect my time. And you like log off and you don't expect that treadmill to just beat the shit out of you. Because with Final Fantasy 14, you straight up, you can play the game and then you can be like, oh, my family wants to get dinner. And then you like go and you like hang out with people in the real world and you come back and the game's still there, still respecting your time. Most games don't give you that.
The fucking daily reset until pretty recently. I had no idea what time it was. It didn't matter. It didn't matter at all. It was not something I thought about. It wasn't relevant to me. So that's the kind of stuff I've been finding out later is like daily reset stuff. And you're absolutely right. Like the biggest eye opener for me, and it's something I really hope we see in Dragonflight, and they take a lot of inspiration from it, is their end game farm zone called Bosnia. So it's their equivalent of Thunder Isle, that kind of thing.
People have told me that you like this a lot. How does it work?
Dude, it's the complete opposite of everything you know from WoW. Like the massive power gains that you get through the zone are given to you instantaneously. So they give because they want you to have fun with it, right? So what they do is they make everybody the same level in there. They give a shit ton of experience. Okay. So as long as you're above level 70, you can go there. Because it's only one character, they give you 3 extra raids for going there that are optional. 3 entire 24-man raids that are totally just there for people who enjoy that zone. They give you ludicrous power gains. Like every spell you have is now instant cast. So if you're playing a caster, you just have everything's instant cast. They quadruple or double or quadruple your HP, double or quadruple your defenses, so you can't really die. They have I want to say 30 outdoor raid bosses.
So it's like Torghast and Alpha?
It's like
it's the power level of like playing with my raid group in a raid. Mm-hmm. It's like that much extra power.
Okay.
Yeah. And they have a giant story attached to it because, of course, it's FF. There's a massive story attached to it. But the most important thing that I saw, and a really good thing that I hope Blizz picks up on, is how they engineer it socially to encourage you to support other players. So
it's like they 1v1. I saw the video.
They have Mage Tower, but it's outside and everybody can spectate. And if the guy wins, you all get double rewards for the next hour. So you're encouraged to go and watch the dude do this Mage Tower. And if he wins, you all get double rewards. So you're cheering the guy on naturally. It's socially engineered to encourage positive behavior. Because you want, even though you're not going to get, if he loses, you don't get anything. But you all flood over there anyway to watch it. And the way you enter it is also super smart because they have the vulnerability stack system if you fail mechanics, right? But you're so strong, you can't really die to these raid bosses. But that's not the point. They're just letting you know you did it wrong, but we're not going to kill you because this zone's supposed to be fun. They're just letting you know you did it wrong. We're not going to kill you, but you won't be able to enter the Mage Tower challenge afterwards. That's it. So you still get to play. Even if you're crap or you don't care, you still get to play. And because of that, you get to learn the encounters as well. Because it's like, you failed this. You're not dead, but we're just letting you know you failed this. So try something different next time.
I've heard the PvP's good now too.
It's way better than Palace of the Dead. Way better.
I've done that many times. And,
it's way better than Palace.
Yeah.
I heard the new PvP that just got added is super good. Yeah,
we're doing a tournament. Yeah, we're starting a massive prize for it for the teams as it's so fun. Like it's very clever. It's got some problems, but PvP hasn't. So it's very cool. They have a cool idea there, which is like if your team is getting ruffle stomped, it's over very quickly. If you're ruffle stomping the other team, it's over very quickly. But because it's all random, you can't queue as a team. So you are randomly placed with people. You can do team games, but it's a separate thing where you have to make both sides of the team. So you can run tournaments. Yeah, exactly. So in this, but if your teams are pretty evenly matched, the timer extends because it's like, oh, you found a good back and forth with interesting play. Then the timer extends, so you get a lot longer to play. And then they just gave everybody ridiculous limit breaks to go with it. So you all got completely stupid abilities that regularly up. So it's super fun. I like how they've done it. You can go on mad losing streaks, which does feel bad after a bit. You can lose for like 2 hours and there's not much you can do about it. But
sounds like my whole life. I should be used to it.
I'm just looking at you sat there in your pink hoodie and your blankie. I think you're doing all right.
I wish I could. People couldn't focus when I didn't have the blankie here, so I didn't have a choice, man. Mm-hmm. It's because the tattoo. Have you seen this yet, Breach? What do you think?
What is this? Is this real?
Yeah. What's it say?
KTO, your camera's mirrored.
Oh, he said O. He said O, not D. He said O. He said O. He said O. That's a win. That's a win, dude. Asmon, you want to get a matching one with me?
Is it getting filled in, or are you just having the outline?
I just like the outline. I wanted it
I think
to
that
look
I think he was going to get it filled in, but then people brought up the fact that he could get fired. And so then he's kind of just like, he hasn't wanted to fill it in because like
hedging.
you never, yeah, you hedge your bets, right?
Did you wear those shorts to have it done? Did you make some person sit right next to your nearly exposed junk while they did that?
Oh yeah, and Andy was there. Yeah. And good old Andy was there. Also, so I was gonna get it very tiny, just OTK. So here's actually the story behind it. I had it as a sub goal. I didn't realize that the sub goal.
I can't believe you did this. I really can't.
Yeah, I fucked up. I actually had to do another tattoo stream. So I didn't realize that the sub goal didn't say Final Fantasy 14. It didn't say Final Fantasy 14 tattoo. It didn't say tattoo. It said Lalafell tattoo. So I'm actually getting a Lalafell tattooed on the bottom of my foot, but I had to find a really good tattoo artist to do it. So I have to fly to this tattoo artist, and I am getting my character tattooed to the bottom of my foot, so I never have to look at it.
I thought it was so you could step on yourself, because that's your ultimate fantasy.
Yeah, it is. Step on me, please. Yeah, no. So it's I got to put it on the bottom of my foot. But I go to do this tattoo, and I was gonna get the OTK on my inner lip because it's like essentially a free tattoo. No one's ever gonna see that. We're getting ready to do the IRL stream, and the backpack breaks. So I got Andy trying to fix the backpack. He's yelling at the fucking thing, cursing it out. And then he turns to me and he goes, "By the way, Rich, I forgot to tell you, you can't get it on your inner lip because you have to wear a mask." Because it was like still during COVID. So he's like, "You got to pick a different part of your body." So I said, it'd be funny if I get it over the knee. So I decided that I'm going to get it over the knee. And I'm just going to get tiny little letters, just OTK over the knee. I thought that would be really funny. And Andy goes, the one mistake that people who get tattoos always say they make is not getting it big enough. So I got Andy Milanakis sitting here who's completely tatted up. He's got a desk tattooed on his arm. He has like the most random tattoos. And he goes, you got to go big. You got to go as big as possible. And I ended up with this.
There's so many strange life choices in that chain of events.
You want to know the best part? The backpack broke. None of it was on stream. People still think it's a fake tattoo.
Jesus Christ. I don't even know what to say. I really don't. People, I can't believe you got it. I really can't. Well, at least it doesn't say Blizzard, right?
What if you changed the name?
OTK?
You know, we've been thinking about that, yeah.
We've actually talked about it in the past. I've been sitting here quivering.
Probably change the name.
I've been trying to ditch the name Preach for like 10 years, and here we are.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What do you want?
You know,
what would you rather?
OTK?
Mike. What's wrong with Mike?
Just Mike? Okay, just keep it simple.
Mike on the internet.
Mike.
Yeah, because it's more because of my family. I have to deal with kids now in school, and they're like, they put my video up on the classroom's TV.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
I told my kids never to do that. Like never just to say Daddy does something with media. Just say that. But they revealed, and then they put it on in school, and it was bad.
Oh my god, that'd be really rough for me and my significant other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a bad day. It was a bad day.
Man, I hope maybe there's a way that we can just like completely make them not know.
Yeah, I'm sure. Just don't, maybe not bring it up or something, or maybe I don't know. Maybe make a tweet about it.
That's going to be really rough.
Yeah.
Man, really rough. Trust me. So what were we talking about?
Dragonflight, baby.
OTK.
Yeah. I mean, like, I think that like them also adding in like the solo shuffle and like the solo queue stuff, because like to a certain degree, a lot of these games do have a solo queue system. Something like League of Legends, like obviously BRs are pretty much all solo queue. And even like Lost Ark is solo queue. Many games are. And so I'm really hoping that like with this new feature, they'll be able to actually make PvP more enjoyable for more people, because I think a lot of people just don't play the competitive PvP because they don't have teammates. It's like such a huge barrier.
I'd say the only thing that's like not blowing my skirt up right now is I haven't heard anything that's really made me excited that's coming. because everything seems like a good foundation, like the stuff it should have been in place like 5 or 6 years ago, right?
Yeah.
So everything they've announced is more like fixes to problems. And the only really new thing I've seen is the Dragon Mount thing, which is kind of okay. I hope they do something with it. Like you brought up combat in the interview, right? And I really hope they have some really cool races because they have all this maneuverability. They do all this cool stuff. So hopefully there's like, again, that step 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's not just if it's just a Barbie doll that you could dress up, okay, fine. But it has potential to be so much more. Like the talent system. I hope there's none of them like, and it increases life bloom by 2% and increases life bloom by 4%. You know, I hope there's none of those in there because that's just a waste of potential. So I'm really hoping for that. But I haven't seen anything in Dragonflight that's made me go, oh, I can't wait to play that. That's the only thing I'm missing.
What would you want to see them add?
Again, like individual raid bosses, things like that are just adding content in. I know they can't do player housing right now. I've spoken to the devs several times on that, and they have mad problems with the way the game's coded to put that in. So I get why that's not there. But certainly more content that I can do with friends, not mandatory, that is worthwhile doing. And that's kind of broad brush, I know, but I think about it in FF terms. I could spend a whole day in the Gold Saucer just pissing about with friends, doing the slices right or whatever, because it's just really fun. There's no real goal to it. It's just really, really fun. Or doing extremes, doing the tribal stuff, whatever it is I want to do. But that choice, I don't know what I'm doing when I start a stream of FF that day, really. Like, I sometimes have an idea, but sometimes I'm like, let's go and do Eureka. Let's go find out what that's about. Let's go and try a different job, a different class, and just go and jump. Let's do PvP today, that kind of thing. So that's why I want that feeling back in WoW, because I had that at weekends all the time. I was like, what are we doing today? I don't know. Let's go and check out like the Lich King stuff. Let's go and check out the Tuskar fishing competition, you know, stuff like that. That was really fun.
Yeah, different.
Just to be fair to
like
WoW,
that.
though, I do want to say, because I had the same exact feeling with Final Fantasy, and in a lot of ways I still do, and I still do think that it does the world better than World of Warcraft does, right? Like a lot of the world of World of Warcraft is gone, but one of the weird phenomena that I think a lot of us had with Final Fantasy 14 was they did a very good job at making that content that was evergreen and you could come back to for the first time. So you got all of the game at once. It all still felt good, which made the world feel way larger and it put you in the best mood ever, which World of Warcraft's just never going to be able to do. But I do think, Preach, the one thing that you said is a similar feeling that I have with this current expansion of WoW.
I think they can do it.
You think that they can?
100%.
They did it with the Mage Tower. They can balance it and they can make the classes better because all they have to do is balance on a handful of baselines.
Are you saying classes in particular, or are you trying to say to build the whole world back up?
To build the world back up to where you can go back and do something like BWL and have it still be relatively a challenge. Like, it's not going to be the same as it used to be, right? But that's the same as it's like you go and you do Titan Extreme. I can pretty much guarantee you Titan Extreme is harder than Ravana Extreme. You know, and I think it will probably be even harder in Stormblood as well. So I'm sure like the difficulty increases too.
Yeah, it's definitely non-linear. Some bosses that are hard, some are easy. But I agree they can do it. And I think the biggest thing I would like to see, I think something that would really excite me is that I would almost wish they would dedicate a team to just constantly making the world living and breathing. And coming back to the sword and the joke is that it blows my mind that they'd never set up a town there. They never, like, over time, that hasn't grown into a place. Because it absolutely would. And when they do big story stuff, they don't reflect that in the open world. And it really bothers me. Like, in BFA, we had, like, the sinking of the ships and the Shara was out there, but you could still go on your island expeditions, no problem. You could still go on boats between both the landmasses, no problem. They should have had something in there where sometimes you can get attacked. Or, you know, something happens and you get attacked on the boats or your ship gets sunk. They could have come in some new islands, which are actually you've got to fight. Instead, it's an island. Now you have a boat thing that's going on because that's what's happening in the game. Because we seem to have this very separate thing where the story's happening and all this crazy shit's happening and there's a giant monster attacking the main city. And then the cutscene ends and everybody's chilling. Everyone's fine.
Yeah.
Everyone's fine. Oh, a sword just landed in the middle of Silithus, this giant fucking sword. And nobody's been to investigate. Nobody. The goblins didn't go to try and get some of the material to build new things to sell to people. There wasn't an industry. Tourism, like people didn't want to go and see this fucking thing.
Well, they did, right? I mean, that was like the whole goblin thing for like for BFA. It's just that, like, it's not really very well represented in the game. I think
you go
like,
there. What's there? A little tent, and then people like magically stuff there, right?
Tent. Yeah,
yeah. Right now, there should be a city set up there. There should be a whole thriving town there.
It had at times. Really, I think people are going to disagree with me on this, but at times it had some incredible story with just terrible storytelling. For me, all the best story that I learned from WoW when I really got into the lore, it was all through Novel. Like I would watch Novel's videos. That's how I would learn it. Sometimes maybe you would actually read a book. I read a Chronicle, for example, and that was how I got the story. I watched Pyromancer as well. And that was how I got the story. The game never gave it to me. And you basically got trained, even if you liked the lore at that time, to avoid it in the game and learn it from the content creators. That's where you got the lore. And it would make the game more enjoyable. It definitely would. But how do you change the storytelling in World of Warcraft? Like, would you want to see more of that
New
RPG
blood.
element? You think just new blood?
And new blood, new characters that we can give a shit about and have time to develop, right? They need time. So they need to. I mean, I think the future of WoW story is with Anduin. He's young. That character's young, and there's a long way to go. And he's had some good elements so far. So you can move up with. I think you can move up with him and then bring in new blood.
That guy cries more than a Final Fantasy 14 player. I don't know about Anduin.
Anduin's got. I think that's of all. If I was to look at the roster of main characters, right? You've got AFK Gar, Sylvanas up and down. You know what I mean? You've just got these characters that have been around forever. They flip flop. They ask for apexes and then they disappear. I'm bored of them, honestly. I'm really bored of them. Like I thought Bolvar was going to be cooler in Shadow. I guess I mean, it might sound strange. I fucking really want to enjoy the WoW story. As I've shown with FF and the tons of other games that I play on my stream, I love game stories because you get to interact with them. You get to have so much fun. You get to make choices and do all that stuff. And the Covenants should have been like that. The Covenants should have been badass. They had so much good stuff they could have done. But they obviously locked it down and went a different way. And I'm really, if it's for the WoW story, it can't be like FF. That doesn't suit the player base of WoW, I don't think, for the most part. I think if you try and copy FF, you're going to fail because that's now got like 12 years of build-up. You know, like DC versus Marvel in the movie world where they try and smash the Avengers together in half an hour.
Oh, yeah,
That's what you're going to get. You know it, right? You're going to get like that cobbled together, fucking rehashed old jammed in to try and make you care, and you're not going to care. But for story stuff, choices. Especially with the dragon aspects coming into it.
Yeah.
Are we going to side with an aspect? What if I want to side with the blue Dragonflight and then later down the line, throughout the story, I mean, I'm just spitballing what I'd like to see is like perhaps the bronze Dragonflight asks for help and you have a choice. Do you leave the blue to help the bronze? And that choice could have consequences. You did that, but the bronze Dragonflight lost somebody who you cared in the story. Or,
I think that kind of stuff is cool. It's just that, like, I don't want to have it tied to an ability, you know?
Oh, that's what the cover should have been.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's like that stuff is really fun, and I think people enjoy that. It's the same as like you could be like a Sylvanas loyalist in BFA. I thought that was cool because it's not like if you're a loyalist to Sylvanas, you do 5% more damage in a raid or something like that. It's just purely a narrative decision that unlocks different
power.
dialogues.
I mean, we're not getting power, right? That's the point. We're not getting borrowed power this expansion. We're holding you into that. So now you can have fun. Because like that's what I'm saying. The Covenants, and this is what we were saying at the start of the show, there's so many things like Covenants that should be fucking awesome, and they're not because they did the power shit. Like the changing Covenant should have been a whole storyline. It should have been something players wanted to do, or sticking with your Covenant gave you something more, and had consequences for that player that don't affect anybody else. That's your story. That's your story to tell and your story to go through, and it would have been cool. I think so. Anyway,
I do want to say. So I agree with both of you fully. And it's funny because you bring up the choices and how that could be really cool for the story preach. And Asmon, you bring up that power's been tied behind it even very recently. And I feel like the thing with choices existing in the story, they were always afraid to have the story really be its own thing. And I think the people who like the lore would love to see something where those choices might impact lore for you and you might want to play multiple variations of the game, and that's it. And I think it's fine to have lore Andes want to go through all of these different experiences, and then some people wouldn't want to at all. I also will say
also, like, some of it was like locked behind really high-end content. For example, you kind of assume, I think, that if, like, you know, Naxxramas got cleared in Classic WoW, that you killed Kel'Thuzad. But, like, you don't even know that the phylactery wasn't destroyed for Kel'Thuzad that enabled him to come back in Wrath of the Lich King unless you literally cleared all of the raid content in all of Classic WoW. And there is a certain amount of coolness to that. Absolutely. Like, that's kind of a really cool idea that happens. And then the Atiesh quest line, things like this, they're great. But I think, again, the problem is that it's tied to some sort of tangible outcome. You know, it can't just be its own thing. It can't be its own story. Because I do think that you can tell smaller scale stories in WoW and have them be more open-ended, where they don't really have an impact on the greater story, and it doesn't really matter.
100%.
And most games have this, where you can make small choices, but whenever the credit scenes roll, you're always doing the exact same thing. And even something in like Dark Souls, you only really have 2 options in many regards. With Elden Ring, you have, I think, 6, but many of them are pretty much the same in at least the way that they're shown. So the way that this works is that I think that they have to make it to where they don't tell the story through the quest objectives. Because, like, Preach, what you were saying, oh my God, who is going to read all that? You know what it reminds me of? Is it's like I open up and I see somebody made a twit longer about something. I'm like, oh God. Like, I don't want to. Oh, God, oh, no.
I feel like my bones, bro.
It's a
I see a twit longer. I'm like, oh
man.
No.
Yeah, it's like, oh my God, I don't want to do this. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, I want to see like small, like, I think that the way that they're developing and like kind of giving you dialogue in like Zereth Mortis is better, because there's less of that and more of it is like more in compartmentalized like paragraphs or a couple of sentences, so people can just look at it and then click and then they process the information. And they don't just completely ignore it. Because I do think, like, whenever you go back and you look at, like, when was WoW at, like, an all-time hype period, I'd say 3 points. Wrath of the Lich King, because of the Lich King. Yep, Warlords of Draenor, because of the Warlords of Draenor. Like,
marketing in general.
Yeah, the marketing was fucking S tier. On top of that, the characters, people started to like Garrosh at that point. It was amazing. And then the next one was Legion. It's like, why is that? Because of Illidan. It's like, what do people remember from Legion? Probably fucking Illidan. Illidan was really, really cool.
Sorry, I think that this is really important. Chat, he's not saying that WoD was like the best version of the game ever. He's talking about like the hype. So like the hype leading up to WoD was actually the biggest it's ever been.
Like it was insane, man. Like everybody was excited about WoD. Like Preacher, remember too, right? I mean, it was crazy.
Man. It was the
just
most
a shame that the first week I logged out. I logged out when I watched Interstellar because it was broken. That was the only bummer. But yeah, the leading to it was amazing. I think we're all on the same line here. Is you need something tangible in the world, because as soon as I saw the Covenants, for an example, I always thought, like, what if I went Revendreth and then I decided to swap over to Kyrian, and therefore I got like a new title, like something edgy, probably because it's Vampires to the Light, like Daywalker or something. So you got this title, and now like they were untrustworthy, and you had to go through something tangible. Like you arrive at the Kyrian place and they're like, whoa, you're from there, and then when you go back to Revendreth, they're suspicious. You know, like tangible things that happen in game that aren't just paragraphs and paragraphs of text, but the NPCs respond to you differently, and they treat you differently because of you've turned your back on them, and you get I would definitely have a cool armor set that shows that you've walked that path. And I thought the same about the class halls. Like, it was such a shame to me during the burning of Teldrassil, where we had the class halls where all of the factions are together and the NPCs didn't give a shit. You had some of the most important lore characters in the fucking history of the game stood in the class halls, and Teldrassil's just burned down. They're not talking about it. The Night Elves aren't furious at the other characters and stuff. Why? Like, they should be, right? Like, this is neutral ground. What a great place for visual storytelling would be to go back to your class hall and have the NPCs fighting and angry and segregating themselves in different parts because of what's just happened. You know, we don't trust them. And it was like, that's the storytelling I'd love to see. And that's meaningful choices. Like, unironically, that's a meaningful choice that you're making along that way.
I was glad to see, like, at the end of the, like, Arbiter quest line, they had a few extra dialogue options between the different characters, right? So you had, like, Gen Greymane talking with Anduin, and then Warthamar talking with Gen Greymane, and then Bane and I think Thrall talking to each other. These are good things, and I want to see more of that, and also because it's voice acted. One of the big reasons why I think that content in other games is so much more easily digestible is that it's voice acted and it's easy to understand. You don't have to go out of your way to read something.
Nobody wants to fucking read, man. Nobody wants to read at all. Let's be honest.
Nerds,
Dude,
man.
At this point, you know, you look at World of Warcraft and even Toontown's lore made more sense. Like and it's not just Final Fantasy 14. I think we keep looking at Final Fantasy 14 as an MMO that delivers story in the right way. It's not the only game that's done it, and there are a lot of different ways to do it as well. I don't know, Asmon, if you ever played it, but like Star Wars, their MMO, it was that BioWare storytelling. What'd you say? Did you say it was
so good? No, it's
so good.
It's
I'm
really good.
I'm actually going to replay it off stream soon. It's
Same.
fantastic.
I've been talking about playing it again recently.
I would love to, if you want to do some of the raids and stuff together just for fun, I would love to do it. Like, I'm going to go back.
Probably down. Yeah.
Yeah, hit me up.
I'm trying every MMO I can right now because it's such an eye-opening experience. Like I did Destiny 2 a couple of weeks back. It's really fucking fun. Like their gear system is so cool. You get your favorite gun.
Yeah.
And then you get a higher item level one. They're just like, oh, you don't like that one? Here, just have the item level on your favorite gun instead. Okay.
Yeah, they do a lot of really cool stuff with gear. And one of the things that's funny when you look at WoW, I feel like it's a lot of the overworld loops that aren't good. So I've been playing a lot of games just like you preach and kind of looking at how they do gearing. I was even playing like Tiny Tina's Wonderland. Just
for research, right?
Stuff.
For research. Yeah, I remember.
Just for research off stream for 3 days straight, ignoring absolutely everything. But just like looking at, you know, how all these different games are pulling together loot. And even something like Lost Ark can be really informative because when you head into a new expansion, the overworld does not feel impactful in WoW. And there needs to be a little bit more synergy between that and what's going on with your endgame progression, I think.
So much. The world should always reflect what's happening in the story because it creates, it's that tangible storytelling. Even if you're not into the story, you're still seeing the effects of the story, right? So you might ask that question like, what's going on? It's like, oh yeah, Rashara's back, right? And the seas are dangerous now. It's like, oh, okay, cool. But there's something that's happening that's showing you what's going on. If you're like, if this is your storytelling, right? If this is you doing the fucking MMO story, then you still get something out of it regardless. Like the world develops and does something with it. That's really fucking good. So I think that works because the FF story, it got me, but many of my friends tried FF and they were like, boost. I ain't into this, you know? Like, I know when I talked to a lot of the Echo dudes who tried FF, they did the raid, they were like, I boosted. I have no idea. Alpha who? I don't know. Whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. I don't give a shit. And that's fine. That's totally fine. Like, I don't have an issue with it at all. It's like, if the story doesn't grab you if you start that game, you roll in a caravan and a fucking Moogle pops out, and you're like, yeah, not for me. Then
what's
fine.
this weeb shit? That's exactly what they were worried about. Yep, I know
Exactly.
exactly what you mean.
Yeah,
for me,
exactly.
like, I actually, what was weird for me, like, getting into Final Fantasy is it had, like, this, like, weird familiarity that I didn't really even experience. I know it was, like, almost like I had played Final Fantasy in another lifetime and I just didn't know it, or in like an alternate universe, until I went downstairs and I saw that like Secret of Mana and a lot of my old games were actually made by the same people that made Final Fantasy. And it's like, wait a minute, this is like 20 years later. And I actually do remember like, yeah, this is kind of similar to this. It was so weird, man.
Yeah, it's really crazy. Cool. You take all those experiences and you're not even thinking about it, and you kind of rejoin them in your head, and you experience it in a new way. I think it is really, there's this coziness to the game because of it that you don't know that you're going to have until you start playing. I felt the same way.
They're still awesome, by the way. I'm streaming FF6 right now, which is like 99. It's fucking awesome. It's such a good game, and because it's pixel art, it still holds up. I mean, it's such a good experience because I just wanted to know where all these references were from, because every time and you guys will know, like, oh, you've got that's from 7, that's from 4, that's
like
from
how
10.
Matoya was from the original Final Fantasy.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought, fuck it, let's play them. So I played 4 last week. That was amazing. because I mean, I can't spoil it right now, but there's a certain thing in Endwalker which is actually borrowed entirely from 4, and the new Endwalker MSQ is based on 4. So I was like, oh, cool, we'll get some context for that. And I had so much fun. I went straight into 6, having a blast with it. And I want that for Warcraft as well.
Yeah, I just started. Yeah, so I started it at like right before the expansion came out, because there were like 2 days where you really couldn't play Final Fantasy. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll just play 4 now, and didn't really get a chance. I just picked it back up again. It's so cool to go back and see all of those things.
It still holds up so well. The gameplay is awesome. Like even for today, the gameplay is so good. What are they called?
The remakes, the Pixel
Remaster.
Pixel Remaster. Yeah, they're great. Highly recommend them to anyone.
I feel like playing all of these other games too has actually been beneficial for WoW. Like, because
I've never been happier.
People have come, and it's like, it's two things, right? Because like right now, the way I feel like it with WoW is that like I'm really excited about Dragonflight. I think everything about the game that they've announced has been really good, and there's not yet, as people have said, there is not yet that feature that is the obvious problem that everybody's gonna dislike, right? And so I can just be excited for the game, and I can also think to myself, I don't have to make 8 hours of content a day with this game. I don't have to think about playing this game 8 hours a day. I can play other games. And I think actually that's better for WoW, that people don't put all of their faith in playing the game constantly. Because one of the big differences between Final Fantasy and WoW is that Final Fantasy tells people, yo, go take a break. Whenever you're done with the content, come back later on.
It's a big difference. I think you hit the nail on the head there, and also that the devs embrace that as well. It's a two avenues need to go. One, the players need to feel. I think it's better if you're not fully invested in one game, because if you're fully investing all your game time into one game, little things really start to pile up and get on your nerves, because it's the only thing you're experiencing. You're not taking a break from it and then like coming back a little while later. But also, if the devs also have that mentality where we're not trying to build content here, and this comes back to what we said at the very start, like disrespecting your time.
Yeah.
That you have to be online all the time. We have to make content that keeps people online all the time, because everyone goes on about the MAUs, but that's the same whether you log in twice or whatever. It's like a gym membership, right? It doesn't matter if you go every day or you go twice a month. It doesn't matter. The price is still the same. You're still logging in. You're still doing whatever you want to do. And it also makes their content better, because if you're not building it with time gating in mind, right? And how do we make this content stretch for 6 months? If that's not part of your design philosophy, it frees you up so much to go, we could just do something cool here. We can, like, that's what I was saying about that Bosnia zone is, instead of like gating everything off, they gave you all the shit really early on. Like, I was only there for an hour before I had like instant cast spells and extra defenses and cooldowns. And it wasn't a case that it was like a 3-minute buff. It's there for the entire duration I'm there, just on. So I'm just super powerful. And it was really cool. We were just running around as a group, blasting things, riding tanks around the battlefield and shooting stuff, and then doing a raid. And it wasn't a case of, well, until you get renown level 40, you're not going to be able to do that. And you can only get like renown once per day or something like that. It wasn't, designed to stretch out so we get the most out of it. And that's, if they go that route, God, I hope they do, they can start having a lot more fun with the content they make. Like, in my opinion, they'll just have so much more fun.
You know what was the worst experience that I've had recently in gaming? And I think that I should say it now. But with Lost Ark, I actually had... I really love Lost Ark. And I'm going to play it tonight. Great game. But I had this moment that I think I was able to conceptualize it in a way that I wouldn't look at most games, but I started to straight up think with Lost Ark when I didn't play, because I got so used to that with Final Fantasy 14, where I was like, I'm going to play when I want to, I'm going to give it a rest, and then I'm going to come back and I'll play it and everything will be the same. With Lost Ark, I started thinking to myself, because I am such a whale, I started thinking, how much money am I losing? It's like, okay, if I want to hang out with this person right now, I just lost $20. If I do this, like, I lose this. And I started thinking about how much value I was losing on my dailies, how much value I was losing on my weeklies. And I was straight up mathing it out, and I turned it into a job. And with Lost Ark, that is really palpable. It's right in front of you because of how the economy of the game works. With some of these other games like World of Warcraft, it's not as apparent, but it is what's happening over time when you feel locked in and you feel like it is a job and you feel yourself getting behind. Part of that psychological break, though, has to come from yourself, right? I'm not talking about the psychological break that I had when I was got fired the third time. I'm talking about actually taking that break and not letting it get to you. And it's a tough thing to do. And I feel like the World of Warcraft community maybe has that mentality now in a way that they haven't before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? And like, that's so much better. It's so much more of a healthy mentality, because it's like, yeah, maybe you're not going to have content in WoW forever after the patch has been out for 6 months. You're not going to have something to do and grind for 8 hours a day every day. And you know what? Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's actually better for the game, that they're not making it to where you have so much content and there's so many little things that you have to do that you feel compelled to log on for hours every day, months after a patch has been out. You know, you can just
FOMO
enjoy
feeling,
the game.
right? Like, because
yes.
they encourage it. They encourage that FOMO. Like you were saying earlier, if you don't do your dailies or whatever on your Saturday and Sunday, you're going to be 2 days behind your dudes. Like, you don't have to do it, and you read that everywhere. You know, you read it on forums like, you don't have to do it.
You don't have to play the game.
Yeah, but you're going to be 2 days behind on getting your legendary. You know, you're gonna be. I mean, this happened at the Race to World First, right? They kind of assumed the race would not last 3 weeks, right? Because it went absurd. And some players didn't farm their legendaries because, like, they didn't have to, right? But then it was like, you should have done, though. Now it's a big thing. It's like, oh my god, really? We should have been doing like more dailies on top of everything else we were doing. It's crappy shit like that. It comes back and it does have a tangible effect, and you just think, my friends have their legendaries. They put in their time. I don't have mine. I'm letting the team down. And the game kind of encourages that, and hopefully that's going away. And with everything being account wide, that looks like it should be the case, right? I mean, do you think they're going to let us grant levels? I was talking about this morning.
Oh, like in Recruit a Friend?
Fucking right.
Do you remember having the account? I literally made that second account, and you get on and you just start granting the levels. That was one of the most satisfying feelings I've ever had in a video game. You felt like you were getting away with a murder, man.
Mm-hmm.
I hope so, because they're saying the only thing you should care about with alts is gearing, and I'm hoping they're going to let you grant levels to your alts.
What I would like for them to do is for them to have like a series of like kind of challenges for your alt to do, like something relatively similar to the Mage Tower, that whenever you complete all of these challenges and it shows that you know how to play this character, you get automatically leveled up. You know, and it's something that like a good player can do in like maybe a couple of hours or something like that for the first time playing their class. I think that'd be great, or something to at least give people an idea that like, yeah, this is kind of a challenge. This is how to play your class, just so you're not having people that like queue in. Because like one thing that would suck is like if you have a bunch of people that are just like boosting characters. You remember this like whenever they added the boost at 90. Do you remember doing Throne of Thunder LFR after that?
I can honestly say I don't think.
Oh my god!
This all if you are going to the easiest place to play in the game, so you're always going to encounter that whether they boost or not. Like that, I don't think that's something that should be. I guess I would say is that I don't think you should make a detrimental game element because some people are shit. Like I don't think that's a factor. Like I would even prefer these challenges that you talk about. I think they're a cool idea, but I would almost have them be on your main.
So you think like, fuck it, just let people level up anyway. It doesn't really matter if they're gonna.
I don't give a fuck what anybody. This has been my stance. I don't give a fuck what Tommy is wearing or what level he is or if he's good or bad. I don't care. If I want good gameplay, I'm going to play with my friends. If that's what I'm looking for. What I'm not going to do is say I'm looking for a really good gaming experience in LFR, which is designed for the worst player to have a good time in. That's just crazy to me. It's like, let's go to the place which is accessible by literally anybody who can click on the fucking screen and look for a really good gameplay experience. I think that's just ridiculous. So if I want a really good gameplay experience, I'm going to seek that out in a guild. I'm going to seek that out in my Mythic Plus. I'm going to seek that out in my friends. Yeah. So I don't give a shit what they're wearing. It's just like I don't give a shit about item level stuff. I really wish they would said they were making more tier sets. Because, like, for an open world tier set, a Mythic Plus tier set, and fucking PvP tier set, that it's completely up to Mythic item level, but it gives you bonuses in the content you enjoy.
Didn't they
I was
try
really
doing
hoping
that once? I don't remember.
They tried with Azerite armor, but it didn't really. They made 850,000 Azerite powers for some reason. Like,
I thought they
I don't know why.
Yeah, I thought they had that with the class order hall set in Legion. Didn't it have set bonuses that helped you out in the open world? Or
I think it was also low item level, right? I'm talking. Yeah, exactly. Like, it needs to be mythic raid quality, like in terms of item level, but your bonuses are really good open world.
Yeah.
So just as you kill an enemy, you got super movement speed. Maybe your fucking dash has no cooldown. You know, shit like that doesn't work in a raid. And then you've got a mythic +1, and you can focus on that. Even if you go into a raid, yeah, your tier set bonuses aren't good or even may not work, but you've got a mythic item level that goes with it, so you can transfer quite easily into heroic, normal, whatever.
Right.
Make an entire end game experience. Professions should be the same. Like, I was hoping for way more professions. What they've done is great, but there's so much more room there. So much more room that I hope they explore. Again, this step 1 through 5 thing, the new stuff is good.
What do you hope they do with professions? Because like I'm really curious about that too. Because in my opinion, I feel like professions were at their best in Burning Crusade. I love.
If I talk about this, my editor's gonna be really pissed because he's been working on this video for ages. But
so all right, that's great. I've got React content in the future. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, I couldn't even talk about it here. It'd be like an hour long. Like the idea we have for it is that I would love to see. I mean, we kind of talked about it in the last video I did, where I was like, this expansion shaping up to be really good. And I also wrote about this when I was supposed to go to Blizzard, but got banned for being a naughty boy. Is the way that we could do something with professions, which is using mechanics that are already in the game and would be, in my opinion, fucking awesome. At least, you know, something worth talking about. But obviously I didn't get to go to see Blizzard because I'm a dick. So,
I remember that. That was a pretty.
I think you remember that. But Rich got fired. Think about that instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't get banned, which is worse. I could still play the game. They actually let me.
You
they
think
wanted me
being
to play the
banned
game
for 30
more.
days is worse than being fired? Where's your priorities, son?
Yeah, I mean, look, also, I will say, being fired as much as I've been fired, it starts to lose its luster.
Yeah,
it doesn't feel the same.
Times at this point.
Old news, baby.
Yeah, it's like you start to not appreciate it anymore. It's just like drinking water. It's just a routine.
Yeah.
That's fair. But yeah, professions. In a general summary, I would really like to see profession sanctums in the cities that are a separate guild that go alongside your guild. The basis for a lot of the ideas is like, if you watch really high fantasy stuff, like you can look at Game of Thrones because most people have watched it. Yeah, there are heroes who swing the swords and shit, but you've also got your Samwell Tarleys and things like that are super important to the overall arc of the story, but they're not the combat guys. And I know from Classic, there's a shitload of people who could not give a crap in World of Warcraft about their passes, about a damage meter, but they want to play and they want to be involved, and they're really good people that I would love to play the game with. So why don't we go down that route with professions where we could literally, if you had the Herbalist Sanctum, for example, they can choose what to grow in there. So they have their own giant conservatory. They have a structure within there, like a guild and all this kind of stuff. But then they have extra content that's just for them out in the open world that they can go and do. So you think about the blacksmiths, they can find things that they could dig down into the earth as a group of blacksmiths to fight blacksmith-only bosses that require like to acquire special materials that they can then craft things with that can be used in there into the game. This is a very brief view of it, but generally speaking, stuff like that where they all have to work together. So you've got the inscribers finding secret recipes that they piece together, which leads to an ore that you need to then talk to the miners guild, the miners sanctum, so they go and get stuff, and it's a whole end game experience. That's for those guys. That isn't just combat focused on acquiring new item level. It's a journey and exploration.
I think they tried doing a little bit of that in Legion, and I think that people generally just kind of got annoyed by it. And so I'm not really sure if they'll try that again or not. I would like to see, one game that actually really did this well is New World. New World did it incredibly well by having there be like these little like these little profession benches that you would see people actually crafting at the bench. And I thought that was really cool. I like that a lot. I'd love to see WoW have that. And like back like the old alchemy lab, the ones back in like, there was one in BWL and one in, I think, Strathlum or something. It's been quite a while. I don't remember.
And they have that one in Shattrath at the back, right? It's the only place you can craft flasks in that place. You just like being, you'd say you prefer to be in an environment where you can just see other people are taking part in the profession together.
The world feels alive. I think the thing that's cool too, when you start talking about stuff like this, Preach, they're obviously very big ideas that some of the core systems of the game need to be hammered out before you can start working on them. But when we don't see all this flashy new candy that's getting thrown in front of you with an expansion, you start to think to yourself, okay, are they going to start working on that foundation? And instead of scrapping everything, starting over and trying to build a brand new castle, they're going to start to put some of the works on it. And I think systems like this could happen if they continue to go down that route. The question is whether or not that's actually what we're going to see.
Well, I think so. Yeah, I mean, I hope so too. I think that's what's really important, is to have content like that keeps people engaged and makes the game feel like an actual MMO. Because I think that's like one of the big things. It's like kind of a consistent complaint that people have that I think in many regards is actually just kind of like how people feel, is that the game doesn't feel like an MMO in the way that people want it to feel. And it's like, how do you really, how do you approach that type of a complaint where there's like, it's a feel?
They could reduce phasing a lot as well. There's a lot more people playing than we realize, but phasing really kills a lot of that atmosphere. And it just feels very limited when you walk to Orgrimmar. And it was kind of a weird experience. I think we all played Classic WoW. They're like logging in and actually having like so many people in the cities running backwards and forwards, doing their things. It was nice. It was like, and I know there's probably this amount of people playing retail. I just can't see them. And they're nowhere near me. Like, you give me my own little private playground to mess around in.
Right? It's like, so I was playing New World, and I logged back into New World, and I don't know if you've been keeping up with New World, but this, if you have, this won't catch you by surprise. My server was dead. Okay? My server was dead, and I go and I look, and there's like a handful of servers that are very popular, and I see one is like super popular, right? It's the equivalent of like I don't know, like US Illidan or like US like I don't know, Tichondrius. And so I transfer that server. I'm on that server. People are popping off. There's people everywhere. Things are happening. New World is like alive again. It's like it automatically, like logging on whenever your server is dead in an MMO. There is nothing more depressing than that besides listening to the music in Korthia.
Yep.
That is it.
I haven't heard it, so I'm free of that one.
Yep. Keep it that way. It's so depressing. And I remember whenever I logged over, I'm like, wow, this is actually really fun. I want to play New World again. This is enjoyable because I'm part of like a living, breathing world with like people in it. There's social interactions. Like I feel like they need to have more of that. Like I don't know.
And more passive social engineering. It was the biggest thing I picked up on in the sidelines of FF. Like I said, a lot of people probably don't realize it's happening. But that, like they told you about Libozzi, is like that encouragement to support a stranger as a group of you and to form like a circle of people watching. I mean, I think back to people getting Thunder Fury, and you probably remember this, Zach, as well. Is like when you saw those guilds riding across Ungoro, heading towards Silithus, you knew something big was going down. Because one, you generally didn't see the big guilds altogether because they're usually at the raid instance, so unless you were hanging around MC. Yeah. But there was times where you were farming gorillas, you were getting your ape on, and then you would just see a stream of 40 or 80 players who were all epicked out on mounts riding across the... Then you were like, what is going... There's an army coming. It was crazy. And you follow them, and everyone's there killing Thunderen. You see Thunderen appear. Yeah. Everybody joins in and helps out. And then what would traditionally happen is the guy who got Thunder Fury would then do duels. And you would all form a giant circle. And this wasn't this is pre-streamer, right? As streamers, we do have that weird privilege where the groups would form if we're doing something like that. But this was natural. This was a naturally occurring event without streaming or anything like that. And people just got involved as a community. And that's when you were like, oh God, this game is so cool. Because I didn't even know what Thunderen was the first time I saw it. I just followed people who were just riding around. It was sick. It was one of the sickest experiences ever.
Was like that for me in Duskwood. I was, feeling like I was on top of the world. I figured I'd take a shot at the big dragon. Turns out I missed. And it was, well, literally, actually, in that case. And it was funny. And like that kind of stuff is great because it gets you involved and it gives you a scope of the game, right? And like having different reasons for people to go out in the world. I actually thought Legion did a great job with this, with like how they had the class order hall quest lines that would send you back into old Azeroth.
Yeah.
I would love to see more of that stuff and where like the whole world is used rather than just like a very small fraction of it. And I think that was actually one of the biggest successes of Legion that I think a lot of people might not really notice as much.
I think the best stuff they make is when you don't notice it's happening. Like, unless you're casting a really discerning eye, okay, what you're looking at the game more like the Matrix. It's like, what is actually happening here mechanically? And trying to figure that stuff out. If you're just playing, it's just happening, and it's so fun.
Like Dragon Wrath. I remember whenever the first guy in my guild got Dragon Wrath, holy shit, that was a big deal.
Mm-hmm. Same with Valinor. Our whole guild was like, once we knew that guy was that day, it's happened. We all just stopped raiding. You know, nobody cared about the fact that we're on a limited time. We got to finish the raid. It was like, let's go and sort this out. Let's go and see it. Heal me with it so I can see the bubble. You know, like that kind of thing is that's the community aspect of it that's missing right now, and it can be passively done. With clever design of what your quests are, what zones you're sending people to do, and what you do in them, you can passively push people in that correct without having. Because I think a lot of people put. I know we're talking about FF a lot, but we've all played it, so we get the idea. Is that a lot of the positivity is forced because you're not allowed to be toxic.
Yeah.
That exists, but that's not really the point. The point is they make it so it's fine. They encourage you to be positive because they reward you with it.
Well, it's also, dude, like I was talking about this like today with Mythic Plus, right? Why the fuck do keys deplete?
Well,
why the
without,
why?
So you don't choose.
Yeah, it's like, so who gives a shit? Like, it's like
time. Like, you should get something out of it. Like, what the? I don't get it.
You still did the thing, and like now, like everybody's mad and they're frustrated. Like, you have like things like, I feel like a game developer. Like, yeah, obviously you're gonna have people like me who are gonna mauled out at anything. I'm just gonna get mad about like if you put something in the game and and there's a lose condition, that lose condition will make me mad. But there is a spectrum of getting mad. And it's like a lot of times I feel like the game has these problems and like these things in it that just make you mad. It's like they're designed
your time.
Well, they're designed
against the other people too, right? Preach already touched on this, but what Final Fantasy 14 does very well is it has these socially engineered systems that kind of change the mind frame, like the actual mindset that you're going into the game with, and then they provide you with all of these tools to create emergent moments of socialization, right? Like even just a bard being able to play music.
Yeah,
that allows for emergent gameplay to happen where you're interacting with people. And that positive mental framework that you have, it starts to impact those little moments in the game. And while you're sitting there and you're pissed off 90% of the time you're playing the game, of course you're going to have more toxic social interactions. It's like talking to somebody before you have your morning cup of coffee. You're not in a good mood.
There's nothing worse than having your key depleted and lowered, and there's nothing you could do about it. You didn't fuck up. You didn't do anything. You still invested your time. Yeah, and it takes it away from you.
Or he leaves the group, or he disconnects, right? Like, let's assume like no ill intent, or like one interrupt gets missed, and like it's a wipe in the key, or you know a mistake happens, it's a wipe. Like it's just there are so many moments that just create frustrating outcomes that I think don't really need to happen. Like this doesn't. Like
who's the beneficiary here? Why is this?
Yeah, who's like who wins here? Like what's the upside to this?
Right,
and it's like I think that's one thing. It's like rethinking a lot of the philosophies around like the reward structures and also the punishment structures in the game. And I think a lot of people saw that, especially with like Final Fantasy and the raids. Like, holy shit, if you're raiding in Final Fantasy, you know what you have to do? You just go to the raid, it teleports you in front of the boss like 9 times out of 10, and you just do the boss. There's not like a run back. You don't have to repair your gear constantly.
This is what they changed. That's what you can see, because the initial, this is what I was saying earlier, is like I'm working through them chronologically, because you can see that in the early days they had the trash runs, you know, they kept that for a little bit, and then over time they're like, people just don't like this, so let's just not have this, and nobody was angry about it. Let's just put you in front of the boss. Let's have a cool cutscene. You can skip it if you want to, and off we go. And you're there. That's it. It's done. And you know that's the kind of thing that you're looking at that reduces the stress and anxiety of people going into it. So simple. Like they're not, pissing about in trash. No one's AFKing trash. Right? How many times have you seen that dude who can't be fucking bothered playing? Like as soon as he goes in.
I can't imagine who that would be.
I mean, not pointing any fingers at anybody, but that's the same thing. It's like you're creating this environment for toxicity. He's a real asshole. He's watching YouTube while everyone else is doing the fucking trash. Summon me, please. Get me here.
Yeah. No effort whatsoever. Thinks everything should just be handed to him. No, I know. It just pisses everybody off. You get Reddit threads about it. Everybody's getting pissed off. YouTube comments, etc.
Look how bad it's got. Have you seen those punishments people think for people leaving M+? Because I don't also blame people for leaving dog shit M+ groups. I'm not going to blame people for that.
I will say,
assuming it's that.
I will say I have never left a Mythic Plus group ever.
Same.
Ever,
I haven't
ever,
either.
ever. I have never left one unless we considered it was over and we just decided, listen, guys, let's be honest here. Let's come to Jesus. It's not going to happen. And that was it. But like before then, you know, like besides that, I've never left one of these groups before. And so like, I'm not even one of these people, but it's just, yeah, they're like, okay, well, we want you banned for like a week or something like that.
You know, you should lose your fingers. You should not be allowed to play WoW for 4 days. Man. Yeah, people are getting really very malicious with it.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm the same as you. I've never been in a group that has like universally agreed to finish early, like let's just call it, which again shouldn't need to happen. Like you said, if we didn't have the deplete option, it probably wouldn't matter unless the group is physically incapable of coordinating enough to get past the trash pack, right? This dungeon was way too high. We went further than we should have, and we're screwed up. Like that's never happened. But if you could just still finish and you're 2 minutes behind the timer or even 5 or 10 minutes, you still get your rewards because you still finish. Your key doesn't go up. Fine. That's not a big deal. But it also doesn't then, it doesn't fail you and then take your key lower. Like, why?
It's like insult to injury. There's so many things in the game I feel like fall under the category of insult to injury.
You're punishing the one guy who brought the key.
Yeah.
He's the only one who's getting punished there. Oh, you decided to put your key up for the group? You dumb fuck. Now look what happened. Now you've got a 14 key instead of your 15.
Yeah, enjoy that next week.
Yeah, enjoy that, you fucking idiot. How dare you try and run your damn key, you fucking clown. Like, that's what it feels like. It's like, okay.
Like this. I'm sitting here and I'm just pretending you're talking to me. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm really messed up, huh? Yeah, that's fine.
Keep going. I'm fucked up, right?
Enjoy your low-ass key, you fucking idiot. That's what it feels like. That's exactly why people are like, well, I'm only going to... This encourages the behavior. We're talking about the social engineering.
Yeah.
It encourages the behavior of rated.io scores. Because
why do you want to take a risk on somebody?
Right? Why would you? Why would you want to waste...
It's like a 30-minute investment. A 30-minute investment. And it's like, yeah, like whenever I do it, and I tell people all the time, it's like, if there's a score like that I can use, I'm going to use the score.
Right.
Because the truth is that if you look at the numbers, on average, you invite somebody with 100 higher item levels, they're probably going to be better at the game, right? If you just play the law of averages. And it's not something that's necessarily like great for the game, but if it's available, and especially if there's like such a punishment for making a mistake on who you decide to bring, you're going to have people that want that kind of a system.
It's a natural consequence of the failure system. Like it's brought on by the game itself because losing really sucks, and it shouldn't.
Exactly.
Losing should be fine. Okay, we didn't upgrade the key. That should be your worst punishment.
It's also and that's why I love people say like, oh, well, then what's the punishment for making a mistake? Well, I don't know. The fact that you didn't win, like, what do you mean?
What is there going to be punishment? What are you talking about?
What is this, cock and ball torture? Like, this isn't 50 Shades of Grey. Just let people play the fucking game.
That's why I was saying with the resource transfer between characters is like, why are you taxing me on this? I earned this. I gave you my time. I earned the resource. So why are you punishing me for spending it where it's appropriate to spend it?
It just seems very unnecessary. It seems very unnecessary.
We can't just let them give it to their alts because you know what will happen, don't you? Their alts will have legendaries.
Oh my god,
that would be terrible. And I'm looking at this.
You remember what happened with conduits? I mean, they got rid of conduit energy. Everybody just can't stop changing their conduits, right? I mean, it's absolute chaos.
There was so much punishment in it that it felt like you needed to stream the game in the artifact section and not the World of Warcraft section. But there were some really interesting things that we do talk about alts, and Asma, I think your camera died. But when we talk about alts, I actually do think Lost Ark, that was my biggest takeaway from Lost Ark. That was a game that really encouraged you to play a lot of different characters, and it felt pretty good to play a lot of different characters, especially if you spend a lot of money on them. But there are two big things that I wanted to bring up that Ian talked about. One is add-ons. and the other one is actually talking about the future of classic WoW. And he was talking about Wrath of the Lich King a little bit. But I think we can start with the add-ons, because Preach, what Ian was talking about was kind of the idea that now a lot of the add-ons, they feel computational, right? They're actually solving the problem for you. They're telling you exactly how to play the game. And he started to bring up a lot of different fights, even some of them from Wrath, where it's like, you know, the game wouldn't really work even back then if we had the add-ons that we have now. What's your opinion on add-ons, especially after playing 14?
I don't miss them. I don't use them in 14 but the game works differently. Like it's a very important thing is that they very, very different games in how they work. Because nearly all FF14 bosses are dancers.
My cam should be good now, by the way.
But I was there for the entire Race to World first race, where Echo literally has a weak aura team. It's not just even one guy. They have a team of people developing these weak auras. I think it's one of those issues that feels like it's more of an issue for a very small amount of people that gets blown up unnecessarily. But the problem is, WoW has such a variety of fights where they prove that, one, they can make really, really hard fights that add-ons don't really help. So an example would be Halondrus. Halondrus is a very simple idea that doesn't need... They made weak auras for it, but it didn't help them at all. Like, it was just really fucking hard. You just had to deal with that bomb. It was all positioning based. Really, you had to work as a little team. So they've designed that boss where weak auras didn't matter a fucking iota on that fight. And so they can do that. But they then can't make a fight like the Jailer, because that's a different style of fight that relied heavily on weak auras. Like, crazy amounts of weak auras were made for that and were required to do it. So if they do want to do something with add-ons, but again, I want to reiterate, this feels like an issue for very, very few people. I think most people's add-ons are probably UI-based and having nice buffs and debuffs and things like that. Now, they can build all that into the UI. That would be sweet. I would much rather just have to not install and update my add-ons, or have to listen to some player say, I can't play tonight because my add-ons haven't updated and I can't play without my fucking UI, right? That's the most frustrating conversation you ever have. Is like, oh, well, I can't because LVUI is not updated, so I can't play WoW. It's ridiculous. But breaking a lot of stuff... There was a lot that came out of this Race to World First, and I think this add-on conversation was one of them. The Race to World First, this Sepulchre raid was an anomaly, like a crazy anomaly. And from the back of that, I don't think we'll see a raid like that for years to come. I think it would be a long time before we see something as hardcore as Sepulchre was. I don't think we should make too many rash decisions based on that. Like,
do you think I could clear it tonight if I come back after 2 years?
I mean, Scripes had a baby today. Congratulations, by the way. Scripe had his baby just before we had AllCraft. He's a daddy now. Yeah. You're US. You can call Max, see what he's doing. He could probably get you through. Swipey.
I don't like getting swipey. Man.
Swipey.
I don't know if you know, but I'm Asmon's friend, and I'm looking to experience the new raid content.
Oh my god!
Maybe
I'll give you Max's number. You can call him.
I already have it, man.
My name is Witch Campbell.
I already have that number. How the fuck do you think I got the other raids now? I was the transmog officer of that guild for a little bit, but no. In all seriousness,
what do you guys want out of it? Like, I don't really see a big problem. I think
with the add-ons, the thing that I was going to say that, Ian led on to is it does affect their design, right, of encounters. And he talked about some of the fights, which I really did think the mechanics were cool, where it's like, okay, how do we break the add-ons? If it can't hook on to what buffs the player has, if it can't hook onto this and that, how do we get around it? And they made these little communication puzzles. And I do think some of them were really interesting mechanics that felt nuanced. But I think when the fights and the encounters start to be designed to just strictly avoid the add-ons, that's when sometimes you're going to get a lower quality fight, because you're trying to hide from something instead of just creating the best experience.
It has to be simpler, if you can't break like Ian mentioned in the interview when I was watching it, it's like we can't break certain key parts of the API without catastrophically breaking everything else. Now, I know some people are just like, just do it, let's go with it, but you're probably dealing with breaking some innocuous add-on that's just a nice quality of life for you, like it tracks rebirth or something, which no longer works. And it's just annoying and frustrating. Or your slice and dice buff, and they don't have a good solution for that in-game. Because WoW has been ingrained with customized UIs since day one, right? I was doing it in vanilla. I've done it every day since. I love and they can make it better, and I hope they do. I don't think they want all their fights to be like Halondra's, which again is a perfect example of a fight that doesn't need add-ons at all.
I do want to say this, and I'm not trying to sound douchey with this, and I feel like I'm usually trying not to sound douchey, and I still do, but it's the New York accent. I'm an okay guy, I promise. But when you look at the game, I love hearing the transparency from the devs. Like, it's like, this is a tech issue. That's why we're not doing it right now. Yeah. But it can't forever be an excuse. At a certain point, you got to make your game fucking work. It's 2022, right?
Did you just check the year?
Something
I'm in the process. 2022. It's 2022. Yes, at a certain point. Yeah, dude, I was looking over to second screen like I was on an episode of OTK School to figure out what the date was. But yeah, no, at the end of the day, you need to make the code fucking work. You do need to find a way to do it. And I am sympathetic to the fact that the game was made a very long time ago. It's sitting on top of a pile of spaghetti.
Yeah.
I hope that they find a way to fix that.
Yeah, I think that if that's the problem, like, oh, the tech is fucked up, like it's an old engine, it's hard for us to get it to work. It's the same thing. Ironically, it's the same thing with Final Fantasy. Like they say, like, oh, why can't we have the wardrobe like we have in WoW? I think anybody could say that the WoW wardrobe is just better than Final Fantasy.
It's the pinnacle. I've never seen a better one than WoW's. Like, I know we talk mad shit about how good FF14 is, but let's not pretend it does not have its issues, because it really does.
It definitely does.
Wouldn't it be great if we had that in Final Fantasy 2? And like they've come out and said, well, they've come out and they've said, like, yeah, it's a tech issue. We can't really do it right now. And everybody's like, okay, well, hopefully soon. You know, it's understandable because they're not getting fucked around.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you don't realize how big a deal it is until they explain it to you. Because I don't know shit about game development and code. Yeah, I don't know a fucking thing. So like again at the Race to Will First, all I wanted was instant replays. Of things that had happened that I'd caught maybe 30 seconds ago while they're regrouping and getting ready to do splits or wipes or whatever. That I should have the replay of that. But then the production guys are like, we thought we'd nailed it, but let me just be clear. To make this happen, we have to rebuild everything from the ground up. And I'm like, really? Because it sounds really easy. Yeah. And they're like, yeah, I know it does. It's not. For the system you want, it's not going to happen. But next time we will have it. Like, we'll come in with that. We thought we had a solution. It didn't work out. And it's the same with player housing. Because, you know, we talked a lot about it internally. And I was trying to explain what the devs told me. Is like, the way the game World of Warcraft works with player housing is we could do it. If you think of it like garrisons, we can give you a predetermined place where you can put a chair or a table, but it has to be there. Because what we don't have is the technology for you to drag and drop things. We don't have that in WoW.
Oh my god!
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the thing is too is like, look, next time is always the right thing to say, right? Every OTK meeting, everybody we're just like, yeah, next time we'll have that result. You're not actually going to change it. You just keep saying next time, but eventually, when you keep saying that, hey, we can't do it because there's a tech limitation, somebody's going to figure out the way to do it, and
that's how Classic happened. Remember that?
Well, which part of Classic are you referring to?
Classic period.
And then other people,
Well, no, if it wasn't for Omar, who figured out how to get the code to run through the 7.35 client, it might not have ever happened because they thought it wasn't even possible. So I mean, you're totally right.
Yeah, people didn't know how to parse the code and all these different things. And Omar's just a genius and figured out how to do it. It was really cool to just think about somebody going in, looking at a new client, figuring out all the things that worked about that and reverse engineering these things and slowly tweaking it over time to make it work. And you look, there are a lot of people, even outside of having jobs at a AAA game studio, parts of different communities. H1Z1's one of them. City of Heroes is another one of them, where they go back and people that are really passionate about a game that doesn't exist anymore, they go and they recreate the feeling of those servers. There are people that can professionally do those things, and you got to push it at a certain point. Now, the funny thing is, I don't think World of Warcraft's necessarily there because I think they're in a huge rebuilding place where the thing that both of you guys have been talking about through the episode needs to happen first. They need to kind of strip things down, make sure that the fundamental systems are strong. It's a good base, and they're refining that, and they create a culture of every expansion is building on systems and almost in a way like PoE without the bloat, instead of just continually giving you stuff and then scrapping it the second it gets good.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see WoW not cannibalize its stuff, but we haven't talked about it. And you've not brought it up, which makes me really sad. Master Looter might be coming back.
I mean, there's no reason not for it.
I have it on my notes.
God, yeah, it's. I think it was 2016. Me and Ian were sat in a room, and I went, "Can we have Master Looter back?" He was like, "Nope." I was like, "Oh, bro, come on, man!" But
why?
Why? Stop treating us like children, man. And you know what's already started, and I know you'll know a lot about this, Asmon, is those guys who didn't understand how Master Looter worked when it was in the game. And still think that when they join their random pug to heroic are going to get scammed by Master Looter because they have no idea how the system
Well, my
works
favorite thing about that is people that say that stuff, and then you look at their armory, and they haven't raided since Wrath of the Lich King. It's like, you don't even know what you're talking about. Like, what do you mean? Like, oh, yeah, there's all these corrupt loot councils and all this bad stuff that happens in Master. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't even raid. You haven't raided in 10 years.
I read one which was, when it was all coming out, they were like, really like, yeah, finally. They were all like, oh, I joined the pug through the group finder the other day, and I got things taken off me. And only one of the replies was, that's not possible. Because the system doesn't work that way. It's impossible for it to work that way. It's like, were you in a guild run? No, it was a complete pug. Master Looter doesn't work. It's not even an option in that environment. And I already saw, during the interview, I already saw the replies saying, well, that's it. All the scams are back. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
No, man. You couldn't even have it on in those situations, dude. Like,
it doesn't work that way.
Yeah,
it didn't work.
That's always the thing you want to make sure that the devs are doing is they're not just listening and replicating what people are asking for, but they're actually looking for, you know, what the underlying problem is, not the symptom, but the actual cause of it, and fixing it that way.
Yeah.
And I think it seems like they're doing that. It seems like they have been for a while. I'm very excited to see what this new wave of communication looks like. I will bring up, though, I feel like at the beginning of every expansion, the communication always starts to be really good, and it's very easy to get optimistic.
Like that.
Yes, but let's keep it up is kind of my biggest concern, because look, I get excited the second that it starts happening. I'm probably going to play the game for the first time in like 2 years.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, I mean, I was watching you do the sword run today, and I realized I could still get the sword before you.
Crazy.
I'm still farming that sword.
Dude,
I'm gonna get it next time.
It's been like 7 years, bro.
Yeah, I know. So it's coming up. It's coming up. It's gonna be here.
I admire determination, honestly.
I'm just gonna get it. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, I have to get it.
Yeah, you don't have to, right? Am I helping? Because these are the things people tell me. He's like, you don't have to.
Well, yeah, but like, if I don't have it, then I don't have it. And so I want to have it because, like, then I would have it.
Yeah, but you don't need it.
Well, I mean, you don't need. I mean, you don't need to play the game. But like, I mean, if you're gonna play the game, you might as well get the sword, right?
I don't think you understand how universally cracking my reply is and breaks your entire argument. You don't need it. And that's it. That's all I have to say to win.
It looks pretty cool. Actually, no, it actually doesn't. Now that I think about it, it actually doesn't look cool at all. So yeah, I'm just pretty much doing it for
what? Prestige?
No.
Are you just too? Is it a sunk cost fallacy? Are you just too far?
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing it for like I've been farming this for like 7 years. Like, I mean, I think
you've brought this up every AllCraft we've ever done.
Yeah, I have to do it like that. At this point, like, it has to happen. Like, I can't just like not. Yeah, I can't just not do it.
Well, you got the cactus mount in FF, right? I got mine yesterday, 2 days. Fucking awesome. And then I immediately replaced it because I found one that shoots chickens at people.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to find that one.
Yeah,
like,
it's on the store. You need to be a swiper. You can get it.
Oh shit. Yeah. I want the Fat Cat one, but that one's on the store too.
Squeenix is sending me a Fat Cat couch. How good's that?
What? No way. Really?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Squeenix USA was watching my stream, and we were talking about how I would never have a fat cat in the office, and they're sending me one.
Well, oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. I gotta see that.
I don't know where I'm gonna hide it, so it's never on camera, but it's happening.
I can't wait for the guitar. That's what I'm really excited for. That's like the Final Fantasy 14 thing I've been waiting for a long time. The other thing
Did you see the player-made weapons?
Wait, no, sorry. What are these?
They had a competition for player-made weapons to design your own weapons, and they announced them today. They're actually putting them in the game. They're fucking sick. They just had the
really
players.
cool.
It's awesome. Like I mean, you could get a clip out of it, Asmon, probably a mil views easy. But it's actually genuinely fucking awesome. Like I think the White Mage one is literally a giant fork with a piece of cake on it and a cherry. It's just
so good.
they've done like one really cool one and then one goofy one to go with it. And because they had so many entries, they did two. It's so good.
All right,
it's worth a check. It's worth a check.
Lost Ark does that too. They have costume competitions, and then like the best ones get put into the game too. Like I love that stuff. I think it's so cool.
There you go. Oh, look how quick with that is. Go to the cake one.
Look at
it's White Mage. I'm pretty sure it's low.
I think I've seen that one, haven't I?
This only announced today. It happened today.
Oh, is it something?
Where are the books?
Oh.
The books are on here. One of them looks like a high school diary. Oh, that's a gun that's inside a bouquet of flowers. So you can be a mafia guy.
Oh my god.
That's
sick,
my
right?
weapon.
That is really cool.
That one's a stack of dishes. That's the Black Mage one. I'm not a fan of this one. But the blue one's cool.
Go to the Dark Knight one, man.
Oh, the Dark Knight one's comedy.
It's a big sword.
Wait. Keep going down. Keep going down. It's around there. You see White Mage? Oh, you've gone past it.
Oh
it's
no!
Crazy.
Where's the White Mage one? Is that
look at that! It's a big fork with cake on it.
Oh my god! Oh, that's actually so cool. Look at that. That's badass. Yeah. All right. Can we see the black? I have to see.
It's near I think Dark Knight's near the top.
It says it should be tank, right? It's just tank.
Yeah. So it's above this. Oh,
yeah.
We've got to say that. I'll go melee DPS real quick.
For Dark Knight.
Down one. What? That's the Dark Knight goofy one.
Yeah, it's a little bit. No.
Look at that. The shark one. Look at this. Look
cool.
These are for the monks. Look at the monks. They're getting shark fists.
Oh, that's so cool.
Oh my god.
That's awesome.
That's badass. Okay, I like that. It's not what I would have expected. That's good.
Well, those are the cool ones, right? You've got the cool one and the goofy one.
A cool one and a goofy one? Is that
Correct.
what they did for each?
Yes.
Okay,
one's a cool one, one's a goofy one. Yeah, so that's the fat cat one, and then there's a cool one. The Dark Knight's right at the top. No, the ninja's got a knife and fork instead of daggers.
I love how all of the goofy ones are literally silverware.
Well, look at the warrior one above this one. Oh, it might be the Dark Knight one. That one there with the pufferfish. That's a pufferfish axe. So you
no way.
Yeah.
So I just beat the shit out of him with a pufferfish?
Correct. Yeah, that's totally good.
I love that. That is great, man.
That's warrior. Where's Dark Knight? It's around here somewhere.
Yeah, where is it?
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Honestly,
it's the pink one and the other one next to it.
I really like the other one, right? I mean, that's like because we have one. Wait, holy shit! Are you serious?
Mm-hmm. So it's an angel one.
Oh my god!
It's a cool idea.
Particle effects too.
The paladin ones are sick as well. They came up with some really good ideas because, like I said, they gave everybody a goofy one and a really sort of like cool one.
Yeah, I like the sound of that a lot. That's really, really cool. And just overall, I like whenever they take like community feedback like that, like more seriously, and they actually put stuff like that into the game. I think it's great.
Speaking of taking community feedback, they said that they were going to do it heading into Wrath of the Lich King Classic. What do you guys actually think? What do you want to see happen? Obviously, we're getting Wrath, but Asmon asked the very important question of what's going to come after that.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about that? I know you didn't get to talk to Ian about it all too much, but what are you actually thinking?
I think that they should probably do another season of Mastery and be way more cavalier with changes and then see how that goes. Because right now, I think, like, did any of you guys play Season of Mastery?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Okay. So why not? Why did you guys not play Season of Mastery?
I didn't play. I only played Classic for like a month, and then the rose tintedness wore off. And when it came to actually like farming, I lost interest very quickly because I'd just done it so many years already. So that's what I dropped out of Classic there. And most of my feedback came from S-Fan, honestly. Whenever I was talking to him, he was just like, "It's just too easy. We're crushing it. It's not got that factor that's it just doesn't reflect well. It's we'll just kept walking over everything." How quickly was Nax cleared, like when it actually came out?
It was cleared pretty much whenever it came out.
But like an hour? Was it like smashed?
Oh no. It was about 2 about 2 hours.
Oh, okay. So that's 100% longer. That's
it was about 2 hours. It took quite a while for people to beat Nax.
And there were a lot of guilds that didn't do it, but I think they didn't do it because of how much time it took to farm the materials, right? Rather than the actual difficulty of the
frost resist
yeah, and potions, really. I think that potions and pre-potting for SAF and everything like that, that's a lot to do. And so I think a lot of people like, I think people like a lot of the classic aesthetic, but there's so much of the game that there's just like time that you spend that's just wasted time farming materials that, I mean, I'll be honest, like I don't want to do it.
In classic, in my original classic days, I bought gold because I literally couldn't afford to raid. Yeah, it was like I couldn't afford to play because I was a holy priest and I needed mana potions, and I just did not have the time in my life to just fucking farm ice cap or whatever it was for hours.
Yeah, Ian. Yep, we found him.
They already found me, man. I've served my time. I've served my time.
I got him to say the thing. You heard it, right? Can we get another interview? Okay. All right. Gotcha. Yeah, no. So you asked me why I wasn't playing Season of Mastery. It was because I got a girlfriend.
Oh, yeah. I guess that'd probably do it, huh?
Certainly did.
I just like, I feel like the reason
so proud. I love it. I'm really happy for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I feel like what happened is like I logged on the first day and then I did like 5 quests, or I played for like a few hours, and then I realized I was level like 7 or something like this. And I'm like, man, this is going to be a while, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, I just kind of, well, that was just about it. I didn't log on again after that. Actually, there was one time that I logged on because there was this really, really dumb guy in my general chat. And he kept talking. No, it actually wasn't. It was somebody else. And he kept talking about like all this like really, really stupid stuff. And he was like complaining about like all of the, like, think about whatever you would imagine from like a typical classic boomer. This is like, this guy is like the Exodia of them. Okay. Like talking about how, you know, his opinions on women, right? His opinions on pretty much like politics. What do you think of Joe Biden? Okay, here's a paragraph and nothing's capitalized.
This is the appropriate place for this conversation.
Yes. And I let him go. And so like, I remember I was playing this and I was thinking to myself, I'm like, man, like I'm having more fun listening to this nutball than I am playing the game. And it's like I'm just farming bears out in what was it, Loch Modan. Like, man, I don't want to do this. This is a waste of my fucking time. Like I've already done this before, and like the leveling was too slow. Like straight up, that's what I thought it was.
I looked at TBC so quickly because I remember like my nostalgia-filled memory was that the Burning Crusade is when the game sped up and it got going. Like I remember, you know, really furious gameplay. I logged into TBC. I played for 2 hours on when TBC was coming out again, and it wasn't like that at all. It was still really, really slow. And I was like, I am already ruining my very, very fond memories of the Burning Crusade. And I just logged out.
Yeah. I had a lot of fun playing Burning Crusade, and I think like even my stream, like we have a lot of memes from Burning Crusade, and like those memes I think are S tier memes, like of people that like joined the raids and everything about it. Like, yeah, I thought it was actually pretty fun, but at the same time, I mean, like I was watching people do Sunwell the other day, and like they were doing Fell Mist, and like it's like the one mechanic that you have to move away from, and there's people not moving away from the mechanic. Like, man, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that, man. Like, no, I'm done.
Been there before. Made it better back then, right? Yeah. Like back then, you didn't have as many options. It was a completely different style of playing games. So like, dude, a lot of us were still in school. You went to school and you thought about it all day. And it was like this massive buildup. You were essentially video game edging all day long. Nobody played games really the way that we get to play them now. And I feel like that's why Classic, I had such a good experience, was because you still had that slower pace and a lot of the work that you had to do, but you got to binge a lot of it. You got to just go through, get that experience, relive a lot of the memories, and reinforce the nostalgia. And I didn't get to the point, which you brought up, Preach, but I know I would have gotten there if I kept playing, where you start to tarnish the memories and you start to take off the rose-tinted goggles.
Yeah,
like,
I did in Classic. Classic was fine until like the 3rd week of Molten Core, and then I definitely felt like all that fun rush is gone. We've killed Raggy, we've killed Onyxia. Now we're in the gear farming phase, and I'm like, I don't want to do this again.
I raided with Asmon one time, and I got my feelings so hurt that I decided I was never going to play again.
Yeah, because you're playing like shit. And that's what you get. And so he was.
I started playing with Quinn. That's how desperate I was. I was like, you know what? Yeah. Quinn will be nice to me.
We thought about getting him to play FF. That would be good.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, we should ask Quinn if he wants to play FF. And give him a different experience.
Done that yet.
You should try it.
It's a good game. I mean, I feel like, there's a lot of good raids. He can show himself and, just maybe try to beat those bosses. It'll be great for him.
Dude, I think he'd enjoy the story.
The only thing that Quinn has ever done quicker than beat the Final Fantasy 14 main story quest is get banned.
Did he get banned again last week?
How many times last week? Maybe 8?
I think he got banned twice in a week.
Jesus they just started automating it at this point. They started automating it. He doesn't even
every Monday he gets banned.
He got banned more times in a week from Twitch than I've been banned from World of Warcraft in my lifetime.
Pretty bad.
That's insane.
Yeah. Like I would say, I mean, I'd like to see, some changes like classic stuff, but I was kind of the same way, right? I did Burning Crusade and we leveled up. We did all the 70 content. We did the heroic Alcatraz, heroic Blood Furnace, right? All the hard ones. And it was great. We had a good time. Mm-hmm. But the fact is that it's not as hard as it was in 2000. No. It's really just not as hard. And I played through it, and we even did all of the content in a pug. Tier 5 comes out. Tier 5 was actually really hard. And I was thinking to myself, wow, this is going to take 6 hours for us to do this. And like I told people, don't stand there, and they're standing there, and I'm like, okay, I gotta go, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, I gotta go. Like, this is just nope, And that's how I felt about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all said this a lot. I mean, just the information is so much easier to get nowadays. You don't need to find a guide that has the ASCII cover on the front. It's very easy to find the right way to do stuff, especially when you go back and play the older content. It's very much solved. I mean, checkers used to be a hard game to understand the mechanics of for people, right? And now at this point, anyone can play it. WoW's the same.
It's also like I've been through that progression before. I don't want to do it again. Like there was a time when, it was fine. We were all learning together and we were having fun. We were wiping and Hydros or whatever.
Yeah.
Not doing it again, dude. Like it's like it was fun at the time, but I also got over that and moved past it. And I don't want to start back there again.
I think it's also like, I mean, you probably did the same thing that I did. Like I like in classic WoW, I probably didn't get to raid as much as I had wanted to, right? Like I missed out on raiding a lot of the like more difficult raids. So I wanted to go back and do it because I missed out on it. But like with Burning Crusade, I already fucking did that. I killed it and I already beat this. So like with classic WoW, it's like finishing unfinished business. With Burning Crusade, it's like showing up to your high school a year later, whenever now you're in college, and you're wearing a hat. Hats are against the rules. You've got your sunglasses on. You weren't supposed to have sunglasses. You fucking own this place, and you're coming in to get your transcripts, and you're here to style on everybody, and you're just here for your victory lap, basically. And that's
how you also kind of, in their eyes, look like a loser.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and people got so mad
students like, why is this fucking boomer guy here?
This guy's, I remember this guy from last year. He was a loser. And people talk so much shit about it. And like that was half of the content for BC. Like if there wasn't drama, think about this. Like in classic WoW, if there was no drama in classic WoW, I mean, what would we have done, man?
It was all about the drama. That was the only thing that I really enjoyed in Classic is people had a name. They weren't warrior. They weren't rogue. They were people. Did you go for Grand Marshal? Did you do it?
I went for it for, I think, 3 weeks until I realized I had to go for it for 3 more months. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, I mean, I've got the gear on my warrior on retail WoW. I'll just change my transmog.
Yeah, and I win.
And I was looking, and I remember I counted the amounts of like the amount of stamina I would gain, and it was like 7. And I decided that no, I'm good.
So what's the problem with Kata? Because everyone seems okay with Wrath. Although, I mean, I disliked the start of Wrath because everything was giga easy for some reason. Like the launch of Wrath was the worst time for me until Ulduar hit, and then you got the best raid of all time.
True.
What's wrong with Cataclysm exactly?
That was the same question that Ian asked, right?
Yeah.
That was the same.
It's whenever they change the world.
Talking about somebody looking like a boomer and everybody laughing at him. The thing with Kata for me was the vibes fell off. Like the second you played, like the vibes just felt wrong. There was something about the world. I didn't like the zones that I was traveling through. It just felt wrong. I don't know what it was. I just couldn't get into it the same way.
You like Bashir?
It just didn't feel like WoW the same way to me. Like I had some fun. I enjoyed certain things, but something just felt off to me.
Dude, Cataclysm was so good for me, man.
I loved it.
I remember I was on Kel'Thuzad, and Kel'Thuzad was known as the asshole server. Like Mitch Jones was on my server. Like I think Swifty for a while was on the server. Like all of the like rank 1 toxic players were all on my server. All of the DDoSers, all of the win traders, everybody was on my server, and they were sitting outside Stormwind just begging for people to inspect them. And it was so good.
The PvP in Kata was it had some pretty incredible moments. Like that is the one thing with Cataclysm that ended up kind of bringing me back. When did we start AllCraft? AllCraft was end of WOD, right?
It was in Jesus. I don't even remember. I guess it must have been I think it was in Legion. I'm pretty sure it was in Legion.
No, I think our first ones were in WOD.
No shot. It was in WOD. Like, because like in WOD, I there's no way you could have gotten me to wake up whenever the sun was up. Whenever
it was after an event we were at, Rich, because you were talking to me about
starting
some sort of pod. Yeah, you were like, I want to do a podcast. I remember we sat talking.
Because like
we were casting a different podcast that we still didn't start. I still would love to do that one day.
Is that a variety gaming one?
Yeah, with you, me, and S-Fan. I always really wanted to do that. I made like a full deck for it and everything, and we just never got around to doing it. Maybe one day.
Yeah, here we AllCraft episode 1 featuring Asmongold and Rich Campbell, Legion legendary updates, WoW esports future.
Wait, you found it?
Somebody linked me the title.
Dude, I look like such a fucking douchebag, by the way, in that one.
I look the same. Like I do, except for I have longer hair and less hair. Yeah, actually, probably
my hair, bro. Look at my hair. Dude, my hair is absurd, man.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago. I'll say that. Let's you know what? Let's do some questions. We haven't done that, and like we've been showing. Oh
it's
wow.
Alan.
Oh my god.
Oh god, you look like you're still doing MLM stuff. You've not changed at all, Rich. You look like you're selling mortgage advice.
He's like, so you get 3 of your friends to get into it, and then they get 3 of their friends. Yeah. And
how much you paying right now? Tell me, bro. Come on, bro. How much you paying right now? Give me your payments.
Oh man, look at that.
I can save you so much money, bro. Trust me, bro.
I had no idea that my hairline was receding. By the way, I just thought that was my hair. Like I was like, yeah, my hair's sick. I had no idea. Even back then, it was already starting to recede.
Oh my god,
we were so young. And you know what's funny?
Same setup too.
Yep. And you know what's really crazy as well? That was the first time. Like that's like one of those on-camera moments where it's like the first time you met one of your friends. Like that's the first conversation that Asmon and I ever had with each other.
Yeah. You started a show without meeting each other first?
So he wasn't. So he was a guest. He was a fucking guest. And at the end of the episode, he goes, "What time next week, dude?" We were like, "What? Sure, come on. It's his show now."
Well, I figured, you guys needed the help, so I might as well do you a favor, right? I might as well show up.
So Chuck was supposed to be the third originally. That was the plan.
Yeah, Chuck.
And then I think Chuck and Elliot ended up making a PvP podcast together for a little bit. And the idea was I was supposed to host. Hada was going to talk about PvE, and Chuck was going to know all the PvP stuff. And then we ended up he decided not to be on, and then Asmon was the first guest, and he invited himself to do the podcast.
Yeah. I remember the second episode. I woke up and we had Zaryu on the second episode, and like Zaryu was just talking like, "Man, I gotta come on there, let him know." I think, and I like messaged you guys. Like, I needed the call. Put me in a call. Like, we have the scene set up. Don't worry about it.
Oh no, it was the second one was Sko. It was Sko, Zaryu, then Bajira was the lineup. I think.
Not one invite. Fuck you guys, honestly.
Dude, you've been on the show practically as much as we have. How many episodes have we done now?
I don't know.
Man, it's wild because we started in it was 2017, March 16th, 2017. And it's actually nuts to.
Look at them fucking big gulp cups.
My favorite collection thing about that is the fact that literally nothing has changed. It's the same chair. I think it's a new headset. I don't even know. I still have the same shirt. Like it's the exact same.
That's when I used to care what I looked like, and then we started OTK.
Yeah. Oh no, you degenerated way before then, dude. Yeah.
No, I was still because I had to get like the hosting work. So
I've seen you drunk on the floor in a pile with a pizza box full of fish and chips, saying, "I'm got this. I'm ready to cast."
Oh yeah, that was probably like 3 days ago. Wait, what? Which one was it? Yeah, wait, what were we complaining about then?
People for acting in self-interest. But what they should do, what Twitch should do, what Blizzard should do is shut that stuff down and act in their own self-interest. And I think that's not what's happening. I'm not faulting the players at all. Of course they're going to do it. They want money. Everybody wants money.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, they're trying to take care of themselves.
In terms of the coaching, there's two ways that PP coaching did. I mean, I'll admit that when I was in Venezuela, and I was starting on my YouTube channel, and I was doing guides for private websites. I offered coaching because I had no other way of revenue. I was a college student, so coaching with the player is definitely easier. But yes, you technically are boosting him. Sometimes like you will end up on the same rating that he was in, but like obviously if he learns and you have a better player on the team, that means that your rating is going to go up. There's obviously other ways to coach which are allowed, which is the
war games.
Yeah, war games, skirmishes. You can
microphone.
You can watch the replays. That's something I did before too.
Remember when we used to get Skype calls in the middle of
I'm a professional streamer, by the way.
We used to get random.
I got my headset microphone.
What happened was like Greek got his Greek Skype account got hacked, and as soon as Greek's Skype account got hacked, the guy who got his Skype account would call people on Skype whenever they were in the middle of something on their stream. So like every single week, Greek would start calling in, like literally stream sniping, just like fucking Tyler one. So it's like, oh, look who's calling, Greek God X. And it was actually not even Greek. It was just some random guy that stole his account. And this went on for like, I don't know, 2 years.
Dude, the one time we like let him on the show because Hadid actually thought it was Greek, and it was like during like a Quinn episode, and it was like, who the fuck is this
like
guy?
This like random European or something like that. Hey guys.
Hey, what's up?
Whoa, what's this European voice? We don't talk like that. All right, USA. You keep it together over there.
He did.
Okay. I thought this was European slurs.
No, absolutely not. I mean, Greek is European, so I mean that wouldn't be it. But still, he was talking like, and I'm like, "Where's Greek?" You're like, "Oh, try hard 7," and then he hangs up.
It's so crazy to go back and like really think of all the memories too that the game like started. Like, because you look at that podcast and. What, maybe like a year after that is probably the first time we all got to be together in real life because of a BlizzCon. And a lot of those things, you know, it's really not Blizzard's fault at all. You know, everything that happened over the past like 2 or 3 years and stuff like that. I just hope that feeling of community comes back over time.
You think it's coming back? Because fuck, I could do with a BlizzCon.
I think that they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna do a BlizzCon this year, but I can't see them not doing a BlizzCon next year. I mean,
hope so.
Why would they not want to do one? It's like there's been a lot of controversy with the company. It's just better for them to wait, move past it, let that blow over, and then focus on, you know, people getting excited about the new content.
And like, rebuilding that community, right? Like people want that back so much. Like you can't blame everybody for the controversies. That's the crazy thing. Like it's so stupid.
Here's what sucks, man, is like the ironic thing is the people that are still there are a lot of the ones that tried to push the people that were causing the problems out. That's why they're still there. And so like these people are the ones getting shit on who stuck around and really tried to make a difference. And I feel bad for them, man. I really do.
Same.
Well, a lot of the people there too that we're working with now, you know, even just from the community standpoint, it feels better than ever. So let's give them a chance to actually do their job, because
who's replaced Josh?
So we've been working with Linksy now. So also, you know, I want to give Laura a lot of credit. I
always liked him. He and I got along. Yeah,
Josh was a star for me.
Yeah, Josh really wasn't even. He was never somebody who made life difficult for us. It was actually the opposite. And I feel like Josh got way too much. He got hate that he never deserved a lot of the time.
He was a face of the company.
He called WoW players ass bags or something like that. And the thing is, it's like, yeah. I mean, it's like, yeah, it's you're not supposed to say that in a company, but like, but it's not wrong. I mean,
not wrong.
Yeah, it's like, was not that big of a deal.
All I know is that was the guy that snuck me in to talk to Ian, like, and didn't tell Ian. And that was following that, and you know, we got multiple interviews out of it and stuff like that. Like, Josh is A-okay in my book.
Many times it happened so many fucking times with different people at Blizzard, just because they were the front-facing person. They had the target on their back, and they got shit on.
I feel bad for in that regard is Steve Denuser. Like, because he's the guy that everybody is like, wow, this guy made Nathanos a self-insert so he can be in a relationship with Sylvanas and like all of this other fucking bullshit. And like, I really hope he has a good sense of humor about it, because it is honestly fucking funny. But like, whenever anybody blames anything, like anything bad in a story happens, it's Steve's fault. Which is like, I mean, he's the one of the lead guys, so to some degree it's his responsibility. But damn, I feel bad for him.
It's the same with Ian, right? If everything's right, whatever goes wrong, he's the shield. Yeah, whoever's the shield in front of it, Ghostcrawler before that, they get all the shit all over their face constantly, and you know, with the team behind them and stuff, it's not easy. It's really not easy to have to stand up to that every day. I mean, you probably had the same, like when I did my first Ian interview, is like they expected a boxing match. I was like, what the fuck do you think is about to happen? Like, I don't know what the response was. When you got your interview. It's like, the gloves are off, boys. Like there was going to be blood on the mics or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like, all right, Ian, what patch did you decide to kill the game? You know, it's like, what did you think I was going to say?
Yeah. Okay, Mike didn't go as hard as we thought he would. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I at this point, I think they know a lot of us can actually be good boys.
Well, not you. You got fired, but me and Zach are all right.
Hey, they know, I think they like me. The thing that's funny though is I've never told this story before, but AllCraft, when we were at BlizzCon,
you did do it at BlizzCon. I remember that.
So we did AllCraft at BlizzCon, but people who aren't there anymore didn't really necessarily get it all done through all of the channels. So I think like a lot of it felt like we kind of just snuck up on this.
What, you just went on like the esports stage and just started talking.
Hey guys, it's my turn.
I think that may have made some of the stuff a little bit harder to get going in the future. And we were very excited.
I never signed the NDA. Because I didn't want to sign it. It was like annoying because it was like I had to like download something. I didn't want to do it. So like I never signed the NDA for Classic WoW or anything. And they were just like, yeah, whatever. You're probably not going to say anything.
The amount of times where Asmon's like, Rich, can't you sign it? I'm like, no, I can't fucking sign it for you.
I'll just commit fraud, you pussy.
Yeah, come on.
You'll be fine. Oh, what's the worst that got us happen?
Dude, it's always too. It's like some of my favorite memories. You'll be on a call and Asmon's like, oh yeah, it's been like 3 months. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna sign it tomorrow. And he just expects it to sign itself if it waits long enough.
I'm not clicking that link. That's streamer defense mechanisms. That link could be a giant cock. I'm not clicking that.
True. Very true.
Yeah, I'm not clicking that.
Do we want to do questions?
Yeah. So everybody, I don't think Preach has even gotten to see our new technologies here.
You have a director. Like,
I know. Isn't it crazy?
That fucked me up yesterday. Like, usually we're just waiting for like Asmon to get out of bed. He's walking around in his boxer shorts. Like,
hey guys,
hey guys, I'm European, Zach, and we're gonna do the show now.
Look, I don't have any teeth.
You were always the hardest person too to actually set it up on the show, because you use like 18 different Discords and stuff. You're getting audio from one, video from like 6 other ones, piecing it together. It was always really tough. But now we have a director and we have technologies in the chat where you can use hashtag ask. And if you do hashtag ask space and then ask your question, it will automatically pop up on screen. Pug you.
Yep, there we go.
And we'll answer some of those questions right now. Isn't that cool, Preach?
Yeah. All right.
One day I'll impress you.
Hey, you take them shorts down and we're all going to be impressed.
I'll call you after this.
You let that stallion out of the corral. We'll know what's going on.
I miss hanging out with you in real life, man. It's been so goddamn long at this point.
I was talking to actually somebody else who was at the last event we were at. I think it's been three years.
Yep. The last time it was in Germany. That was the last time I saw it.
Yeah, it would have been, right?
World first. You, me, and S-Fan hanging out.
When he turned up in that biohazard suit, because that was the start of, it was just before COVID kicked off.
Yeah.
There was rumors of a virus going around, and S-Fan turned up in Germany in a biohazard suit walking down the street. I remember that.
With the 6-pack of Corona beer. He's like,
yeah, and he's fucking selfie stick streaming himself. He's got a 6-pack of beer, Corona beer, a biohazard suit, and a selfie stick. And all the S-Fan's here. I was like, yeah, I can tell. I can see.
Yeah. That's about right.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was about 3 years ago now. But oh, there you go. Where did you buy those shorts? This is the way this works.
Yep, that's the first question.
When you got an ass like this, you don't have to buy shorts. You just get them. Next question, please.
Removing weekly content lockout for content, good idea. I don't think it really matters. Like, I think it's fine the way it is. It's not a big deal. Like, I can see why you'd want to remove it. I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't care either way.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. What are some of the old abilities you'd like to see come back with the new talent system? Well, I mean, I'm a warrior, Odin's Fury.
Keep getting told that nobody liked Odin's Fury. I was like, fuck you, that ability was great.
Yeah, they are wrong.
Yeah, they are absolutely wrong. For sure, a lot of the stuff that was taken away with the artifact weapons that had spell synergies. I really hope the talent. So we didn't talk about the talent system, but I'm so hopeful for the potential of that system.
I know, me too.
It could be so fucking good. Please don't fill it with shit, Blizzard, and then remind everybody why it disappeared in the first place.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've been through so many examples of people. Ugh. That's why it went away in the first place. Let's not go back to that. Give us actual fucking choices in that talent system. I beg.
Mm-hmm.
This is exciting.
What's the next one? Yeah. Thank you, Jodmaster. What do you guys think of doing something like Destiny 1 with the raid rotation from modern raids like WoD to now? WoW is an 18-year-old game, uses 6 months of content. I feel like that's a huge problem. I feel like let's see what they do with this new season of Shadowlands. Like, you guys saw how they're like, Preach, did you see this? How they're like adding in new affixes and buffs to like
they announced it during the race.
That's a really cool idea.
It's an experiment, right? This is all going to... Your question, the answer is, how do people feel about when they test it this time? I thought Ian made a good point, and because you brought it up in your interview, right? Is that he said, let's just see if people like it or not. Like, we might make all this shit and nobody bothers with it. So if that's the case,
that's probably what they should do. Yeah, just test it out, see how it's going, and then go from there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what's the next one? What do you want to see the most from Dragonflight? I want to see them make the basics of the game better. I don't think that we need this massive new flagship system that has a bunch of bells and whistles and it's shiny and it's flashy and everything. I think just make the base game better. Basically, give us Mists of Pandaria 2.
Yeah. Prove that you care about my time as a player. That's all I want out of it, is prove that you respect the fact that I'm giving you my time. Don't make me tempted to click something else.
Yeah. Good way to look at it. What's it like to work with PR at Blizzard to do interviews? Aspiring PR person, think that stuff should be super cool. Well, I mean, just talk to the people. I mean, they're normal people. I'm a normal person. We just, well, not really, but I mean, I'm not, I'm a very good actor sometimes. And they're just normal people. And if you act normal, everything will be fine. It's not some kind of like crazy, super like weird experience.
You didn't even have to talk to PR. That's how easy it was this time around. The only person that we really had to talk to at all, it was community. So
Yeah.
a lot of the time, and this is even when I worked at Blizzard, there are so many, and this is why it's sometimes hard to get stuff done. There are so many separations to everything. It's a very big ship, and that's why sometimes it takes a long time to turn. But yeah, no, working with Blizzard this time around to set up that interview was very, very streamlined and very easy.
Yeah. Did you I assume it was like mine, that they were open to talk about anything. Like I never got asked. The only thing I ever got asked from Blizzard was, "Can we want to make sure we talk about X?" Which I was going to talk about anyway. But other than that, the time is yours.
They basically
wanted
this time
to,
around,
since we only had 30 minutes, they wanted to know the questions so they could like kind of prepare for them. But like whenever I gave them my list, they were like, "Everything's fine."
Yeah,
just,
I
all
sent
this is
over
fine.
the questions.
We just want to know. Yeah, we just want to know so we can have good answers.
I was never restricted.
13 questions, and they approved it in literally 5 minutes. Like I actually have never had an easier time setting up an interview in my life. This was such a pleasant experience, and once again, huge shout out to Linksy for making it all possible.
True.
PR person, just don't be an asshole. There are some PR people who are complete dicks. Well, Blizzard not one of them in my experience.
Yeah. Do you think Tank Shaman will ever happen? I mean, I dream of a world where we have a fourth spec, and Tank Shaman is what the fourth spec is for Shaman.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'd be super cool.
And Warlock Tank, give me that back. That was super fun.
Yep, Warlock Tank, Gladiator Warrior, ranged DPS Paladin with holy damage, Shakadin.
They basically said no to Gladiator Warrior again in another interview today. I think Helenka basically already said no to it. Yeah, it was
they said, to be fair, they said no to Gladiator Warrior in the context of adding in a talent point. So not no overall.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I used to love playing that. It hurt my fingers. That's when I knew I really liked it.
Elaborate on why Master Loot's better than personal loot. I think that whenever you're in a group environment, it's like some effort that people put in is like way higher. So like, for example, you'll have somebody who like comes in as a trial, and like this is only one reason. It's like there's also like more reasons, like you want to gear certain classes to be ready for the next boss fight because it's going to require like a mage. And then like, let's say you're not going to take the warlock because he's going on vacation, so you give the gear to the mage instead. But there's also situations where it's like the last boss drops a mount, and then the mount goes to somebody who's a trial and not the person who's like progged on it and like, you know, farmed it for 6 months. I think that kind of feels bad.
Different reason for me is just my mentality has always been working towards the greater good of the overall team, and that's always worked out. And plus, a lot of loot in World of Warcraft is bad for a lot of people who can have it drop for them. And so if you're in a team-based game environment where the team is overcoming a big challenge, you should be able to decide as a team what happens with the rewards to make the team better. The worst experiences I have in WoW in recent memory are getting like X trinket that is dog shit for me and bis for my friend, and for some stupid goddamn reason I can't give it to him. Like it makes me so fucking mad. And it leads to really degenerate play for the people who like that, caring about those things. It's just unnecessary. We're grown-ups. This is a system that's been in place since the first ever multiplayer games and has worked fine forever. I don't need Big Brother looking over my fucking shoulder to tell me how to sort loot out.
There it is. What should Blizzard do so WoW is more appealing to new players and not just 30-year-old boomers?
They don't need to be that appealing to like a particular. Asmon says this very well a lot of the time, but one of the biggest downfalls with World of Warcraft was when it got to the point that they needed to attract people who hated the game to play the game. If they make the game for their player base, over time, it will grow because players who want to find the game will find it. They have enough players. Make the game good for the people who want to play the game. I also think more races that have ears and tails could help a lot.
Mm-hmm.
To not apply to 30-year-old boomers.
Yeah, because like that's what's going to get the new people, the people these days, young people these days involved.
Okay.
Tails, ears, not as much fur.
Mm-mm.
After playing Final Fantasy, it's hard for me to go back to WoW raiding due to trash and long downtime between pulls. Do you think WoW should rethink their raids and structure and not mirror Final Fantasy raids, but at least WoW more and faster boss pulls in general? Yes, we were talking about that earlier. That's what Preach said. I totally agree. 100%.
I mean, they went out of their way to make the trash more annoying in Sepulchre. Like, I don't know what they're thinking.
It was a lot.
They filled it with fucking trash, and then they added all the stealth detection and stuff. So that just made people run and die next to the boss. Like, get the message.
That's poggers.
Yeah, a little bit of trash, okay. I mean, a little bit. But, like, making entire fucking gauntlets of trash that aren't interesting. Like, the Sunwell trash wasn't bad. Remember that gauntlet you had to run up from Brutalis up to the top? That was okay.
Oh my god. From Felmis to
Twins.
Iridar Twins, yeah.
I feel like the perfect balance is when you have it feel like you're exploring an environment when you're running through, but after it's on farm, you're not slowed down and it feels like a chore, right?
It's not making it take like 10, 15 minutes. Like, that's just too much. Like, a couple of minutes of trash while you're chit-chatting as a group, fine. But filling entire rooms with trash and pathways, ugh.
Yeah,
you're just going to make us skip it.
Trash can also be used to teach boss mechanics, which I think they do that in, I think, Alexander. I'm not sure. Final Fantasy.
Yeah, they do it in a few bosses in WoW as well. But
yeah,
it's just too much. That's the problem. It's just way too much. If it's quicker, if it gets to the point where it's quicker to have the whole raid organized, mount up, race through all the trash, die, and res everybody, and then eat up, there's something wrong with your trash setup. Like, that's just the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I do like it, like you kind of touched on, Preach, being like that emergent place where you get to hang out with your friends and actually have some really good memories doing that. Like, I still remember certain conversations that we had in Ventrilo back in the day. Preach, where could we get more information for that PvP event, the Final Fantasy one that you talked about?
From me, when we finish sorting out what the prize pool is going to be.
There it is.
So that's the only reason you don't have the information now is all our sponsors are still getting organized with what they want to give away. Should be a giggle. It's only for a laugh. It's only a 1 day thing. It's not a,
it's so cool.
It's not the fucking MDI or something, It's gonna be for fun. It's an unbalanced PvP arena. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's gonna be as much fun as we can, and it'll be good. But I'll let you'll know as soon as I know. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's not an esport. It's just for fun. I get that. Mm-hmm. All right, you want to do like 1 or 2 more?
Sure.
Yeah, let's do 2 more. All right, the next question is, with the Microsoft deal now approved, well, I don't think it's 100% approved, but how do you think Blizzard will change, if at all?
I'd love
Microsoft
to see WoW.
ain't tolerating that shit.
Yeah, exactly. I'd love to see WoW added to the Game Pass. I think that'd be great, and it would give Microsoft a larger incentive to make WoW better.
No, so people who are saying it was just approved, they're still, I think it's like 2 or 3 ways.
It was just
they voted today, right?
Yeah, it needs they didn't vote for the FTC yet, right?
And there's also international ones.
And yeah, so it's like for the next phase is the country, and then after that, you're gonna have to have your international approval. And basically, what they're gonna be looking for is making sure it's not a monopoly, more or less. Yeah. So there is still a little bit more. The stakeholders have approved it, which obviously is a very big phase. So it's getting closer to being done. But I think the biggest change that you'll see because of what the play is, like, don't get it twisted. Why is Microsoft making a play like this? Because they're thinking about what Web3 is going to look like, and they're hedging a bet. So what they're going to need to do with that much of an investment is they're going to need to look at every single IP that exists right now at Blizzard, Diablo, StarCraft, World of Warcraft, and they're going to need to try to create more than just one title around them. So you'll see a lot of mobile titles most likely come out, and you'll probably also see more spin-off variants of the games. While also
Heroes of the Storm are still around, Rich? Because don't you wish Heroes of the Storm are still around? Now they have so much more IPs they could throw in there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they'll revamp it sometime and like make it more interesting.
The thing is, though, is ultimately with an investment that large, it should be good for the players because they're going to have to make a lot, right? Like, they want people to be bought in to like that universe, right? They're going to want people to be wearing Diablo shirts. Like, that's what they're looking for. So they're going to have to make a lot of gameplay for players to experience. So I'm actually pretty optimistic on Microsoft potentially causing the company to scale up and create a lot more content. But I think their ultimate goal is probably looking ahead to the future and making sure they have as many IPs as possible to potentially strike gold.
Have you guys heard my conspiracy theory? Is that I think that whenever Microsoft acquires Blizzard, they're going to make Bobby the head of their multiverse, and Bobby is going to be the leader of the multiverse because he keeps talking about it in all of the interviews. And I think that's what's going to happen.
I think Bobby is going to be put in a closet and told to shut the fuck up until they can release him in 6 months.
But I like your optimism.
I would imagine that's what's going to happen. They're keeping him around for stakeholders, I think.
I've always said this is Bobby's world. We're living in it. And if this metaverse thing happens, that will literally be true.
I don't want to live in Bobby's world. I want to take a hard pass on Bobby's world.
Just helipads everywhere.
All right. One more. Do you think it was lazy that the new class is only getting 2 specs and that'll be the norm going forward? Or will that allow for many more specialized classes overall? I don't think it was really lazy. It's just like, I actually appreciate the decision like that because it shows confidence in a design goal. So although it is restrictive in some ways, I fully expect that at the end of Dragonflight, Draktyr will be able to play different classes and other classes will probably be able to play Evoker. That's what I'm expecting.
Yeah, I think it's also if they can nail it and show the benefits of them being able to make a class specific to a race and the benefits all synergize really well, I think it could set them up to make really, really cool things in the future.
True.
So, it's an opportunity like everything else in Dragonflight. There's really good potential. It'll just come down to how they pop it off.
Yeah,
it's a very good question, Bottom Kawhi. Very good question. I actually look back though to City of Heroes and what were they called? Peacebringers and War something, or I forget what they were actually called, but that was a unique. It was a unique like kind of like.
That is unique. It's very unique.
Holy fuck. Oh my god. What is that? Jesus Christ.
But yeah, no, they had like their hero class in City of Heroes. Actually felt very similar to what we're getting right now with the Evokers. And I didn't mind back then how restrictive it felt. So I'm curious if it maybe actually ends up feeling really good, and maybe they don't get any extra classes. Maybe the race and the Evokers set.
Here's one way to look at it. I mean, like we have Demon Hunters now. Do we think about how much we don't like how Demon Hunters have only the Night Elf classes or the Elf classes? No, I feel like it just doesn't even matter.
Mm-hmm. I think if they start that way, it's fine. I don't think people are going to be pissed off about it. It's just the way it is. Okay.
Yeah.
And if they make it really cool, so like you just intrinsically link Evoker to being Draktyr, and that synergy works really well, it'll be totally fine, and people will be cool with it.
There it is.
It's also it has some potential for Becky.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
Never been to Zozo.
Yeah.
Never been.
Then I gotta say, this is preach. Every time that we get to have a conversation with you, it's always a lot of fun. Getting to talk about like 3 different games at the same time and getting to hear your feedback. It's always an absolute blast. So thank you. I think I messaged you yesterday, and you instantly.
So I said this. I was in bed, and I just like my phone's like I was just like, dude. I'm like, what was happening? Yeah. I was like, I thought, is he in trouble? It's like, no. You do AllCraft tomorrow? Because I was like, that's the AllCraft way. I don't think I've had a message off you ever like a week early or something. So I was like, yo, AllCraft tomorrow? Question mark.
We like to keep it exciting.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, if we're planning it a day early, that's an improvement over what it used to be.
I don't want to do it prepared. I'd overthink it,
Yeah,
I'd have like prepared answers. I'd have to send you guys my questions, and then you would feed me back. The whole thing.
Yeah, like actually, this one doesn't really align with our goal vision. This episode, it's just not really part of it.
It's not glossy enough for a start.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we need a better camera for this one. And thanks a lot for coming on, man. I appreciate it. Every time you come on, it makes me think about playing Final Fantasy. Actually, like now, bringing it up and like everything.
I want to see you do the MSQ because you said you're at the end of Heavensward, right?
Yep.
So like my ranking was the second best RPG I've played at Heavensward. I still had Divinity 2 at the top. And then by the end of Shadowbringers, it was number 1. So
all right.
Can't wait for you to go.
I'm excited. I really am, man. Well, thanks a lot for coming on, and everybody, guys, make sure to follow Preach, Mike Preach. Wow, is it Preach Gaming? What is your Twitch?
Preach Gaming works. My Twitch is still Preach LFW. I keep talking to Twitch to change that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're being really stubborn about changing it. I think somebody in like 1904 made an account called twitch.tv/preach, and they won't give it to me.
Oh yeah, right. During the whole witch trial.
They'll probably change it for you though, right around the time they change your sub split. So just stay posted on that.
Well, it's okay because I'll be multi-streaming across Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook.
Oh, true. I forgot all about Facebook. Yeah.
Imagine what it's going to be like, lads, with 3 chat windows. Wow!
Oh my God.
Poggers, man. Poggers.
Yeah.
20 gifted subs and a super chat.
Yeah. I'm getting ADD just thinking about it. Like I'm getting a sensory overload. Like, oh my God, what is this going to be?
So many lines of text. It's actually going to look like the Matrix. I'm just like, oh,
yeah, man. It's going to be great.
You're gonna have to wear sunglasses 3 times a day, man.
Yeah. I'll wear sunglasses and a trench coat while I'm multi-streaming to 3 different platforms, talking to everybody, reading all the super chats and donations and bits.
Well, they're called on Facebook. There's the super chats on YouTube. They'll all have some stupid gimmicky name, and I'll be like, different emotes.
Yeah.
Why don't I get the same emotes over here? Twitch.
Yep, exactly.
Around with all the revenue. That's why.
Now streamers can read fake comments and nobody will be able to tell. To be fair, they do that already. So yeah, anyway, thank you guys very much for watching. Rich, you're going to be going live? Are we doing questions and everything?
Yeah, we'll do some viewer call-ins.
All right, and, sounds good.
Yeah, I think I might play World of Warcraft for the first time in 2 years right now.
I'm going to bed because it's nearly 1 a.m.
Oh my God.
I'm Team America.
Let us know as soon as you have the details for your tournament. We'll make sure that everybody knows about it.
Yeah.
From our side of the world. Very excited to see that.
You're making way too big than what it is. Like you should have brought it.
It's going to be the biggest thing that has ever happened in Final Fantasy 14. I heard Rich might lock himself in a closet until it's over. Guys, you do not want to miss it.
All right, boys, I'm going to bed. Bye, everybody.
Good night, brother. See you soon, man.
Peace, team.
All right, I'll start this up right now. I'll see you in a sec.